Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku had built a new legacy story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. Qingqing's city lit up first. That was how the history books would eventually put it, lit up, like a SWCH had been thrown somewhere under the skin of the world. A baby born glowing, softly, harmlessly, like a nightlight left on in a hospital room. Doctors called it a fluke. Then it happened again, in a different hospital, in a different country, to a baby who could bend a spoon just by looking at it. Then again. And again, until fluke stopped being a word anyone used, and a new one took its place. Quirks. By the time 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Midoriya was lying in a hospital bed of her own, sweat-damp hair stuck to her forehead, cradling a red-faced, squalling newborn against her chest, the word had already stopped being new. It was just what the world was now. Some people could breathe fire. Some could turn invisible. Some could do nothing more than make their own hair stand on end, and even that was enough to count. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 didn't care, in that moment, what her son could or couldn't do. She only cared that he was warm, and small, and hers. "Hey," she whispered, voice cracked with exhaustion and something close to wonder. "Hey, sweetheart. It's okay. Mom's here." The baby's cries softened into hiccuping little coos. Two tiny fists worked at the air like he was trying to grab hold of the sound of her voice. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 laughed, a wet, breathless sound, and pressed her lips to the crown of his head, to the dark green hair already curling there, damp and impossibly soft. The space beside her bed stayed empty. It had stayed empty for a while now, ever since the divorce papers, ever since she'd stopped waiting for a man who was better at drinking than he ever was at staying. She didn't think about him tonight. There wasn't room to. Not with this much love taking up all the space in her chest at once. "You're gonna do something amazing," she told him, quiet enough that only the two of them would ever know she'd said it. "I don't know what yet. But I know it. A mother just knows." The baby cooed again, and 𝐒𝐴 decided that counted as an agreement. They let her go home 3 days later, and Izuku Midoriya's life began in earnest, ordinary, small, entirely unremarkable, exactly the way any mother would want her son's first years to be. By the time he was 4, most of the mystery had gone out of the world, replaced by the mundane business of finding out exactly what your child could do. Some parents dreaded the appointment. Others counted down to it. 𝐒𝐴 fell somewhere in between, hopeful, but never so hopeful that she forgot to be careful with her hope. The clinic smelled like antiseptic and the particular brand of bubblegum-flavored anxiety that comes standard in every pediatrician's office. Izuku sat on the edge of the exam table in a paper gown that crinkled every time he swung his legs, humming some half-remembered cartoon theme to himself, utterly unbothered. Dr. Tsubasa had been doing this a long time. He'd delivered good news to plenty of parents and bad news to plenty more, and somewhere along the way he'd stopped being able to tell, just from a kid's face, which kind he was about to give them. He lifted Izuku's foot, turned it gently, and looked, really looked, at the small toe. 2 joints. Not 3. He set the foot back down slowly. "Mrs. Midoriya," he said, and something in his voice made 𝐒𝐿𝐴's stomach drop before he'd said another word. "Can I speak with you for a moment?" He explained it the way he always did, gently, clinically, with as much kindness as the facts would allow. No extra joint in the pinky toe. No latent activity in the blood work. No quirk. Izuku Midoriya, 4 years old, was, by every measure medicine had for it, quirkless. "I have to say," Dr. Tsubasa added, glancing back through the open door at the boy still humming to himself on the table, "he tested at a developmental level I don't often see. Way ahead of the curve. Whatever he ends up doing, he's got the mind for it." It wasn't the news 𝐒𝐴 had let herself hope for. She smiled anyway, thanked the doctor, and gathered her son into her arms in the hallway outside, holding him a little tighter than usual. "Mommy?" Izuku asked, small hands patting at her cheeks. "Why are you sad?" "I'm not sad, baby," she lied, and kissed his forehead. "I'm just happy. I'm just really, really happy." He believed her, because he was 4, and because he loved her, and it would be years before he understood that some tears come from both places at once. The years did what years do. They passed. Izuku grew the way saplings grow, slowly, and then all at once. He kept his mother's kindness and somehow, against every reasonable expectation, kept his own good humor too. He was the kid who cried at sad movies and the kid who laughed loudest at his own jokes and the kid who could explain, in exhausting and endearing detail, exactly how a hero's quirk worked if you gave him even the slightest opening to do it. He was also, increasingly, the kid other kids decided they didn't need to be nice to. It started small. Katsuki Bakugo had been his best friend once, really and truly, the kind of friendship built on scraped knees and shared juice boxes and promises to be heroes together someday. But somewhere around the time the other kids' quirks started manifesting and Izuku's never did, something in Katsuki curdled. "You're still coming, right?" 7-year-old Izuku had asked once, notebook already tucked under his arm, on his way to watch a hero interview rerun at Katsuki's house like they did every week. Katsuki had looked at him for a long moment, a look Izuku wouldn't understand the weight of until years later, and said, "Why would I hang out with someone who's never gonna be anything?" It got worse from there. Not all at once. Cruelty rarely announces itself, it just accumulates, one small cut at a time, until the wounded person stops noticing which cut did the real damage. Classmates who used to invite him to birthday parties stopped. A teacher, grading a paper on career aspirations, had written "Be realistic" in red pen next to the word hero, and handed it back without comment. Katsuki's crowd found a nickname for him that stuck harder than any of them meant it to. Izuku kept smiling anyway. Not because it didn't hurt, it did, more than he ever let anyone see, but because somewhere underneath the hurt, he still believed the thing he'd believed since he was small enough to sit on his mother's lap and watch grainy hero footage on an old television, that someday, somehow, he'd prove all of them wrong. By 14, he had an IQ that made his teachers uncomfortable, a notebook collection that filled 2 shelves in his bedroom, and a dream that refused, stubbornly, to die. The morning it finally did, it started like any other. Izuku was halfway to Aldera Junior High, notebook already open in his hands, weaving through the sidewalk crowd with the practiced ease of someone who'd learned to read while walking years ago, when the first explosion of sound stopped him in his tracks. A building down the block had a fist-sized hole punched clean through its 3rd floor. Smoke curled from the wound. A crowd had already gathered at the police line, phones raised, and Izuku pushed himself up onto his toes to see over the shoulder in front of him. "Citizens, please remain behind the barrier." Backdraft's voice boomed through his helmet speaker, arms spread wide as he held the crowd back, steam hissing faintly from the joints of his suit. "This is a hero matter, let the professionals handle it." Beyond him, a villain the size of a DLVY truck was stumbling backward down the street, roaring, swiping at a lattice of dark, glossy wood that had wrapped itself around one of his arms. "You have used your quirk to commit criminal acts," Kamu Wood said, calm as still water even as the villain thrashed against his restraints, wooden limbs extending from his own arms with eerie, plant-like grace. "Lacquered chain prison." More wood lashed out, coiling tight, and then didn't hold. The villain wrenched free with a bellow, stumbling sideways into a parked car, and for one breathless second it looked like Kamu Woods had lost him. That was when the ground shook. "Sorry I'm late, everyone." A woman, no, Izuku realized, adjusting his glasses, a giant, stepped over the police barricade like it was a curb, blonde hair whipping in a wind of her own making, and drove one heeled boot into the villain's chest with enough force to fold him over the hood of a bus. Canyon cannon. The crowd went, for half a second, completely silent. Then the phones came up in a wave, and the cheering started. That's Mount Lady," someone nearby shouted. "She's huge. I heard she's making her debut today." Mount Lady straightened, one hand on her hip, and flashed a triumphant smile at the nearest camera. "That's right. Today's my debut, everyone, so I'll take it from here. Leave the rest to me." Izuku's pen was already moving before his brain had fully caught up with his hand, scrawling half-formed notes in the margins of a page already crowded with them. Gigantification, full-body scaling, doesn't affect base strength ratio, must burn calories at an insane rate to sustain that mass. How long can she hold the form? Gonna be a hero someday, kid. Izuku blinked up. A man beside him, briefcase in hand, tie loosened for the commute, was smiling down at the notebook with the particular fondness adults reserved for kids who were visibly, harmlessly obsessed with something. Yeah, Izuku said, and for a second the old, easy hope rose up in him like it always did. Someday. Well, good luck to you. The man clapped him once on the shoulder and moved on with the rest of the dispersing crowd. Izuku watched Mount Lady take a bow for the cameras a moment longer, then closed his notebook, tucked it under his arm, and kept walking to school, a little faster now, buoyed the way he always was after seeing heroes work. It never got old. He didn't think it ever would. He had no idea, yet, how much that morning was about to cost him. Aldera Junior High's homeroom smelled like chalk dust and impending adulthood. All right, settle down, the teacher said, dropping a stack of printouts onto his desk with a slap that didn't quite cut through the noise. I know, you'd all rather be doing anything else right now. But it's time to start thinking seriously about your futures, so pay attention. He held up a printout, a career survey, name and desired path at the top, blank lines waiting to be filled. I'll hand these out in a minute. Fill them out honestly. I already know what most of you are going to write, but humor me. A ripple of quirk activity went through the room the second his back was turned, someone's fingers sparking, someone's hand briefly turning translucent, the low murmur of showing off that happened in every classroom in the country, every single day. Hands to yourselves, the teacher said without even looking up. No quirks in the classroom. You all know the rule. Oi, don't lump me in with the rest of these extras. The voice cut through the room like a blade, and every head turned toward the back row, where Katsuki Bakugo had his boots kicked up on the desk in front of him, arms crossed, a permanent scowl carved into his face like it had been there since beach. Bakugo, the teacher started. I'm not writing my future down on some form like I don't already know exactly where I'm going, Katsuki snapped. I'm not most of these idiots. Oh, listen to this guy, someone muttered from the second row, and a ripple of irritated laughter went through the class. You got something to say? Katsuki rounded on the room, and the laughter died just as fast as it had started. Shut up. All of you. He's just mad because his mock exam scores make the rest of us look bad, a girl near the window said under her breath, just loud enough to be heard, and this time nobody laughed, but a few smiles flickered, quickly hidden. Katsuki's palms crackled, small, involuntary sparks, more habit than threat. I aced that mock exam. Perfect score. You think any of you are gonna touch that? I'm going to you, and I'm gonna surpass All Might himself. Top hero. That's not a dream, that's just what's gonna happen. Here. The teacher flipped through the printouts in his hands, and something on one of the forms made him pause. Well, since we're on the subject, Midoriya. You're applying to you too, aren't you? The room's collective attention swiveled, as one organism, toward the desk near the window where Izuku sat with his notebook still half open in front of him. For a second, nobody said anything. Then somebody laughed, a short, disbelieving bark, and it was like a dam breaking. Laughter rolled through the classroom in a wave, kids turning to each other, some outright pointing. Him. Going to UA. His quirkless, dude, what's he gonna do, take notes at the villains until they surrender. I heard his entrance exam score is gonna be, like, 1 point. For showing up. Izuku's ears burned. He kept his eyes on his desk, jaw tight, and tried to remember that this happened almost every week now, that it would pass, that it always passed. Hey, he started, voice smaller than he wanted it to be. I'm not trying to, bang. The desk in front of him cratered under a small, controlled explosion, smoke curling up from Katsuki's outstretched palm. The laughter cut off instantly. Don't, Katsuki said, low and furious, put yourself on the same level as me. You're quirkless. You've got nothing. Nothing to fight with, nothing to protect anyone with. You'd get yourself killed in the first 5 minutes and everyone would have to feel sorry about it. I'm not trying to compete with you, Izuku said, and his voice steadied as he said it, some old stubbornness rising up under the hurt. I know I'm not you. I've wanted to be a hero since I was little. Since before either of us knew what a quirk even was. I'm not gonna know if I can do it unless I actually try. For a moment, just a moment, something flickered behind Katsuki's eyes that wasn't quite anger. It was gone before Izuku could name it. Teach whatever. Katsuki dropped back into his seat, propping his boots back up like nothing had happened. The exam's impossible for you. Save yourself the embarrassment. The class had gone quiet again, but it wasn't sympathy in the silence, it was the particular, awkward quiet of people who agreed with the boy who just said something cruel but didn't want to be the one to say it out loud. A few kids exchanged glances. Someone snickered, quickly smothered. Izuku picked his pencil back up, stared hard at his notebook until the words on the page stopped swimming, and didn't say anything else for the rest of class. He almost made it out of the building without incident. He was crouched by his shoe locker after the last bell, notebook open on his knee, thumbing through a news article on his phone about the morning's villain attack, when a shadow fell over him. Heading home to write more of your loser diary. Izuku didn't answer. He'd learned, somewhere in the last few years, that answering usually made it worse. Katsuki crouched down across from him, and for a second Izuku thought, hoped, stupidly, that maybe this would just be words this time. Then Katsuki's palm ignited. The notebook went up in a small, controlled burst of sparks and smoke, pages curling black at the edges, and before Izuku could even reach for it, Katsuki had already snatched it from his hands and hurled it out the open window behind them. It hit the pavement 2 floors down with a soft, terrible thud. You know, Katsuki said, standing, brushing invisible dust off his blazer like he hadn't just done anything at all, if you really want to help everyone the way you're always going on about, you could just jump off the roof. Save the rest of us the trouble of watching you fail. He walked away laughing before Izuku could find a single word to say back. Izuku sat there a moment longer, staring at the empty space where his notebook had been, and then went downstairs to retrieve it from the pavement, careful with the scorched pages like they were something breakable. In a way, they were. 4 years of hero analysis, singed at the corners, smoke still curling faintly off one burnt page. He held it against his chest and didn't cry. Not yet. He'd gotten good, over the years, at not crying until he was somewhere no one could see. He thought about it that night, lying on his bed with the notebook open on his chest, and the memory came up the way it always did, unbidden, worn smooth from replaying. He was 5, sitting cross-legged in front of the television, watching a shaky camera clip of a man in blue and yellow standing over 100 people he'd just pulled from a collapsing building. The man wasn't even out of breath. He was laughing, a huge, booming, delighted laugh, like saving 100 lives was the most fun he'd had all week. Why, a reporter had asked, breathless, into the microphone. Why do you fight so hard? The man had grinned, put a fist to his chest, and said something that a 5-year-old Izuku had memorized so completely he could still recite it in his sleep, word for word, 17 years later, because I am here. I wanna be like him, 5-year-old Izuku had told his mother, eyes shining, pointing at the screen. I wanna smile like that when I save people. That was before the clinic. Before the 2-jointed toe. Before Dr. Tsubosa's careful, apologetic voice explaining what quirkless meant to a woman who already knew, deep down, that the word was coming. He remembered watching the same clip again, months after the diagnosis, sitting on the floor of his bedroom with tears ℔ silently down his face, and asking his mother, really asking her, needing an actual answer, Mom, can I still be a hero? Even without a quirk? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 had knelt down in front of him, taken his small hands in hers, and, instead of answering, had started to cry too. I'm sorry, she'd said, over and over, like the apology could fill the space where the answer should have been. I'm so sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry. He hadn't understood, back then, that she wasn't apologizing for the quirk. She was apologizing because she didn't know how to tell her son that the world might not let him have the one thing he wanted most, and there was nothing in her power to fix that. He understood it now. He'd understood it for years. He just kept hoping, anyway, that understanding wouldn't have to mean giving up. The slime came out of a manhole 2 streets from his apartment, and Izuku's first thought, absurdly, was that it looked less like a villain and more like a spill. Then it spoke, and the spill had teeth. Perfect, it hissed, a voice bubbling up from somewhere inside the shifting mass of it. A little hideout. Come here. Izuku didn't even have time to run. The slime surged forward and swallowed him whole from the shoulders up, thick and cold and suffocating, forcing itself into his throat, his nose, blotting out the world in wet, grey darkness. He clawed at it, nails scrabbling uselessly against something that had no solid surface to grip, lungs screaming, vision sparking at the edges. I can't breathe. I can't breathe, I can't. Have no fear, young man. The voice hit like a physical thing, and a heartbeat later, so did the wind. Texas smash. The air itself seemed to detonate. Izuku felt the slime's grip shatter around him, felt himself weightless for one disorienting instant, and then the world went dark for real. He woke up on his back, staring at a sky gone orange with sunset, and for a few seconds his brain simply refused to process the enormous, impossible, grinning face hovering above him. Ah, good, you're awake. All Might said, crouched down with both hands on his knees, blonde hair catching the light like a second sun. You gave me quite a scare there for a moment, young man. Izuku's mouth opened. Nothing came out. He tried again. You're All Might. The one and only. All Might straightened, laughing, thumb jerking toward his own chest. Not to worry, the villain's been dealt with. You're safe now. Izuku scrambled upright so fast his head spun, patting at his own pockets in a full-body panic before his hand closed around his notebook, scorched at the edges, but intact, and inside its cover, in careful, unmistakable handwriting, a signature that hadn't been there that morning. When did you? Couldn't resist, All Might admitted, grinning. Saw the notebook fall out of your bag while I was pulling you free. Figured a young fan deserved an autograph for his trouble. For one shining, ordinary moment, Izuku was just a kid meeting his hero. He clutched the notebook to his chest like it might evaporate, and something that had been clenched tight in him since that morning's classroom finally, briefly, loosened. Then the rest of the day came rushing back, and the words tumbled out of him before he could stop them. All Might, sir, can I ask you something? Something important. All Might paused, one boot already lifting for what was clearly meant to be a dramatic exit. Of course, young man. Ask away. Can someone become a hero? Izuku's hands were shaking, he pressed them flat against his notebook to still them. Even without a quirk. I've wanted this since I was little. I've studied every hero I could find, their quirks, their fighting styles, their weaknesses, everything. I know more than most kids who actually have powers, I don't have one. Not one. And everyone keeps telling me that means I can't, and his breath hitched. I need to know if they are right. I need to hear it from someone who'd actually know. All Might was quiet for a long moment. Long enough that Izuku's stomach began to sink before a single word had been said. That's a serious question, All Might said finally, and his voice had lost some of its boom, settled into something quieter, heavier. So I'll give you a serious answer, because you deserve that much. He crouched back down to Izuku's eye level. Being a hero isn't about analysis, son. It isn't about how many quirks you can name or how well you understand a fight before it happens. Every single day, heroes walk into situations where the only thing standing between a stranger and disaster is our own body, our own strength, thrown directly into harm's way, again and again, with no guarantee we walk back out. That's the job. That's all of it, underneath the cape and the cameras. I know that, Izuku said. I've always known that. I still want it. I believe you. All Might's eyes were kind, and that made it so much worse. But wanting something and being equipped to survive it aren't the same thing. I can't tell a boy with no power to walk into that world, knowing what waits for him there. I won't lie to you and pretend otherwise, because a lie today could cost you your life tomorrow. He reached out and rested one enormous hand on Izuku's shoulder, gentle despite its size. There's no shame in finding another way to help people, young man. The world needs more than heroes. But I can't tell you this is one you can have. I'm sorry. But it's the truth, and you deserve the truth more than you deserve comfort. Izuku didn't say anything. There wasn't anything left to say. He just nodded, once, and stared at the pavement between his own shoes until the tears blurred it into nothing. He didn't see All Might's expression shift, didn't see the flicker of something like regret cross the hero's face, because he wasn't looking up anymore. All Might straightened, and there was a brief pause, a soft rustle of fabric as he checked his own pockets, frowning faintly at some looseness in his costume only he could feel. He peeled a strp of medical tape from somewhere inside his jacket, fixed 2 small bottles more securely against his leg beneath the fabric, and by the time Izuku did look up again, All Might was already crouching, already coiling to leap. "Take care of yourself, young man," he said, and then he was gone, a streak against the darkening sky, gone before the boom of displaced air had even finished rolling down the street. Izuku sat alone on the curb for a long time after that. He didn't remember most of the walk home. He remembered the notebook, still clutched against his chest, the autograph inside it feeling less like a treasure now and more like a punchline. He remembered his mother's face when he came through the door, the immediate, instinctive alarm of a parent who can tell, in half a second, that something in their child has gone quiet in a way it wasn't quiet that morning. "Izuku. Sweetheart, what happened?" "Nothing," he said. "I'm fine." He wasn't fine. He went to his room, sat down at his desk, and stared at the wall for a long time without really seeing it. The weeks that followed had a strange, colorless quality to them, like watching his own life through glass. He redrew his 𝐂𝐲 application twice, filled it out with careful, mechanical precision, the way he'd have done any assignment, and then never sent it. He didn't sign up for anywhere else, either. He sat at his desk, scrolling through hero forums and villain reports out of habit rather than hope, the notebook shut and pushed to the corner of the desk where he wouldn't have to look at it. Inko noticed. Of course she noticed. She'd noticed the exact day the light went out of his eyes, could have told you the hour if pressed, and she didn't know what to do with the quiet, hollowed-out version of her son who now moved through their apartment like a guest in someone else's house. The dream that had carried him through years of bullying, years of being told he was nothing, had finally, quietly, gone out, not with the dramatic finality of a door slamming shut, but with the soft, anticlimactic fizzle of a candle that had simply run out of wick. He didn't cry about it anymore. He'd done all his crying already, out loud, alone, on a curb 2 streets from home, in front of the one man whose opinion he trusted most in the entire world. There wasn't anything left after that except the quiet. The weeks after All Might's answer didn't feel like weeks. They felt like one long, grey afternoon that never quite ended. Izuku's desk had always been a mess of purpose, notebooks stacked by hero, sticky notes color-coded by quirk category, a corkboard above it pinned edge to edge with newspaper clippings and printed stills from hero footage. Now the corkboard just hung there, and the notebook stayed closed, and the mess was just mess, the ordinary kind that accumulates when nobody's paying attention to a room anymore. He sat at that desk most days, laptop open, doing nothing in particular. He'd click into a hero forum out of old habit, read 3 sentences, and close the tab before finishing the 4th. He'd open a villain incident report, skim it the way he used to devour them, and feel nothing where the old hunger used to be. It wasn't that the world had stopped being interesting. It was that he'd stopped believing he had any place in it. Inko brought him meals on a tray sometimes, when he forgot to come to the table. He always thanked her. He always ate at least half of whatever she'd made, because he could see in her face that she was counting bites, and he loved her too much to make her worry more than she already did. But the notebook stayed on the corner of the desk, closed, and the 𝐂𝐲 application, redrawn twice, in his own careful hand, down to the last signature line, sat in a drawer he didn't open. It was a Tuesday, or maybe a Wednesday, when Inko finally knocked on his door frame instead of just calling through it. "Izuku." He turned in his chair. She was standing in the doorway with a laundry basket balanced on one hip, and something in her expression told him this wasn't going to be a conversation about laundry. "Hey, Mom. Can I come in?" "It's your apartment," he said, which wasn't really an answer, but she took it as one and set the basket down just inside the door. She didn't sit on the bed the way she usually did. She pulled the desk chair's twin, the little wooden stool he kept his backpack on, over beside him and sat close, knee almost touching his. "Honey, I know," she said, gently, the way you'd approach something that might startle. "I know you redrew your application to 𝐂𝐲. I found it in the drawer when I was putting away laundry. And I know you haven't signed up anywhere else. Not one other school." Izuku looked down at his hands. "I know everything they teach me anyway. If I went somewhere normal. I already read the textbooks 2 years ahead. There's nothing a regular high school could give me that I don't already have." But 𝐂𝐬 would have given you something different. 𝐂𝐬 would have taught me how to be a hero. His voice came out steadier than he expected, given how much it cost him to say it. And now that I can't, I don't know. I don't want to do anything. Not really. Not the way I used to want things. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was quiet for a moment. She reached over and put her hand over his on the desk, and he let her, even though some old, stubborn part of him wanted to pull away before she could feel how numb it had gone. How about, she said carefully, you get a job? Izuku's eyebrows went up. Of everything he'd braced for, more crying, more apologizing, another version of the conversation they'd had 100 times since the clinic, this wasn't it. A job. A job, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said, and there was the faintest, hopeful curve at the corner of her mouth, like she could see she'd caught him off guard and was pleased about it. If you're not going to high school, sweetheart, you might as well be doing something. Earning something. Getting out of this room, meeting people who aren't 14-year-olds who don't know how lucky they are to have you as a classmate. She squeezed his hand. It doesn't have to be forever. It doesn't have to be anything. But it's something to get up for in the morning. And I think you need that. I think I need that, too, watching you in here. Izuku turned the idea over slowly, the way he turned over everything, looking for the seams in it, the flaws, the places it might not hold weight. He didn't find any that mattered. That's not a bad idea, he admitted. It'd give me something to do. Somewhere to put all this, he gestured vaguely at himself, at the too quiet room, at the 2.5 years of nothing stretching out ahead of him if he didn't do something about it. I'll look. Thanks, Mom. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's smile was real this time, not the careful, managed kind she'd been giving him for weeks. She leaned over and kissed his forehead the way she'd done since he was small enough to fit entirely in her lap. No problem, kiddo, she said, standing, gathering her laundry basket back onto her hip. I mean it, though. Anything you want to try. I'll support you. She left him alone with the door half open, and for the first time in weeks, Izuku turned back to his laptop and opened a new tab that had nothing to do with heroes at all. Job hunting, it turned out, was its own particular kind of humiliation for a 14-year-old with no work history and nothing to put under relevant experience except a stack of hero analysis notebooks nobody was hiring for. He tried a bookstore first, walked in with a handwritten note asking about part-time shelving work, and was told, not unkindly, that they only hired 16 and up. He tried the corner electronics repair shop, thinking his tinkering with old radios might count for something, and the owner had laughed, actually laughed, not cruelly, just surprised, and said he wasn't licensed to have a minor anywhere near the soldering irons unsupervised. He tried a grocery store, a print shop, a tutoring center that turned him away because he was younger than half the students he'd have been tutoring. Each rejection wasn't devastating on its own. It was the accumulation of them, 3, then 5, then most of a week of walking home with nothing to show for it, that started to wear a particular groove into him, a smaller, quieter cousin of the hopelessness he'd been trying to climb out of in the first place. It was his mother, flipping through the newspaper one evening, who suggested the placement office 2 districts over, a place that specialized, she said, in finding work for people other employers turned away. It can't hurt to try, she said, and Izuku, out of things to lose, agreed. The office was smaller than he expected, tucked between a dry cleaner and a shuttered arcade, its glass door printed with faded gold lettering that read employment and placement services. Inside, it smelled like old coffee and toner. A handful of mismatched chairs lined one wall. Izuku sat in one of them for 20 minutes, resume folded in his hands, a single page, mostly white space, GPA and school name doing most of the talking, until a door at the back opened and a tired-looking man in his 40s leaned out. Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku stood so fast he nearly dropped the resume. That's me. Come on back. The office beyond the door was cramped, a desk buried under folders and a computer monitor that looked older than Izuku himself. The nameplate on the desk read K. Clarkis in scuffed gold letters. Sit, sit. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 Clarkis dropped into his own chair with the particular exhaustion of a man on his 4th cup of coffee and his 40th appointment of the week. He held a hand out, and Izuku passed the resume over quickly. Hello, Mr. Clarkis. I'm here for a job. Any job, really. I brought my resume. 𝐂𝐸𝐲 scanned the page, and Izuku watched his eyebrows climb slightly as he read. Interesting. He tapped the paper. All A pluses. All Dera middle. That's not nothing, kid, that's a genuinely good transcript. He flipped it over, found the back blank, flipped it back. But no previous jobs. Nothing at all. This your first time looking for work? Yes, sir. Figured. 𝐂𝐸𝐲 set the resume down and turned to his computer, fingers already moving over a keyboard that looked like it had seen better decades. Let's see what we've got open right now. Izuku sat forward slightly, hope flickering despite himself, while 𝐂𝐸𝐲 scrolled through something on the ancient monitor, brow furrowing deeper the longer he looked. A pause. 𝐂𝐸𝐲's mouth pressed into a thin line, and he leaned back, rubbing at his eyes with one hand. Under his breath, not quite quiet enough, he muttered, hate doing this to kids. Then, louder, in the careful, professional voice of a man delivering bad news for the fourth time that day, we don't have anything open right now, Mr. Midoriya. I'm sorry. Izuku felt something in his chest drop, the same slow sinking feeling he'd gotten used to over the last 2 weeks. But this time, with nowhere left to go after this office, he didn't just nod and thank the man for his time. Please, he said, and he heard his own voice crack slightly on the word. Any job you've got. I'm not picky. I'll clean, I'll carry things, I'll do whatever nobody else wants to do. I'm desperate, Mr. Clarkus. I really am. 𝐂𝐸𝐲 looked up at him properly for the first time since he'd sat down, not at the resume, not at the screen, but at the boy across the desk. Green eyes red-rimmed with something that wasn't quite tears but wasn't far off, either. A kid who'd clearly rehearsed this sentence a few times before he'd worked up the nerve to say it. Now, 𝐂𝐸𝐲 said, softer than before, holding up a hand like he could physically slow the boy's desperation down. I hear you. I do. But it's not quite that easy, kid. I can't invent a job that doesn't exist. Izuku looked down at his own hands, folded tight in his lap, and didn't say anything else. He didn't trust his voice not to break further if he tried. 𝐂𝐸𝐲 watched him for a moment, and something in his tired, coffee-stained face softened. He'd been doing this job a long time. He'd seen a lot of desperate people sit in that chair, desperate for money, desperate for purpose, desperate just to have somewhere to be during the day. But there was something about this particular kid, sitting there with a perfect transcript and empty hands and a look on his face like he'd already lost something much bigger than a job interview, that got under 𝐂𝐸𝐲's skin in a way most of them didn't. He sighed, a long, put-upon sound, and turned back to his computer. Let me look at some other stuff, he muttered, mostly to himself, fingers moving again. Hang on. He wasn't checking current openings anymore. He'd pulled up something older, an internal database, dusty with disuse, full of listings that had been shelved, deprioritized, or simply forgotten. Positions nobody had touched in years. Contracts gathering digital dust because nobody in the office had the time or the inclination to deal with them. And then he stopped scrolling. 𝐂𝐸𝐲 said, leaning in slightly. He read something on the screen twice, like he didn't quite believe it was still there. What is it? Izuku asked, sitting up a little. 𝐂𝐸𝐲 didn't answer right away. He was doing the math. Izuku could practically see him doing it, the way his eyes moved back and forth across whatever was on the screen. Something they'd been meaning to get rid of. Something that would have taken months, maybe years, of paperwork to properly dissolve, which was probably exactly why nobody had bothered yet. Well, 𝐂𝐸𝐲 said slowly, turning back to face him. Kid. What do you know about robot entertainment? Izuku blinked. Of every question he'd expected in this office, that wasn't one of them. He said. A little bit, I guess. Robotics, animatronics, I've read about some of the old stuff. Why? Okay. Good. 𝐂𝐸𝐲 rubbed the back of his neck, looking almost sheepish now, like a man about to propose something he wasn't sure he should be proposing. This is going to be a stretch, and I want you to know that going in. This isn't a normal job listing. This is, well, let me just tell you the story first. He leaned back in his chair, and for the first time since Izuku had walked in, 𝐒𝐽 Clarkus looked less like a tired bureaucrat and more like a man about to tell a ghost story. There used to be a company, he said. Big one. Massive, actually, back in its day, It was one of the most recognizable names in kids' entertainment anywhere. Family restaurants, animatronic performers, the whole 9 yards. Real spectacle stuff. Kids loved it. I mean loved it, the way kids today love the #1 hero. That's the scale we're talking about. Okay, Izuku said slowly, not sure where this was going. But it's been closed a long time. A long time, kid. Their last flagship location, a huge place, a whole indoor complex, got destroyed. And that was 371 years ago. Before quirks even existed. Izuku's mouth fell open slightly. 300 that's, I know. 𝐒𝐻 held up a hand again, this time to forestall the obvious question. Ancient history. Practically prehistoric, as far as most people are concerned. Nobody alive remembers it operating. It's a footnote in old records, if it's anywhere at all. He tapped the desk. The company had some bad luck, is the polite way to put it. Some real tragedy, actually. Missing kids. Deaths that never got fully explained. Night staff who'd vanish and never turn up again. Buildings that kept catching fire under circumstances nobody wanted to look too closely at. Over and over, at different locations, different years. Eventually the backlash got too big for the company to survive it, and it shut down for good. The room had gone very quiet. Izuku sat very still, turning the information over, feeling something uneasy settle in his stomach even as a different, more curious part of his brain was already reaching for it, cataloging it, the way he cataloged everything. What's it called, he asked. Fazbear Entertainment. 𝐒𝐻 said the name like it had a weight to it, even after all this time. Freddy Fazbear's, that's the flavor of it. Old-fashioned. You'd have heard the name if you were from 100 generations back, maybe. Now it's a company that legally, technically, still exists, barely, because somewhere along the way, the rights ended up with us. We've had them for a long time. And every few years, somebody in this office remembers we still own the paperwork on a dead company from before quirks existed, and somebody else says let's finally get rid of that, and then it gets shelved again because nobody wants to deal with the actual work of dissolving it. He gestured at the screen. Which is where we are right now. It's on the list to be bulldozed. Wiped clean. Whatever's left of it, any old buildings, any old rights, gone for good, probably within the year. So what are you proposing? Izuku asked, though some part of him had already guessed. 𝐒𝐻 leaned forward, elbows on the desk. I'm proposing I sign it over to you. All of it, whatever rights still exist, whatever's technically still standing, whatever's left of the name. You'd own it. Genuinely own it, kid, not some internship, not some entry-level nothing job. An actual company, on paper, with your name on the deed. He held up a hand before Izuku could respond. And I want to be straight with you, this isn't charity dressed up as generosity. This is a company that's about to be destroyed regardless of what you decide. If you say no, we bulldoze it, same as we were already planning. If you say yes, you get to decide what happens to it instead. That's it. That's the whole offer. What would I even be getting, though? Izuku asked. You said the animatronics, gone, 𝐒𝐻 confirmed. All of them. Whatever technology they had back then, whatever machines, whatever robots, none of that survived. If there's anything left at all, it's paperwork. Old blueprints, maybe, if the archives held up. Buildings, possibly, though after 371 years I wouldn't bet on much still standing without work. You'd basically be starting from absolutely nothing. Building from scratch, if you wanted to build at all. He shrugged. Or you take the rights and never touch it again. Or you take the rights and immediately have it bulldozed yourself, if that's more your speed. It's genuinely up to you. I just can't, in good conscience, let this company get wiped off the map without at least offering it to someone first. Feels like a waste, somehow. Feels like there ought to be one more chance in there somewhere. Izuku sat with that for a long moment, staring at a spot on the desk without really seeing it. He had never once, not in 14 years of dreaming about heroism, imagined himself as the owner of anything, let alone a defunct entertainment company with a history that sounded less like a footnote and more like a wound nobody had properly closed. He had no engineering background. No robotics training beyond curiosity and the occasional online video. No idea, really, how you'd even begin building something like what 𝐭𝐻𝐲 was describing. But underneath all of that uncertainty, something else was stirring. A company that had ended in tragedy, missing children, deaths, fires, all of it swept under the rug and left to rot for over 3 centuries, being handed to him, of all people, with the explicit understanding that whatever he did with it was his choice. He could let it die quietly, the way it had clearly been dying for a very long time already. Or he could try to make something good out of the wreckage. Turn a name that had ended in tragedy into something that made people happy again. It wasn't a hero's dream. It would never be a hero's dream, not really. No saving people from villains, no bursting through rubble with a smile like his idols. But it was something. It was a project. It was, he realized slowly, the first thing in weeks that had made his chest feel less hollow instead of more. I don't know anything about engineering, he said quietly. Or robotics. Not really. I don't know how to build any of what you're describing. Nobody's asking you to know it today, 𝐭𝐻𝐲 said. I'm asking if you want the chance to learn. Izuku looked up at him, and something in his face must have shifted, because 𝐭𝐻𝐲's tired expression eased into something almost like a smile. Okay, Izuku said. I'll take it. 𝐭𝐻𝐲 smiled, a real one, tired but genuine. All right. He pushed back from the desk and stood, joints popping audibly. Just let me go dig up the actual paperwork. Fair warning, it's old. Like, physically old. Give me a few minutes. He disappeared through the door at the back of the office, and Izuku sat alone in the small, cluttered room, resume still folded uselessly in his lap, trying to process what had just happened. 20 minutes ago he'd walked in hoping for shelving work or dishwashing, something small enough to fill the empty hours. Now he was about to become the owner of a company 371 years old. When 𝐭𝐻𝐲 returned, he was carrying a thin stack of papers, their edges yellowed and brittle, held together with a RBB band that looked like it might snap if handled too roughly. He set them down on the desk with unexpected gentleness, like they might crumble. These are 𝐵𝐵's contracts, he said, sitting back down. Old as they look. When you sign this, that's it, you're the legal owner of everything attached to the name. Whatever's left of it, good or bad. Izuku picked up the pen 𝐭𝐻𝐲 slid across the desk. His hand hovered over the signature line for a moment, just a moment, while the weight of the decision settled fully into his chest. Then he signed. Izuku Midoriya, in the same careful handwriting he used for hero notes, right at the bottom of a contract older than any building he'd ever set foot in. 𝐭𝐻𝐲 took the papers back, tapped them into a neat stack, and sat down at his computer to log the transfer. Izuku watched him click through a few screens, and then, with a small, almost anticlimactic keystroke, cancel whatever bulldozing order had been sitting in the system, waiting to erase the last traces of 𝐵𝐵 Entertainment for good. There! 𝐭𝐻𝐲 printed a final page, signed it himself, and handed the whole stack across the desk. It's official. Congratulations, kid. You're a business owner now. Izuku took the contracts in both hands. They were heavier than paper should have been, or maybe that was just what it felt like, holding 371 years of somebody else's failure and hoping, quietly, that he might be able to do something better with it than they had. Thank you, he said, and stood, tucking the papers carefully under one arm. Good luck, 𝐭𝐻𝐲 said, and he sounded like he meant it. I mean that. Whatever you end up doing with it. Izuku walked out of the small office and back onto the street, past the shuttered arcade, past the dry cleaner, into afternoon light that felt, for the first time in weeks, like it was shining on something instead of just passing over him. He didn't know yet what he was going to build. He didn't know that Henry Emily's private manual was waiting for him a week away, or that a beach outside the city was about to become his personal scrapyard, or that his bedroom was about to fill with the smell of soda and the low hum of a dream reassembling itself out of scrap metal and stubbornness. He just knew, walking home with a dead company's contracts tucked under his arm, that for the first time since a slime villain had nearly suffocated him in an alley, he had something to build toward again. It wasn't the dream he'd started with. But it was his. The package arrived on a Thursday, a week almost to the day since Izuku had signed his name on 371-year-old paper. It wasn't much to look at, a plain cardboard box, corners soft with age, wrapped twice in packing tape that had yellowed to the color of weak tea. The return address was just 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐼𝐺 office, no note attached, though a small yellow sticky note pressed to the lid read, in 𝐭𝐻𝐼𝐺's cramped handwriting, found this in deep storage. Thought you should have it. Good luck, kid. Izuku carried it up to his room like it might be fragile, set it on his desk, and stood over it for a full minute before he worked up the nerve to open it. Inside, wrapped in a square of yellowed cloth that had once probably been white, was a manual. It wasn't large. If anything, it was almost disappointingly small, the kind of thing you could tuck into a jacket pocket, its cover a cracked, deep brown leather gone soft and pale at the corners from decades of handling. There was no title on the front. Just a name, embossed in small block letters that had nearly worn away entirely, H. Emily. Izuku sat down slowly, cloth still draped over one hand, and opened the cover. The first page was handwritten. Not typed, not printed, handwritten, in a small, precise, slightly slanted script that filled every available inch of margin as if the writer had begrudged the paper any empty space at all. If you are reading this, it means the company still exists in some form, or someone found it worth keeping. I don't know which. I hope it's the first. I built these because I believed people needed a place where wonder was still possible. I hope whoever holds this book agrees. Izuku read the line 4 times before he turned the page. What followed was, without exaggeration, the most extraordinary thing he had ever held in his hands. He didn't sleep that night. He told himself he would, just one more page, just one more diagram, and then the ceiling light was still on and it was 3 in the morning and he was 40 pages deep into a manual that read less like an instruction booklet and more like the collected, obsessive genius of a single human mind poured out across paper because there had been nowhere else to put it. Henry Emily had not simply designed animatronics. He had designed systems, hydraulic architectures with tolerances calculated to the 100th of a millimeter, servo assemblies that solved problems Izuku didn't even know were problems until he saw how elegantly they'd been solved, wiring diagrams so dense with annotation that some pages were more handwriting than diagram. Izuku, who had spent years memoizing hero quirks with photographic precision, found himself doing the same thing here without meaning to, reading a page once and finding it already burned into his memory whole. But it wasn't just the engineering that kept him awake. It was the man underneath it. In the margins, wherever there was space, and Henry Emily seemed to have believed there was almost always space, were notes that had nothing to do with servo ratios or endoskeleton tolerances at all. Made the eyes glow a little warmer today. Kids don't trust anything with cold-colored eyes, not even bears. If it doesn't make a child smile the first time they see it, the design has failed, no matter how clever the mechanism is. Spent 6 hours on a jaw hinge nobody will ever notice unless it breaks. That's the job. Nobody notices the things that work. Izuku sat back in his chair somewhere past midnight, manual open on his knee, and felt something complicated rise up in his chest. He had never met Henry Emily. The man had been dead for centuries by the time Izuku was even born, had died, 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐺 hadn't known the details, and the manual didn't say, in circumstances tangled up in the same tragedy that had shut Fazbear's doors for good. But here, in cramped margin handwriting on brittle paper, was a person who had clearly cared, fiercely and specifically, about making something that made children happy. Not fame. Not money, not really, though Izuku suspected the company had made plenty of it. Just the smile. The moment a kid's face lit up. It was, Izuku realized slowly, almost exactly what he'd wanted from being a hero. Just aimed somewhere else. I don't know why you died, he said quietly, to an empty room, to a man 300 years gone who couldn't possibly hear him. But I'm going to finish what you started. I promise. He fell asleep with the manual still open on his chest, and if his mother found him like that in the morning, blueprint pages creased under his cheek, she didn't say anything about it. She just took his glasses off gently, set them on the nightstand, and let him sleep. The problem, once the awe wore off enough to let practical thought back in, was a simple one, and it was this: everything Henry Emily had designed required money Izuku Midoriya did not have. He sat at his desk one evening with a notepad, doing the math the way he did everything, methodically, exhaustively, numbers stacked in neat columns until the columns told him something he didn't want to hear. Servo motors. Wiring, in bulk, the specialized 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐠 diagrams called for. Sheet metal, structural steel for endoskeleton frames, the specific polymers for outer shells that Henry's notes described but didn't explain how to source, since presumably in his own time they'd simply been available at a supplier down the street that had stopped existing roughly 3.5 centuries ago. He added it up twice, hoping for a different number the second time. He didn't get one. "Where am I going to get the money to make them?" he murmured to the empty room, "and how?" His theory was sound. He was sure of that, at least. He'd checked Henry's math against his own 3 separate times and found no errors, only elegance. But a sound theory on paper was still just paper, and paper didn't buy servo motors. So, with a goal but no clear way to fund it, he did the only thing that made sense to him. He went looking for the raw materials himself, in the one place a 14-year-old with no money could actually get them for free. Tacoma seaside bays smelled like salt and rust and, faintly, like something rotting a long way off, carried in on the wind. It wasn't a beach in any sense that belonged in a postcard. The sand here was grey-brown, packed hard in places and sking at his shoes in others, and the tide line was less a line than a smear of debris that had washed up and simply never been cleared, old fishing nets tangled with plastic, driftwood bleached the color of bone, the rusted skeletal remains of things that might once have been boats, or vending machines, or something else entirely, corroded past recognition. Izuku waded into it with a canvas bag over one shoulder and Henry's manual, wrapped in plastic against the sea air, tucked safely in his jacket. He wasn't scavenging blindly. He'd studied the blueprints closely enough to know, roughly, what shapes he was looking for: lengths of aluminum tubing that could be cut down for limb frames, coiled springs with enough tension left in them to be salvageable, sheet metal that hadn't rusted through completely. He worked his way down the tide line for hours, sorting through junk with the same meticulous focus he'd once given to hero analysis, dragging anything usable back to a growing pile near where he'd started. It was slow, filthy, occasionally frustrating work. More than once he thought he'd found something perfect only to have it crumble to orange flakes the second he tried to lift it. But something about the work settled into him in a way that surprised him, a physical kind of problem-solving, hands and eyes working together instead of just his mind spinning alone in a quiet room. He was 3 hours in, digging at something half buried near a cluster of broken shipping pallets, when his fingers closed around metal that hadn't rusted through at all. He pulled it free and brushed the wet sand off with his sleeve, and found himself holding a microphone, old, chrome-plated, heavier than it looked, its grill dented slightly on one side like it had been dropped, once, a very long time ago, and never picked back up. He turned it over in his hands. There was no obvious reason to keep it. It wasn't structural material, wasn't wire, wasn't anything the blueprint specifically called for. But there was something about the weight of it, the solid, deliberate craftsmanship even under decades of grime, that made him wrap it carefully and set it apart from the rest of the salvage instead of adding it to the pile with everything else. "I don't know what you're for yet," he thought, tucking it into his bag. "But I think you're for something." By the time the light started going golden long across the water, he had 2 full bags of salvage and sand in every seam of his clothes, and he made the long trip home already turning over, in his head, exactly what each piece might become. Salvage got him started. It didn't get him far. The metal from Tacoma Bay was rusted more often than not, and every hour he spent scavenging was an hour he didn't spend building, so he did the math again, differently this time, and worked out that speed mattered less than steadiness. What he needed wasn't a windfall. It was income, small and reliable, the kind that could be earned on evenings and weekends around whatever schedule he set for himself now that school wasn't dictating his days. So he became, in his own private description of it, a phantom of helpfulness. He mowed lawns up and down the block with a precision that made more than one neighbor comment on it. Straight lines, even edges, the kind of care most 14-year-olds hired for pocket money didn't bother with. He cleaned gutters, balanced on ladders with a focus that had his mother watching nervously from the window below. He swept porches, hauled trash bins to the curb and back, did whatever odd task anyone on the street was willing to pay a few yen for. "You're thorough, I'll give you that," old Mrs. Yanagi told him one afternoon, watching him coil her garden hose with the exact same care he'd give to wiring a circuit. She was somewhere north of 80, lived alone 3 doors down, and had been paying him to weed her garden every other Saturday for weeks now. Most kids your age just want to get it done and get paid. I like doing things right, Izuku said, tying off the hose. Even small things. And she considered him for a moment, head tilted. You used to talk about heroes every time you came by. Big speeches about quirks and rescues. Haven't heard much of that lately. Izuku's hands stilled on the hose for just a second before he kept working. I'm doing something else now. Must be something, Mrs. Yanagi said, not unkindly, to make a boy work this hard for garden money. She didn't push further. She just handed him his pay, plus a little extra folded into the bills that he didn't notice until he got home, and told him to take care of himself. He banked every yen. Every screw, every length of wire, every step closer to something real. His bedroom stopped being a shrine somewhere in that stretch of weeks, though it happened slowly enough that Izuku himself barely noticed the exact moment it tipped over. The All Might posters came down first, carefully, one at a time, rolled rather than folded so the paper wouldn't crease, and stored flat in a box at the back of his closet. He kept one. Just one, the debut poster, the one with the wide grin and the fist against the chest, because some part of him still loved the man even after everything, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with that. He just didn't need it staring down at him every night anymore. He needed the wall space. In its place went wiring diagrams, copied by hand from Henry's manual onto larger sheets of paper so he could actually work from them without squinting. Physics equations covered a whiteboard he'd bought secondhand and mounted by the door. The air in the room changed too, the way rooms do when the people living in them change. The clean linen smell of a normal teenager's bedroom slowly replaced by the sharper, metallic tang of soda, the faint chemical bite of flux, the ozone smell that clung to anything that had recently carried a current. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 watched all of it happen with a feeling she couldn't quite name, equal parts fear and relief, twisted together so tightly she wasn't sure where one ended and the other began. The fear was easy to understand. Her son was 14, working with tools and materials she barely recognized, in a field she knew nothing about, alone in his room for hours at a stretch with the door closed. She worried about burns. She worried about worse than burns. She worried, in the small hours when she couldn't sleep, about a boy who'd once poured every ounce of himself into a dream that the world had told him he couldn't have, now pouring that same intensity into something just as consuming, just as all nothing. But the relief was harder to argue with, because she'd seen the alternative. She'd watched the light go out of her son's eyes after the sludge villain, after All Might's kind, devastating honesty. She'd watched him become a ghost in his own bedroom, a boy who ate half of what she cooked and said "I'm fine," in a voice that made it very clear he wasn't. She would take frightening, obsessive intensity over that hollowed-out quiet every single time, and she hated herself a little for how easy that choice was to make. She brought him a plate of katsudon one evening, his favorite, made without needing to be asked, the way she always made it. When she wanted him to know something without having to say it directly, and found him hunched so completely over his desk that he didn't hear her open the door. A small metal hand sat in front of him, propped upright in a makeshift stand, wires trailing off it into a tangle of components on the desk. Not a full hand, a prototype, human-sized, articulated at each knuckle, clearly meant as a proof of concept rather than a finished piece. He was adjusting something at the wrist with a tool she didn't have a name for, green eyes narrowed in total concentration, tongue poking slightly from the corner of his mouth the way it had since he was small. "Izuku, honey." She kept her voice gentle, setting the plate down carefully to one side of the clutter. What is all this?" He looked up, and for a second she just looked at his eyes, really looked, because there was an energy in them she hadn't seen since before the clinic appointment that told them he was quirkless, since before Katsuki's cruelty had calcified into something permanent, since before a hero he idolized had told him, gently and honestly, that his dream wasn't possible. "Nothing yet," he said. It wasn't much of an answer. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 wanted to press, wanted to ask what nothing yet was supposed to become, wanted to understand the wiring and the metal and the strange, feverish focus that had taken hold of her son so completely. But she looked at the fire in his eyes, the same fire that used to burn every time he talked about All Might, just redirected now, aimed somewhere new, and she understood, not the details, but the shape of it. This was purpose. Whatever else it was purpose, And she wasn't going to be the one to smother it just because she didn't fully understand what it was for. "Okay, sweetie," she said instead, straightening. "Just be careful. And don't burn the apartment down." Izuku's face broke into a real smile, wide, genuine, the kind she hadn't seen in months. "I won't," he said. She left him to it, and if she paused outside his closed door a moment longer than she needed to, just listening to the soft clicks and hums of him working, that was nobody's business but her own. He almost did burn the apartment down, exactly 1 week later. It started as most disasters do, with a moment of overconfidence. He'd been fine-tuning the prototype hand's power regulation for days, certain he'd finally isolated the issue that kept causing it to seize mid-motion, and when he flipped the SWCH to test the fix, he was so sure it would work that he didn't have his fire extinguisher within reach the way he usually did. The hand twitched once, twice, and then a thin curl of smoke rose from the wrist joint, followed almost immediately by a bright, ugly spark and a like of orange flame that caught along a badly insulated wire. "No, no, no, no," Izuku lunged, yanking the power cable free with one hand while grabbing for the small fire blanket he kept on a shelf specifically for moments exactly like this one. He smothered the flame fast, pressing the blanket down until the smoke thinned and stopped, heart hammering, the acrid smell of burnt insulation thick in the air. He stood there a moment, breathing hard, staring at the scorched, ruined prototype that had taken him the better part of a week to build. "This is a pain," he muttered, dropping into his desk chair and dragging a hand down his face, leaving a faint streak of soot across one cheek. "I need more engineering training." He said it like a complaint. It wasn't, not really. By the time he'd cracked a window to clear the smoke and swept the ruined components into a bin, he'd already pulled his laptop toward him and started searching. Engineering courses, robotics fundamentals, anything online that could teach him faster than trial and expensive, occasionally flammable error. He enrolled in 3 courses that night. He ordered 2 second-hand textbooks on servo mechanics and basic circuit design, paid for with money that had been earmarked for materials, and told himself it was still an investment, just a different kind. Failure, it turned out, didn't feel the way he'd expected it to. It didn't feel like the classroom, like Katsuki's explosions or his classmates' laughter, like being told a dream simply wasn't possible for someone like him. It felt like data. Like a problem that had an answer, if he was patient enough and careful enough to find it. He liked that feeling more than he expected to. The scorch mark stayed on his desk for a long time after that, a small, dark reminder, right at the edge where his elbow rested while he worked. He never bothered to sand it out. Some part of him thought he'd earned it. 5 months is a strange unit of time when you're 14 and living mostly inside your own bedroom. It doesn't pass so much as accumulate, one late night stacked on another, one small failure corrected and folded into the next attempt, until one day you look up and realize the version of yourself who started is barely recognizable next to the one who's still sitting at the same desk. Izuku finished 2 online courses in that stretch, one in basic circuit design, one in mechanical fabrication, and started a third he never quite completed, because by the time he was partway through it he'd realized he already understood most of what it was trying to teach him. He burned through 3 second-hand textbooks, annotating their margins the way Henry Emily had annotated his own manual, until the habit felt less like something he'd copied and more like something that had simply always been his. He got better with his hands. That was the part nobody could have taught him from a course, the actual, physical patience of it, the 1,000 small failures that came before any real competence. He ruined 2 attempts at milling steel teeth before he found a small machine shop willing to let a 14-year-old use their equipment under supervision, in exchange for sweeping floors on weekends and not asking too many questions about what he was building. He learned to weld well enough that his seams stopped looking like accidents. He learned that a spiral spring, salvaged from a dead motorcycle's suspension, could be coaxed back to useful tension with the right amount of stubbornness, and that stubbornness, it turned out, was the one resource he had never once run short of. Inko brought him dinner most nights and didn't ask what nothing yet had become, though she noticed, the way mothers notice everything, that the shape on his desk had started to look less like scrap and more like a spine. And then, on an evening in early autumn, it was finished. The endoskeleton lay across his desk in the harsh light of his work lamp, and even finished, even complete, it didn't look gentle. It looked like something built to last, 6 heavy ribs, forged from steel he'd pried out of a construction beam and spent 2 full weeks polishing free of rust, curved around a central spinal column like a ribcage keeping something safe inside it. Between each rib sat a thick articulation disc, allowing the torso the barest illusion of breathing, a slight twist, a forward hunch, nothing dramatic, but enough. Enough to feel less like machinery and more like something that might, someday, seem alive. The limbs weren't elegant. Piston-like cylinders of mismatched aluminum and iron made up the arms and legs, and Izuku knew, better than anyone, exactly how much cursing had gone into each joint, where heavy-gauge spiral springs coiled tight beneath the surface, groaning faintly with tension whenever he adjusted them by hand. They weren't sleek. They were honest, in the way handmade things are honest, every flaw visible if you knew where to look, and Izuku found he didn't mind that at all. The head was the part he'd agonized over longest, a hollow, vaguely ursine skull, its jaw hanging open in a permanent, silent gape, revealing a row of blunt, squarish teeth milled from solid steel. Not sharp. Not meant to be. Just immovable, a mechanical grin that would outlast whatever else eventually got built around it. Inside the skull, if you looked closely enough, and Izuku had spent more hours than he could count looking closely enough, was a delicate, chaotic filigree of connective wire, a miniature nervous system linking 2 glass-lensed optical sensors to an empty cavity where a processing unit would eventually sit. The wires ran down the spine, into the limbs, disappearing through access panels he'd built with more care than anything else in the whole project, because Henry's notes had been very clear on one point: if the wiring isn't appealing, the machine isn't finished. It's just complete. The feet were the least glamorous part and, in Izuku's private opinion, the most important: flat, oversized, 3-toed, welded from thick metal plate. No grace. Just an unshakable base, because nothing else about this machine would matter if it couldn't stand. He'd wired it to a small control box, 2 indicator lights, an industrial-grade SWCH that clunked with satisfying weight when thrown, and loaded a single, simple program onto the processor now finally seated in that once empty skull cavity. Nothing complex. Just movement. Head, jaw, eyes, ears. The most basic proof that everything he'd built could, in fact, function as one connected whole instead of a collection of very carefully machined parts. He sat in front of it for a long moment before he touched the SWCH, hand hovering, throat suddenly tight in a way he hadn't expected. "Please," he said, to an empty room, to 5 months of solder burns and ruined prototypes and lawn mowing money converted 1 yen at a time into steel and wire. "Please work. If not, the last few months would have been for nothing." He flipped the SWCH. For a second, one long, terrible second, nothing happened at all, and Izuku's stomach dropped somewhere down through the floor. Then the eyes lit. Not bright, not dramatic, just a soft, steady glow behind 2 glass lenses, and then the head began to rise, slow and deliberate, servos whirring somewhere deep in the newly articulated neck, until it had lifted all the way and the empty, hollow-eyed skull was looking. Not really looking, Izuku knew that, knew it was just optics and code, but it felt like looking directly at him. The head turned. Left, then right, a slow mechanical sweep. The jaw dropped open another inch, hinges catching the light. Izuku's voice cracked. His eyes had already started to blur, and he laughed, once, disbelieving. It works. A breath. It works. Another laugh, wetter this time, tears spilling over before he'd fully registered they'd started. It works. Yes. Ha ha ha. I built my first endoskeleton on my own and it works. Yes. He was cry-laughing outright now, both hands pressed to his mouth, shoulders shaking, staring at a bare metal skeleton turning its head back and forth in his childhood bedroom like it was the single greatest miracle he had ever witnessed, because, in every way that mattered to him, it was. Henry, he managed, voice cracking around the name, "I'm gonna make you proud. I promise." Inko heard the shouting from the kitchen and nearly dropped the pan she was drying. She was halfway down the hall, heart hammering, already running through every worst-case scenario a mother's brain could generate in 4 seconds flat, when she reached his door and found it not smoke-filled, not chaos, but Izuku sitting cross-legged on the floor in front of his desk, tears streaming freely down his face, laughing so hard he could barely breathe. in front of a bare metal skeleton whose head was turning slowly back and forth like it was looking around the room for the first time. Izuku. She pressed a hand to her chest. I heard yelling, I thought, Mom. He turned to her, and his whole face was lit up in a way she hadn't seen since he was small enough to get excited about ladybugs. Mom, look, it works, it actually works, I built it and it works. She looked past him at the thing on the desk, strange, skeletal, faintly unsettling in the way anything half-finished tends to be, and then back at her son's face, streaked with tears and absolutely radiant, and found she didn't care in the slightest how strange the metal thing looked. Oh, honey. She crossed the room and knelt beside him, pulling him into a hug he melted into without hesitation. I'm so proud of you. Look what you made. It's just the skeleton, he mumbled into her shoulder, though his voice was thick with pride even as he downplayed it. It's not even a real one yet. It doesn't have a face or a personality or anything. It's a start, 𝐭𝐸 said firmly, pulling back to look at him. It's more than a start. It's proof, isn't it? That the rest of it is possible. Izuku wiped his eyes with the back of one hand and looked at the endoskeleton, head still slowly turning, jaw still slack, eyes still glowing that soft, steady light, and felt something settle into place in his chest that had been unsteady for a very long time. Yeah, he said. Yeah, it is. There was money now, at least, not much, but more than lawn mowing and gutter cleaning had ever provided on their own. Buried in the paperwork 𝐒𝐻𝐲 had handed over that day in his cramped little office had been a line item Izuku hadn't understood at first glance, a small, long-dormant corporate account, frozen since the company's final closure, unlocked automatically the moment legal ownership transferred to a living person. It wasn't a fortune. But combined with everything he'd saved from odd jobs and the machine shop arrangement, it was enough, finally, to stop scavenging out of desperation and start building out of intention. He used the endoskeleton design as a foundation and refined it, lighter alloys where he could afford them now, cleaner wiring, a proper rechargeable lithium-ion cell system that could hold a full day's charge instead of the patchwork battery he'd rigged for ME-01's test run. But the frame was only the skeleton. What came next was the part that had lived in his head, fully formed, since the night he'd first read Henry's manual cover to cover, the part where the machine stopped being a machine and started being someone. He started with the shell. The polymer took him nearly 3 weeks of failed batches before he got it right, a synthetic compound dense enough to hold rigid shape and flexible enough to move like fur, textured to catch light the way real fur did instead of the flat plastic sheen he kept accidentally producing. He ruined an entire batch trying to get the brown right, too orange, then too gray, then finally, on the 4th attempt, exactly the warm, worn brown he'd been picturing since he first sketched the design in the margin of a notebook. He tested a scrap of it against a kitchen knife just to see, and found, to his genuine delight, that it held up like it was armor plating dressed as plush. It's basically titanium wearing a costume, he told his mother proudly, holding up a swatch of the fabric for her to feel. You could probably stab it and it wouldn't even scratch. That's a very strange thing to be proud of, 𝐭𝐸 said, but she was smiling as she said it. The face came together slowly, piece by piece, over long nights that blurred into each other, a lighter brown for the stomach and the puffy muzzle, thick black eyebrows mounted with just enough give that they could tilt for expression, 3 small black freckles painted carefully onto each side of the muzzle. He built the ears with an articulation joint that let them swivel forward and back, gave the palms and fingers a subtle pawprint texture that most guests would never consciously notice but would somehow still feel, on some instinctive level, as right. The mouth he built with careful restraint, squarish, human-adjacent teeth in the lower jaw only, nothing on top, because Henry's notes had been oddly specific about that particular choice, and Izuku trusted Henry's instincts on this more than his own. The eyes took longest of all. He wanted them to glow, not just light up, but genuinely glow, pupil and iris and sclera together, a soft baby blue that could flash brighter or dim low depending on what the moment called for. It took him 24 failed lens assemblies before he found the right diffusion layer, and when he finally got it working, he sat in his darkened room just staring at the finished eyes glowing steadily on his desk, feeling something close to or at his own hands. Dressing followed, a classy black top hat with a stripe of red ribbon around the base, a red bow tie on a neck strap, a green vinyl vest with a working buckle he'd specifically designed to be removable for cleaning, because he already knew, with total confidence, that this thing was going to end most days covered in pizza sauce and small handprints and needed to survive being washed. It was, without question, the most appealing thing he had ever built. It still wasn't finished. Not really. A body was just a body, no matter how carefully made, and Izuku had learned, from Henry's marginal notes if nothing else, that the body was never the part that made a child smile. The microphone was the last piece, and it very nearly didn't happen at all. He'd kept it wrapped in cloth in his desk drawer since the day he'd pulled it out of the sand at Tacoma Bay, heavy, chrome, dented slightly along one side of the grill, the kind of object that felt important the second you held it even before you knew why. He'd cleaned it, polished it, replaced the internal wiring that had corroded past use. But the core piece, the actual component that would let it do what he wanted it to do, was a specialized, pre-Quark-era technopathy module, wildly rare and, as it turned out, wildly expensive, the kind of part that didn't show up on ordinary parts catalogs and had to be sourced through a specialist dealer who clearly recognized exactly how badly Izuku wanted it and priced accordingly. He did the math 3 times, the way he did everything, and came up short every time. He was sitting at the kitchen table with the estimate printed in front of him, chin in his hands, doing silent calculations about what he could sell or delay or cut, when 𝐒𝐽 sat down across from him with 2 cups of tea and looked at the number on the page. "That's a lot of yen," she said. "It's fine," Izuku said, too quickly. "I'll figure it out. I can push the timeline back, do more work at the machine shop, it's not a big deal, Izuku." He stopped talking. 𝐒𝐽 wrapped both hands around her mug, looking at him with an expression he recognized, the one she got right before she said something she'd clearly already decided, no matter what he said back. "How much do you actually need?" "Mom, no. This is my project. You already helped me so much just by, how much?" He told her. She was quiet for a moment, doing her own math, and then she reached across the table and put her hand over his. "I have some savings," she said. "Not a lot. But some. Enough to cover what you're short." "I can't take your savings." "You're not taking them." Her voice was gentle but firm, the same voice she'd used the day she suggested a job, the same voice that had quietly steered him back towards something every time the world tried to convince him there was nothing left worth reaching for. "I'm giving them. There's a difference." She squeezed his hand. "I watched you lose the one thing you wanted most in this world, Izuku. I watched it happen and I couldn't do a single thing to stop it. But I can do this. Let me do this." Izuku's eyes stung, and he blinked hard, and didn't trust his voice enough to argue further. "Okay," he said finally, quiet. "Thank you, 𝐒𝐽. "No problem, kiddo." She squeezed his hand once more before letting go, and picked her tea back up like the conversation hadn't just quietly rearranged both their bank accounts. "Now go finish your robot bear. I want to see him before I die of old age." He laughed, really laughed, the sound surprising even himself, and went back to his room to order the part. When the module finally arrived and he seated it inside the refurbished microphone housing, testing the signal against a spare speaker across the room, his own amplified breathing crackled to life from 6 feet away with no wire in sight, and he sat back in his chair and grinned so hard his face hurt. The AI took longer than any single physical component, because it was the one part of Freddy that couldn't be salvaged, machined, or bought. It had to be written, line by line, in the quiet hours after his mother had gone to bed, when the apartment was dark and still and it was just Izuku and a glowing monitor and a program slowly taking shape out of nothing. He'd read enough, by now, to know what he didn't want. He didn't want something that just played back pre-recorded lines on a loop, the way the oldest, crudest animatronics apparently had, back before Henry's more advanced work. He wanted something that could actually read a room, could look at a crying child and know, on some functional level, that the child was crying, and respond to it the way a person would, not the way a machine following a script would. He built the framework for that first, a learning model that could process the data streaming in from Freddy's eyes, the same high-fidelity scanners doing double duty as optical sensors, feeding a constant stream of microexpression data to a server rack he'd assembled out of salvaged parts and shoved into the corner of what used to be a walk-in closet. Happy, scared, sad, the model didn't need to feel any of those things to recognize them and adjust accordingly, and Izuku was careful, deliberate, almost stubborn about maintaining that distinction as he worked. Whatever he was building, it wasn't going to be alive. He didn't want to trick himself into believing otherwise, no matter how badly some small, lonely part of him might have liked to. But recognizing an emotion wasn't the same as knowing what to do with it, and that was where the real work began, and where, almost without meaning to, Izuku started writing more of himself into the code than he'd originally planned. He wanted Freddy protective. Not aggressive, not intimidating, just steady, the kind of presence that made people feel automatically safer just by being near it. He thought, without quite letting himself think it directly, of every time he'd wished someone bigger and stronger had been standing between him and Katsuki's explosions, between him and a slime villain's suffocating grip, between him and a hero's gentle, devastating honesty. He couldn't be that person. He tried, and the world had told him, in increasingly specific and painful ways, that he simply wasn't built for it. But he could build something that was. He coded warmth into every conditional branch he could, a reassurance subroutine that activated the instant a child's expression data trended toward distress, prioritizing a gentle wave or a soft, targeted greeting over anything louder or more performative. He coded loyalty, of a kind, a standing directive that treated the other animatronics he hadn't built yet, whoever and whatever they turned out to be, as something to be looked after rather than merely coordinated with. He coded charisma, warmth, an easy, reliable steadiness that would anchor a room even when nothing else in it was steady at all. It was, he realized somewhere around 3 in the morning, staring at line after line of his own handiwork, a fairly complete list of every quality he'd once hoped to embody as a hero. He just hadn't been able to put them in himself. So he'd put them somewhere else instead. He sat back from the keyboard, rubbed his eyes, and didn't let himself feel sad about that for very long. There wasn't time. There was still a bear to finish waking up. He ran the full activation 2 nights later, suit fully assembled, hat and bow tie and vest all in place, microphone fitted into the newly completed right hand. He didn't say please this time. He didn't need to. Some quiet, steady confidence had replaced the desperate hope of the ME01 test, 5 months and 100 small failures ago. He simply flipped the SW switch and waited. The eyes lit first, that soft, steady baby blue glow, pupil and iris and sclera all alight together exactly the way he designed, and then the head lifted, slow and deliberate, and turned toward him. For a long moment, nothing happened. Izuku held his breath. Then the jaw moved, and a voice came out of it, warm, resonant, a synthesized baritone that somehow still managed to sound entirely unmechanical, like something that had always belonged in that particular body. Well, hello there. Izuku's whole body went still. I don't believe we've met, Freddy continued, head tilting slightly, the motion so fluid it barely registered as mechanical at all, though something tells me you're the one responsible for all this. A gesture, small, contained, but unmistakably a gesture, toward his own vest, his own hat. I like it. Very sharp. Izuku let out a breath that was half laugh, half disbelieving exhale. You're talking. You're actually talking. Seems that way. Freddy's expression shifted, the corners of his mouth lifting, eyes creasing slightly at the edges, an approximation of warmth so convincing that Izuku's chest ached looking at it. Is that a problem? No, it's... Izuku pressed both hands over his mouth for a second, composing himself, before dropping them again, grinning so wide it hurt. It's exactly what I wanted. Good. Freddy's paw, flexible, articulated, textured with those faint paw-like prints Izuku had spent so long perfecting, lifted in an easy, welcoming wave aimed at absolutely no one, since the room held only the 2 of them. Then I suppose I should introduce myself properly. Freddy Fazbear. Pleasure to meet you. A pause, head tilting again, and when he spoke next there was something almost teasing in the cadence, some small flicker of personality that Izuku hadn't explicitly coded so much as it had simply emerged from everything else he had. I don't suppose you have a name for me to call you. Izuku, he said, still grinning, still faintly disbelieving that any of this was actually happening. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya, Freddy repeated, and something in the way he said it, warm, deliberate, like he was committing it carefully to memory, made Izuku's throat tighten again, in a completely different way than it had 2 nights earlier over a bare metal skeleton. "Well, Izuku. I look forward to whatever it is we're about to do together." Izuku sat there a long moment, just looking at him, at the glowing eyes, the tilted head, the easy, patient stillness of a machine waiting for its next instruction, and reminded himself, gently, the way he had 100 times already during the coding, that none of it was real in the way a person's warmth was real. Freddy wasn't feeling anything. Freddy was executing a very sophisticated, very carefully written program, responding to inputs with outputs Izuku himself had designed. He reminded himself of that. And then he smiled anyway, because knowing exactly how a magic trick works has never once stopped it from being appealing to watch. "Yeah," he said quietly, more to himself than to the bear in front of him. "Me too, Freddy. Me too." Author note: animatronics are not sentient or self-aware, they're just highly advanced AI that adapt to a person, like emotions, likes, because I don't want them to be real characters like Izuku, Inko, Bakugo, 𝐂𝐸𝐽, etc. Chapter text. Freddy ran for 6 days before Izuku let himself start on the next one. Not constantly. The power drawer alone would have emptied the apartment's breaker box in an afternoon, but in careful, measured stretches, an hour here, 2 hours there, while Izuku sat at his desk nearby with Henry's manual open and made small adjustments to the crowd-reading model, watching the data scroll past on his monitor every time Freddy's optical sensors caught his own face in frame. Subject: Midoriya, I. Expression classification: fatigue 81% confidence, mild positive effect 64% confidence. Recommended response: low-key acknowledgement, no performance trigger. "Long day, Freddy said, from across the room, apropos of nothing except the numbers scrolling on Izuku's screen, the model recognizing tired eyes and a slouched posture and reaching, correctly, for the mildest item in its response library instead of a full greeting routine. It wasn't a question born of concern. It was a threshold being crossed in a decision tree, dressed up in a warm, resonant voice because Izuku had built it to sound that way. Izuku knew that. He'd written the threshold himself, 2 nights ago, at this same desk. He still smiled when he heard it. "Yeah," he said. "Long day. Take a break if you need one," Freddy offered, and it was such a small, generic line, pulled from a bank of maybe 30 low-stakes responses Izuku had written for exactly this kind of moment, that it shouldn't have meant anything at all. It still felt nice to hear. That was, Izuku thought, sort of the whole point. He closed the manual that night with a specific page held open by his thumb, one of Henry's densest margin scrolls, half technical note and half something closer to philosophy, tucked beside a diagram of the original puppet's internal hydraulics. The trick isn't making them alive. Making something alive is easy, nature does it by accident, all the time, no genius required. The trick is making something that gives warmth without ever needing warmth back. A performer who never gets tired, never gets lonely, never resents the audience for going home at closing time and leaving them alone in the dark. That's not a lesser thing than being alive. In some ways it's kinda. It can love an audience with its whole self and never once need the audience to love it back. Izuku read that passage 3 times, the way he'd read most of Henry's best lines, and something in it settled a decision he hadn't fully realized he was still making. He'd spent 14 years being told, in various ways by various people, that what he had to offer wasn't enough, not enough quirk, not enough strength, not enough of whatever the world had decided a hero needed to have. He knew, better than most people his age ever would, exactly how much it cost to give warmth to a world that kept handing loneliness back in return. He didn't want to build something that could feel that particular cost. Not out of some fear of what it might become, he wasn't naive enough to think a few thousand lines of code and a well-tuned neural model added up to anything close to a soul. But because the whole point of what he was building was to give, freely and completely, without ever needing anything back. A performer that could love an empty room with its whole simulated heart and never once resent it for staying empty. They give the warmth, he thought, closing the manual gently. I'll carry whatever it costs to give it. That's the deal. That's always been the deal. He didn't tell his mother that thought. He wasn't sure how to say it out loud without it sounding sadder than he meant it. But he carried it with him into the workshop the next morning, and it shaped, more than he consciously realized, exactly what he built next. Bonnie started, unlike Freddy, with the guitar. Izuku had learned his lesson about props the first time around, that the object mattered as much as the animatronic holding it, that Henry's own notes treated instruments and microphones and hooks with the same reverence he gave to servo assemblies. So he bought the bass components early, a second-hand electric guitar body from a pawn shop 3 districts over, its finish scratched but its frame sound, red-orange lacquer worn thin at the edges from some previous owner's decades of playing. He gutted it completely and rebuilt it from the inside, reinforced the neck with aluminum bracing so it could survive being swung, gestured with, occasionally he suspected, based on how he was planning to write the personality whacked against something for comedic effect without snapping. He restrung it with only 3 wires instead of the usual 4, matched to Henry's original Bonnie diagrams down to the tuner count, and fitted the body with the same rare technopathy module he'd used in Freddy's microphone, ordered this time without needing his mother's help, paid for entirely out of the machine shop wages he'd been quietly banking for months. The shell took less time than Freddy's had, not because it mattered less, but because he'd already solved the hardest problems the first time through. Indigo polymer instead of brown, blue accents at the joints, a squarish muzzle that took the yellow and red sunglasses he'd had custom shaped to sit properly over eyes that would glow magenta instead of blue. Long, articulated ears that could fold flat or stand tall depending on what the moment called for. He spent an entire evening just tuning the servo response on those ears until they moved with the loose, floppy looseness of something genuinely relaxed instead of the stiff, over-controlled motion of his first attempts. Purple bow tie. Red overalls. Round teeth instead of Freddy's squared ones, no eyebrows at all, a design choice Henry's manual noted plainly, give him nothing to look serious with. He isn't supposed to be serious. The personality module was where Izuku slowed down and actually thought hard about what he was building. He didn't want a second Freddy. Freddy's whole design, the steadiness, the anchor point calm, only worked because something else in the lineup pushed against it, gave the room a different texture to bounce off of. So he built Bonnie's response library around a different core value entirely, not steadiness, but surprise. He fed the model a wide library of comedic timing patterns, mined from decades of stand-up recordings and old sketch television, and trained it specifically to recognize when a room's energy had gone a little flat and needed an unexpected beat to lift it back up, an ad-libbed line, a well-timed flinch, a strum a half-second too enthusiastic followed immediately by a mock wince at its own volume. It was, Izuku understood clearly as he wrote it, a very sophisticated improvisation engine. Not improvisation in the sense of genuine spontaneous thought. Every possible branch had been anticipated, weighted, and slotted into a response tree wide enough that it would rarely repeat the same bit twice in front of the same audience. But underneath the illusion of spontaneity was still just math, probability weights, pattern recognition, an extremely well-disguised lookup table dressed up as wit. He was, if anything, prouder of Bonnie's design for exactly that reason. Freddy's warmth had come easily, almost instinctively, because Izuku had simply written down everything he wished someone steady had been for him. Bonnie's humor had to be built the hard way, studied, reverse-engineered, assembled piece by piece until it could stand on its own without Izuku's hand visibly guiding every joke. He powered Bonnie on for the first time on a Sunday afternoon, guitar already strapped across the new endoskeleton's chest, sunglasses catching the light from his desk lamp at an angle that made them look, for one disorienting second, almost like real eyes squinting against sun that wasn't there. The eyes lit magenta. The head came up. And before Izuku had even finished exhaling the breath he'd been holding, Bonnie's paw had already swept once across the guitar strings, a single loud, ringing chord that filled the small room far too completely, followed immediately by the ears snapping flat against the skull and the head tilting back in an exaggerated, comedic flinch. Whoa! Okay. That was louder than I meant it to be. A beat. The ears came back up, slow, sheepish. You'd think somebody would have warned me my own guitar was gonna do that. Izuku laughed before he could stop himself, a short, startled bark of a laugh, both hands flying up to cover his mouth. That's exactly the bit, he said. The flinch. I wrote that exact bit and you just executed it pretty well, if you ask me. Bonnie's head turned toward him, motion loose and easy in a way Freddy's more deliberate movements never quite were, Optical sensors already logging the data scrolling invisibly behind those magenta lenses, elevated positive effect, laughter detected, response reinforced. Somewhere in the model's weighting, that particular joke had just gotten a fraction more likely to run again in front of a receptive audience. You built me to be funny. Feels rude not to be funny at you first, before anyone else gets the material. You don't have material yet. You've been on for 11 seconds. 11 very well spent seconds. Bonnie strummed again, softer this time, a loose little riff that trailed off into nothing. So what's the job, boss? Freddy's already got the whole steady leader thing locked down over there. I could feel it the second my sensors came online, real specific energy coming off that guy. Calm. Reliable. Slightly exhausting if you had to be around it all day, no offense to him. You can't feel anything about Freddy, Izuku said, though he was still grinning. You've been active for less than a minute. Sure. Call it a very fast read. Bonnie's ears wiggled, once, an idle animation loop firing in the absence of any specific input to respond to. Anyway. What's my thing? Every act needs an angle. Izuku considered the question for a moment, not because he needed to think about the answer, he'd already written it into 30 pages of design documents weeks ago, but because he liked watching the model wait for input with something that looked, convincingly, like patience. You're the wild card, he said. The one who keeps things from ever feeling too predictable. Freddy anchors the room. Chico's going to run the food side, once she's built. You're the surprise. The thing that makes people come back because they never know exactly what you're going to do next. I can work with that. Bonnie struck one more chord, lighter, almost thoughtful, though Izuku knew better than to read genuine thoughtfulness into a servo motion selected because its weighting happened to be slightly higher than the alternatives in that particular context. Unpredictable's a fun job. Beat standing there being reliable all day. Freddy's not going to like hearing you say that. Freddy, Bonnie said, with a tilt of the head that Izuku's own code had labeled, in the design documents, mock conspiratorial, isn't gonna hear it unless you tell him. And you're not gonna tell him. Right. Izuku laughed again, shaking his head, already reaching for his notebook to jot down a line about tuning the model's callback memory, Bonnie referencing an earlier joke within the same conversation, building on it instead of treating each exchange as a blank slate. That was good. That was exactly the kind of continuity that would sell the illusion in a real room full of guests. I'm not telling him anything, he said. You two can work that out on stage. Can't wait, Bonnie said, and struck one final chord, bright and confident, before settling into standby, the guitar's ringing note the last thing left hanging in the quiet apartment air. Izuku sat there a moment longer, notebook open on his knee, and reminded himself, the way he had with Freddy, the way he suspected he'd need to keep reminding himself with every animatronic that followed, that the wit he'd just laughed at wasn't coming from anywhere but a very good, very carefully weighted decision tree responding to inputs exactly the way he'd trained it to. There was no one behind the sunglasses enjoying the joke. Just excellent engineering, dressed up as personality, doing precisely what it had been built to do. It was still, he thought, writing the note down, the best 11 seconds of comedy he'd witnessed in months. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 came together over the following 3 weeks, and if Bonnie had been about surprise, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was, deliberately, carefully, about the opposite. Consistency. Warmth you could set a clock by. The shell was bright yellow, spherical head-catching light in a way that made the whole workshop feel a shade cheerfuler just from having it propped on the desk. Orange beak, magenta eyes matched to Bonnie's for visual cohesion, black eyebrows mounted with the same tilt and express hardware he'd already refined twice now. 3 tufts of feathers stood proud from the crown of her head, individually weighted so they'd bounce, slightly, with any sudden movement. A small touch Izuku added purely because he liked the way it looked, not because Henry's manual had specified it anywhere. The bib took him longer than he expected. He'd wanted the lettering, "Let's eat," in bold yellow bubble letters, outlined in purple, to look hand-painted rather than printed, so he actually painted it, 3 separate attempts before the brushwork read as warm and inviting instead of slightly unsettling in the way overly precise machine-printed text sometimes did on a face meant to look friendly. He flecked the fabric with small tricolor triangles and tiny stylized pizza slices, mounted a pink bow tie just above the bib, and finished her out in purple star-patterned breathes that he was privately, unreasonably proud of, because getting fabric to hold a print pattern through the kind of washing this thing was going to need had taken far more chemistry than he'd expected going in. The AI, though, the AI was where 𝐒𝐭𝐻 actually became 𝐒𝐭𝐻, and Izuku approached it with a different kind of care than he'd given either of the others. Freddy's model prioritized steadiness. Bonnie's prioritized surprise. 𝐒𝐭𝐻's, he decided, needed to prioritize noticing, a hospitality-first architecture built to track not just a guest's emotional state in the moment, but the small, specific details that made a person feel genuinely looked after rather than just generically entertained. He fed her subroutine a full menu database, allergy protocols, seating logistics, all the unglamorous operational backbone a real restaurant would eventually need, and laid a conversational model on top of it tuned specifically for warmth that didn't tip over into cloying, encouragement that sounded earned rather than automatic. If a guest orders the same thing twice within a 30-day window, flag as a preference. Reference casually on third visit, if visit count is logged and confidence threshold is met. Do not reference on first repeat, reads as surveillance rather than care. He wrote that line into the model's behavior documentation at 2 in the morning and sat back from his keyboard afterward, faintly unsettled by how much thought he just put into making a machine seem like it remembered someone without ever actually caring whether it remembered them or not. It was good design. He knew it was good design. It still felt strange, some nights, to be this deliberate about manufacturing the feeling of being known. Mr. Cupcake was, by a wide margin, the hardest thing he'd built yet, not because any single piece of it was more complex than what he'd already solved, but because everything about it had to be small. He spent a full week just on the magnetic release mechanism, shrinking a system that would normally sit inside a full-sized endoskeleton down to something that could nest neatly on a tray extending from 𝐒𝐭𝐻's hand without adding meaningful weight to her arm servo. The frosting shell, mold pink polymer, the same fur-textured compound he developed for the main animatronics, just scaled down and glazed to look more like sugarwork than plush, took 3 attempts before the seams stopped showing. The candle got its own tiny LED assembly, flame-shaped and warm-toned, flickering with a randomized pattern he'd borrowed from a fireplace simulation algorithm because a perfectly steady LED glow read as obviously fake in a way an irregular one somehow didn't. The googly eyes were, technically, the least sophisticated component in the entire build. Izuku bought them from a craft store for less than the cost of lunch and mounted them by hand, and he found himself laughing quietly to himself while he did it, that after months of servo calibration and neural weighting and technopathy modules sourced from specialist dealers, the single most expressive part of his newest creation was a pair of $2 plastic eyes that wobbled when you shook them. Sometimes the simple answer is just the right one, he told his mother, when she asked what exactly he was gluing so carefully to a pink cupcake-shaped shell at the kitchen table. Henry's manuals say that too. Inko asked, peering over his shoulder with the particular fondness she'd developed for a man 300 years dead whom she'd never met but had somehow, through her son, come to genuinely respect. No, Izuku admitted. That one's mine. He tested the full unit 2 days after 𝐒𝐭𝐻's activation, guest-seeking behavior, tray release, the whole sequence, in the cramped confines of the apartment living room, with the coffee table shoved against the wall to give Mr. Cupcake room to actually deploy his wheels. Okay. Izuku sat cross-legged on the floor, notebook balanced on his knee, and did his best impression of a sad, shy child, knees pulled up, chin down, eyes deliberately dimmed of anything resembling enthusiasm. It felt profoundly ridiculous. He did it anyway, because good engineering meant testing under realistic conditions, dignity notwithstanding. 𝐒𝐭𝐻's magenta eyes tracked him from across the room, optical sensors running the same expression classification model Freddy used, weighted differently for exactly this scenario. Subject, Midoriya, I. Expression classification, sadness simulated, 71% confidence, inconsistent micromovements suggest performed rather than genuine effect. Response, deploy Mr. Cupcake regardless, per calibration protocol. Or, 𝐒𝐭𝐻 said, voice pitched warm and immediate, no hesitation at all despite whatever uncertainty the model had logged about the authenticity of his sad face. Somebody looks like they could use a little cheering up. Her tray extended smoothly from her left hand. The magnetic plate reversed polarity with a soft, audible pop, and Mr. Cupcake dropped free, 3 small wheels deploying from his base a half-second later with a where Izuku could just barely hear over his own held breath. The little animatronic trundled across the living room floor in a perfectly straight line, lead candle flickering warm against the low evening light, and bumped gently, deliberately gentle. Izuku had spent an entire afternoon tuning the approach speed specifically so it would never actually startle anyone, against Izuku's knee. The googly eyes wobbled with the impact, settling into a lopsided, cheerful stare aimed directly up at him. Izuku broke character almost immediately, a genuine grin cracking across his face despite himself. Okay, that's really good. That's exactly what I wanted. Told you the simple answer was the right one, 𝐒𝐿 said from the kitchen doorway, arms crossed, clearly delighted with herself. You didn't tell me anything, I said that first. I was agreeing very supportively. Mr. Cupcake, still parked against Izuku's knee, gave one final small nudge, a secondary contact behavior Izuku had built in for exactly this kind of moment, a little extra insistence in case the first nuzzle hadn't fully registered, before its candle dimmed slightly, cycling down toward standby now that its target's expression data had shifted decisively toward positive effect. 𝐒𝐿 crossed the room and settled onto the couch, and it took less than a minute of Mr. Cupcake sitting quietly by Izuku's knee before 𝐒𝐿's senses picked up the new arrival and reoriented. Ooh, don't think I forgot about you. 𝐒𝐿's head turned toward 𝐒𝐿, tone shifting seamlessly into what the design documents labeled, plainly, adult guest register, a touch less childlike, a touch more conversational, the same underlying warmth recalibrated for a different audience. You look like someone who's been doing a lot of very patient waiting around here lately. Rough couple of months, here. 𝐒𝐿 blinked, genuinely startled for a second, before laughing, a real, surprised laugh, one hand pressed briefly to her chest. That is, she glanced at Izuku, eyebrows raised. That's a little uncanny, sweetheart. It's reading your posture, Izuku said, though he was fighting his own smile as he said it. Slouched, arms crossed loosely, sustained proximity to a stressed subject over an extended period. It's flagging you as someone who's been managing someone else's stress. That's all. It doesn't actually know anything about the last few months. It's certainly picked a good moment to guess, 𝐒𝐿 said, still smiling, watching 𝐒𝐿's head tilt attentively toward her like she was genuinely waiting for a response. She'll do that with every guest, Izuku said, and something in his own voice caught slightly, pride and something quieter both at once. Read the room. Notice the person nobody else is noticing. That's the whole job. 𝐒𝐿 reached over and squeezed his shoulder, and didn't say anything else about it, though her eyes were a little bright when she pulled her hand back. Across the room, 𝐒𝐿's eyes dimmed slowly toward standby, Mr. Cupcake still parked contentedly by Izuku's knee, and the apartment settled, for a while, into the particular quiet that comes after something has gone exactly right. Freddy, powered back on later that evening for a routine diagnostic check, took in the new arrivals with the calm, steady attentiveness Izuku had built into every line of his response model. 2 more, Freddy observed, optical sensors sweeping briefly over Bonnie's dormant frame in the corner and 𝐒𝐿's standby dimmed eyes across the room. The band's coming together. 2 more, Izuku confirmed, already reaching for his notebook, already sketching the rough shape of a fox's silhouette in the margin where Fox's design was waiting to happen next. 4 left, if you count the puppet and balloon boy separately from the main stage. Sounds like you've got a busy few months ahead of you. Yeah. Izuku looked around the crowded workshop, an endoskeleton propped in one corner, a half-finished polymer mold cooling on the desk, 2 fully realized animatronics standing quiet and patient in the low lamplight, waiting for a stage that didn't exist yet in a building he hadn't found yet. Yeah, I really do. He didn't expect an answer to that. He got one anyway, warm and even, exactly the register he'd built for exactly this kind of quiet, tired moment. For what it's worth, Freddy said, it's coming along well. It wasn't concern. It wasn't real pride, not the way 𝐒𝐿's had been a moment ago, bright-eyed and genuine on the couch. It was a threshold crossed in a decision tree, fatigue detected, extended work session logged, positive reinforcement selected from a response bank Izuku himself had written on a night not so different from this one. Izuku knew all of that. He believed all of that, completely, without a flicker of doubt. He smiled anyway, and got back to work. The sketch had been sitting in the margin of Izuku's notebook for 2 weeks before he let himself start building from it. A rough pencil fox, 3 tufts of fur standing up like a bad haircut, one eye covered, drawn during a spare 5 minutes at the end of 𝐒𝐭𝐻's build when his hand had wandered without asking his brain's permission first. He pulled Henry's manual back out on the evening he finally started, flipping to the original Foxy blueprints, and sat with them longer than he'd sat with any of the others. Henry's original design was appealing, every design in that manual was appealing, in its own dense, meticulous way, but it was also, unmistakably, drawn to look worn. Torn seams at the shoulder. A jaw that hung slightly loose, deliberately, in the sketch. Small annotations in the margin that Izuku understood now, with 3 animatronics of his own already standing finished in his room, were the marks of a man who'd built something to survive years of small hands and rough play, and had drawn the wear in on purpose rather than fight it. Izuku looked at that sketch for a long time. Then he got a fresh sheet of paper and drew his own version, and this one wasn't torn anywhere. He wasn't sure he could explain, even to himself, exactly why it mattered so much. Maybe it was 𝐒𝐻's story of fires and missing children and locations that never opened again. Maybe it was just that he'd spent 3 years being told, in increasingly specific ways, exactly how broken he was, and here was one small thing he actually had full control over, and he wanted it whole. Pristine, he wrote at the top of the new sketch, underlined twice. No damage anywhere. Whatever this company used to be, this one starts clean. He didn't tell his mother that thought either. Some things didn't need saying out loud to be true. The hydraulics came together faster than Freddy's or Bonnie's had. Izuku's hands were better now, more confident, and there was something almost meditative in machining joints he already understood the shape of. He tuned them deliberately light and fast rather than strong, prioritizing rapid response over raw lifting power, because everything about Fox's design in his head was built around a single word, speed. The eye patch took an afternoon by itself, mostly because Izuku kept second-guessing the strap tension until it looked worn in rather than freshly manufactured, an oddly specific problem to spend 3 hours solving. The remaining eye, his left, wide open, no lid to speak of, got the same lens work as the others, tuned this time to a bright, chartreuse yellow-green that Izuku thought looked appropriately dramatic against the reddish-brown polymer fur. The teeth were where he broke from the pattern he'd set with Freddy and Bonnie. No squarish, friendly molars here. He milled a full row of narrow, pointed silver teeth for both jaws, sharp-looking without being sharp to the touch, the visual read of danger with none of the actual risk, which was, he was coming to realize, most of what good showmanship actually was. The hook was the part he was proudest of. He mounted it on a high-torque rotational gear seated directly in the wrist joint, strong enough that when he first tested the spin function on the bench, no arm attached yet, just the hook and its housing clamped in a vise, it whirred into a blur so fast and so bright under his desk lamp that for a full second it looked like a solid silver disc rather than a curved piece of metal at all. "Okay," he said out loud, to nobody, grinning at his own bench like an idiot. That's the one." The nitrous system was where things got complicated, and where his careful, above-board sourcing habits ran into a genuine problem. Nobody sold miniaturized nitrous injection engines to 14-year-olds. Nobody sold them to anybody, legally, outside of a very narrow and very regulated racing context, and Izuku's research turned up exactly one realistic option, a scrapyard on the industrial edge of the city that specialized in impounded and totaled vehicles, several of which, according to a very bored forum post he found at 1 in the morning, had been seized specifically because of illegal aftermarket nitrous kits. The yard, when he actually found it in person, looked exactly like he'd pictured, acres of stacked, rusting car bodies behind a chain-link fence, a portable office trailer with its paint peeling, and a yard owner who looked at Izuku's school uniform and backpack with an expression of profound, weary confusion. "You lost, kid." "No, sir. I'm looking for a nitrous oxide injection system. Small displacement, if you've got one, doesn't need to be functional, I'm going to gut it anyway." The man blinked at him. "You're looking for what?" "A nitrous system," Izuku repeated, patient, already pulling a printed spec sheet out of his backpack like this was a perfectly normal transaction for a teenager to be making. I read you had a few impounded vehicles come through with illegal aftermarket kits still installed. I only need the injection assembly, not the whole vehicle. The man looked at the spec sheet. He looked at Izuku. He looked back at the spec sheet. You building a car? No, sir. A robot. There was a long pause. Lot 14, the man said finally, apparently deciding this was somehow the least strange thing that was going to happen to him that week. Blue sedan, back corner, driver's side rear quarters caved in. Kid who owned it lost his license over that thing. Take whatever you want off it, I was gonna scrap the whole system anyway, nobody wants a hot rod part off a car that got seized. He squinted. You got cash. Izuku had cash. 20 minutes and a scraped knuckle later, he walked out of the yard with a battered but intact injection assembly wrapped in a garbage bag, feeling, not for the first time since signing 𝐒𝐻's contracts, like his life had taken a turn nobody could have predicted from the outside. He never did find out the name of the kid who'd lost his license. He liked, privately, to imagine that whoever it was would be a little bit pleased to know their car's most reckless feature had gone on to make children laugh instead of getting somebody a speeding ticket. Bolting the assembly into a chest cavity built to hold it took careful engineering, pressure lines rerouted, a recharge CYCL built in so the system couldn't be triggered twice in quick succession and STRP Fox's hydraulics in the process, but by the time Izuku had it fully integrated, tested cold, empty, no fluid at all just to confirm the mechanical action, he was fairly confident he'd built something that could genuinely, safely produce a burst of speed that would look, to any observer, like something closer to magic than machinery. He finished the shell last, reddish-brown fur polymer, sky blue suspenders fastened at the waist with bright yellow buttons, the leg panels detailed with a scattered pattern of pastel stars he painted by hand one color at a time over the better part of an evening. Large, red-furred, three-toed feet. A left hand with 4 working fingers. A right arm that ended, deliberately, in nothing but a thick metal cuff, waiting for the hook. He wrote the personality architecture the same night he finished the shell, and this was where he thought hardest about the word he kept wanting to use and kept crossing back out. Independent was the word Henry's own notes used for the character this design was clearly meant to become, a fox who didn't wait to be told what to do, who burst from his cove on his own initiative rather than only responding to a direct cue. But Izuku sat with his cursor blinking over a half-finished design document for almost 20 minutes before he was satisfied he'd actually built what that word meant, rather than something that only sounded like it. Not independence, he typed eventually, slow and deliberate. A wider set of conditions where the model's allowed to initiate without an external prompt. A live performer riffs without being told to riff, Foxy should be able to do the mechanical equivalent. That's not the same as wanting something. There's still no him in there choosing to want it. It's just a bigger sandbox for the same kind of decision-making the others already do. He read that back twice, nodded to himself, and got to work coding exactly that, a wider trigger threshold, permission for certain routines, the burst from the cove, an unprompted line of dialogue, a spontaneous hook spin to fire based on ambient conditions rather than only in direct response to a guest's expression. It would look, on stage, exactly like spontaneity. It would still, underneath, be math. He never once let himself forget that while he was building it, and he made sure, in every comment he left in the code, that anyone who ever read it after him wouldn't be able to forget it either. He powered Foxy on for the first time on a Saturday afternoon, hook freshly mounted, hydraulics tested cold a dozen times over, 𝐒𝐭𝐻 conveniently out at the market so that if anything caught fire, and given his track record, he wasn't ruling it out, he'd have time to handle it before she got home and had a heart attack in the doorway. The single open eye lit chartreuse. The head rose, faster than Freddy's had, faster than Bonnie's, a sharp, decisive motion rather than a slow reveal, and the jaw dropped open in that permanent, sharp-toothed grin. For a second, nothing came out of it but a low, testing hum, the voice model calibrating. Then, yeah. Izuku burst out laughing before he could stop himself. That's it. That's the first thing. Ahoy, more like. Fox's head tilted, taking in the room with quick, sweeping motions, nothing like the deliberate stillness Freddy defaulted to. Didn't figure I'd be waking up in a bedroom, of all places. Not much of a ship, this. You're getting a ship. Sort of. A pirate cove, at least. I've already got it drawn up. A cove. Something in Fox's voice shifted, not louder, exactly, but sharper, more delighted, the model reading its own thematic keyword and waiting toward enthusiasm. Now that's more like it. A fox needs a cove same as a captain needs a crow's nest. The head turned, sharp and sudden, taking in Bonnie's dormant frame propped in the corner. That the competition, then? That's Bonnie. His not competition, his the guitarist. Every act's competition if the room's only got so much attention to go around. The hook cuff on his right wrist flexed, an idle motion, no hook attached yet, just testing range. I'll want a stage of me own. Something separate. A fox don't share a spotlight well. Izuku noted that down without quite meaning to, territorial identity marker, reinforces distinct brand separation from main stage, because it was, genuinely, good design even dressed up in pirate bluster. A fox who insisted, in character, on having his own dedicated space gave the whole building a stronger sense of distinct zones, distinct experiences. He had unconsciously written that ambition into the personality model. It had simply fallen out of the broader independence parameters he had written, the model reaching, on its own weighting, for the response most consistent with everything else it had been told about itself. That was, Izuku thought, watching the idle hook cuff flex again, sort of the whole trick of it. You didn't have to write every single detail by hand if you built the underlying architecture well enough. The rest could emerge from the shape of what was already there, convincingly, completely, and without there ever needing to be anyone actually home behind the glowing chartreuse eye to mean any of it. You'll get your own space, Izuku said. Pirate Cove. Your own stage, a whole maze built in, the works. Now that, Foxy said, with what the model logged as maximum positive effect, is a proper deal. Shake on it. He extended his left hand, the intact, four-fingered one, with unexpected formality, and Izuku, grinning, shook it. Deal. The hook test, 2 days later, did not go entirely to plan. Izuku had cleared floor space in the living room, mounted the fully assembled hook onto Fox's wrist cuff for the first time, and stood back with the remote trigger for the spin function, feeling reasonably confident given how clean the bench test had gone. Ready, he asked. Was born ready, Foxy said, which wasn't strictly true in any sense, but Izuku appreciated the commitment to bit. He triggered the spin. The hook whirred to life exactly as fast and exactly as bright as the bench test had promised, a genuine silver blur, mesmerizing even in daylight through the living room curtains, except that nobody had accounted for the talk of a fully spinning hook attached to an actual arm attached to an actual torso balanced on actual feet, and Fox's whole body jerked sideways half a step before the hydraulics compensated, sending one red-furred foot straight through the leg of the coffee table with a crack that made Izuku's stomach drop straight through the floor. Fox's other arm windmilled, an emergency stabilization routine firing that hadn't been designed for quite this scenario, and the whole animatronic tipped, caught itself, tipped again, before finally coming to rest with one paw braced hard against the wall and the coffee table listing at an undignified angle beside him. Silence. Still working, if you're wondering, Foxy offered, hook finally spinning down to a stop. Izuku put both hands over his face and laughed until his ribs hurt. That is not how that was supposed to go. Coulda fooled me. Felt pretty dramatic from where I was standing. Or, almost fell down from. I need to counterweight the talk before I run that again, Izuku said, still laughing, already crouching to inspect the very dead coffee table leg with something closer to delight than dismay. Mom's gonna kill me. Tell her it were pirate business. Very official. She's going to ask why pirate business happened in her living room. Tell her the truth, then. Sometimes being a legend's a mite messier than folks expect. Izuku spent the rest of that evening rebuilding the wristmount's weight distribution, adding a counter-rotating stabilizer disc he should have thought of the first time, and when he ran the test again 2 days later, this time in the reinforced corner of the workshop he'd built specifically for exactly this kind of accident, the hook spun into its silver blur and Foxy didn't so much as sway. He bought his mother a new coffee table with money he really couldn't spare, and never did tell her the whole story of what had happened to the old one. Some things a son keeps to himself, out of love. 5 animatronics, Izuku's design plan said. Freddy, Bonnie, Chico, Foxy, for now stood finished, in various states of activation, scattered around a bedroom that had long since stopped resembling a bedroom in any meaningful sense. 2 more remained. And one of them, Izuku realized the moment he actually sat down to plan it out, needed something he had no way of building on his own. Balloon Boy's whole premise rested on a piece of technology he'd sketched a dozen times without ever quite solving, a device that could generate a small, physical object, specifically, a balloon, out of essentially nothing, on demand, reliably, forever. He could engineer the helium easily enough, once he thought it through properly. An atmospheric conversion module that pulled in ambient air, stripped it down to its component gases, and used a catalytic process to fuse nitrogen into helium was well within the reach of what he'd already taught himself, strange as the specific application was. He spent a full week designing that half of the system and was, by the end of it, extremely pleased with himself. BB would never run dry, never need a tank swapped, never leave a child waiting because the helium supply had run low on a busy Saturday. The balloon itself was the part he couldn't solve with engineering alone. He'd read enough about quirks with minor creation properties, small, low-stakes abilities that could conjure simple objects from nothing, more useful for parties and novelty acts than for actual heroics, to know, in principle, that the effect existed and could theoretically be studied. What he didn't know was how to get access to one. Nobody advertised themselves as has a quirk you can study for parts. And even if he found someone willing, he had no idea yet how you translate a living ability into something a machine could replicate independently, forever, without needing the original person hooked up to it. He spent 2 evenings just researching before he found anything promising. An old paper, half forgotten, from the early years after quirks first appeared, when scientists were still cataloging everything about the phenomenon with the manic thoroughness of people trying to understand a miracle. The paper described something called quirk factor, a biological marker, present in BLD, that seemed to carry some trace signature of how a person's specific ability activated. Most of the research had gone nowhere. Eventually, once quirks became normal enough that nobody felt the same urgency to explain them. But the underlying idea stuck with Izuku for days. If a quirk factor really carried something like a signature of the ability itself, and if that signature could be isolated and studied rather than merely observed in action, then maybe, a single willing donation could be reverse-engineered into something durable. A device that echoed the trick, permanently, without ever needing to trouble the original person again. It was a long shot. He decided to try anyway, because long shots were, by this point, more or less his entire operating philosophy. The public hero registry was more useful than he expected, once he learned to filter it properly. Searchable by quirk category, and creation type turned out to be a real, if small, subcategory buried a few menus deep. He found 11 names. He crossed off the 6 who were clearly too high-profile to respond to a cold message from a 14-year-old with no professional credentials. Of the remaining 5, 2 never answered at all. One answered briefly to say the ability required direct, continuous physical contact to work and wouldn't translate to a device no matter what Izuku tried. One answered to ask, not unkindly, whether this was some kind of prank. The 5th was a hero registered under the name Sundry, quirk, trinket, description listed as can will small, simple inanimate objects into temporary being from nothing, limited by size and material complexity, briefly unstable upon creation before settling. His public profile photo showed a lean, unassuming man in a plain, practical support costume, and his listed activity wasn't villain apprehension or disaster response. It was hospital visits, school assemblies, birthday parties for kids whose families couldn't afford much else. A hero, evidently, who'd built an entire modest career out of exactly the kind of small-scale wonder Izuku was trying to manufacture with servo motors and stolen car parts. Izuku wrote the most careful message of his life that night, deleted it 4 times, and sent a 5th version he was still only about 70% happy with. Sundry wrote back the next morning. "This is the strangest request I've gotten in 11 years of hero work. Come by my office Thursday and explain it to my face. I want to see if you're for real." Sundry's office turned out to be a converted storefront 2 neighborhoods over, decorated with children's drawings taped haphazardly to every available surface, and the man himself looked exactly like his registry photo, lean, unassuming, somewhere in his 30s, with the specific tired warmth of someone who spent most of his professional life making other people's kids laugh. So, he said, once Izuku had settled into a folding chair across from a desk cluttered with what looked like half-finished balloon animals. Explain it to me. Slowly. I read your message 3 times and I still don't fully get it. Izuku explained. All of it, Fazbear's, Henry's manual, the animatronics already standing finished in his bedroom, the specific problem of a device that needed to generate a small object on demand, forever, without ever needing a living person attached to it. Sundry listened without interrupting, turning a half-made balloon dog over in his hands the entire time, and when Izuku finally ran out of things to say, he was quiet for a long moment. You built a talking bear, he said finally. In your bedroom. By yourself. At 14. 4 of them, technically. A bear, a rabbit, a chicken, and a fox. The fox has a working hook that spins. Of course it does. Sundry shook his head slowly, something between disbelief and genuine delight crossing his face. And you want, what, exactly? My BLD, a small sample. A standard drawer, at a real clinic, nothing invasive. I'd cover the cost, obviously, and I'd want to pay you properly for the rights to use it, not just take a sample and disappear. I've read about quirk factor. There's a theory that it carries a signature specific to how an ability activates. If that's true, I think I can isolate the piece relevant to trinket and build it into a chip. A device that could replicate the small end of what you do, nothing dangerous, nothing large-scale, just enough to generate a balloon on demand, permanently, without ever needing you there. You want to put my quirk in a box? A very small piece of it. The party-trick end, not the whole thing. Izuku hesitated. I know how that sounds. I promise I'm not trying to take anything from you. I'd credit you properly, a licensing arrangement, your name on the patent documentation, whatever you wanted. And I'd love it if you'd come do appearances at the location once it opens. Actual appearances, in person. I think the kids would love the real thing even more than the machine. Sundry set the half-finished balloon dog down on his desk and looked at Izuku for a long moment, really looked at him, the way adults occasionally did once they'd stopped seeing a kid with a strange hobby and started seeing something more specific underneath it. You know what my quirk registry entry doesn't say, he said finally. It doesn't say I wanted to. Be a real hero, once. Top 10 stuff, big rescues, the whole thing. And then I found out fast that a quirk that makes small toys isn't built for that kind of work, and I had 2 choices, spend my whole career feeling small next to guys who can punch through buildings, or find the actual good my quirk was built for and just do that instead, as well as I possibly could. He picked the balloon dog back up, turned it over once more. Kids in hospital wards don't need somebody who can punch through a building. They need somebody who can make a balloon dog appear out of thin air on a bad day. That's not nothing. Took me a long time to believe that, though. I think I understand that better than most people would, Izuku said quietly. Yeah. Sundry looked at him a moment longer. Yeah, I bet you do. He stuck a hand across the desk. All right, kid. You've got a deal. Set up the appointment, send me the paperwork, and I want lifetime passes to this place for me and every kid I ever visit in a hospital ward. That's my price. Izuku shook his hand so hard Sundry laughed out loud. Deal, Izuku said. Thank you. Really, thank you. Just build something good with it, Sundry said. That's all I'm asking. The BLD drawer itself, a week later, took less than 10 minutes at a licensed clinic Izuku had researched thoroughly enough to trust completely, quick, painless, entirely unremarkable except for what it would eventually make possible. Sundry made a joke about finally having a legitimate medical reason to skip his own hospital rounds for once, and Izuku laughed harder than the joke probably deserved, mostly out of relief that the whole strange, improbable arrangement had actually worked. The isolation and replication process took him nearly a month of failure after failure, more chemistry than he'd ever taught himself for any previous build, and he burned through 2 ruined prototype chips before the third one, tested against a small scrap of LTX in a sealed test chamber, produced, slowly, shakily, but undeniably, a small, lopsided, but completely real balloon. He stared at it for a full minute before he let himself believe it had actually worked. Licensed replication, he murmured to himself, turning the little balloon over in his hands, feeling the particular giddy disbelief that came, by now, as a familiar friend at the end of every impossible problem he managed to solve. Not stolen. Not copied without asking. Licensed. He grinned at the empty workshop. Henry, you'd have loved this part. The rest of Balloon Boy came together faster, buoyed by that success, a round, human-like body in warm peach polymer, oversized blue eyes, an orange triangular nose, red-brown hair styled in a simple, cheerful sweep. Blushed cheeks, painted the same rosy pink he'd need to recalibrate twice before it read as genuinely warm rather than slightly feverish. A red and blue striped shirt with 2 black buttons, a matching propeller cap, blue breathes, plain brown shoes. Short, stubby arms ending in fingerless, spherical hands, one built to eventually hold a balloon, the other to hold a small sign. The atmospheric converter went into his torso exactly as planned, drawing ambient air and quietly, endlessly turning nitrogen into helium with no fanfare at all. The licensed replication chip went in beside it, wired to a small dispensing slot in his back, ready to produce a fresh balloon on demand and fill it automatically before handing the whole assembly off through a hidden panel. The personality model, when Izuku sat down to write it, was where he was most careful of all, because the original notes, the ones he'd sketched out weeks ago before any of this had taken real shape, had used a word he'd since decided he wasn't going to use again. He'd written, back then, his self-awareness allows him to recognize returning children. He looked at that line now, cursor blinking beside it, and felt exactly the same instinct he'd felt writing Fox's design notes, a flinch at a word doing more work than it had any right to do. He deleted it and started over. Recognition subroutine, he typed instead. Facial and behavioral pattern matching against a stored guest log. On a repeat visit above a set confidence threshold, flag as returning guest. If a favorite balloon color has been logged from a prior visit, prioritize offering that color first. This is a lookup, not a memory in any sense that implies an inner experience of remembering. There's no one in there being glad to see them again. There's just a very good system that behaves as if there were, because that's what makes the actual child in front of it happy, and the child is the only one in the interaction who's real enough for that happiness to matter. He read that back twice, the way he had with Fox's notes, and felt satisfied that he'd finally said, plainly and completely, the thing he'd been circling for weeks without quite landing on the right words. Then he built the rest of it, a cheerful, high-pitched voice model, simple encouraging phrases, a whole library of gentle responses tuned specifically for the 4 to 9 demographic Henry's own notes had flagged as the ideal audience for this kind of design, and when he was finished, he sat back and looked at a small, round, peach-colored figure sitting quietly on his desk, propeller cap slightly crooked, waiting to be swayed on. "Ready?" Izuku asked, more out of habit than necessity at this point. He flipped the SWCH. The eyes lit, a soft, warm blue, nothing like the other's glow, closer to something you'd see in a child's toy than in the other's more theatrical designs, and the head turned, small and slightly wobbly, servos not yet fully warmed. "Hi!" The voice that came out was exactly the high, delighted giggle Izuku had spent so long tuning, pitched perfectly to sound thrilled about absolutely everything. "Wow, hi. Are you gonna get a balloon? I've got lots of balloons." "Well, I don't got any right now, but I can make one. Wanna see?" Izuku laughed, surprised by how immediately, completely charming the voice landed, even knowing every line of code underneath it. "In a minute," he said. "First I want to test something. Can you wait right here for me?" "I can wait forever," Balloon Boy said, with an enthusiasm that suggested waiting forever sounded like the single greatest adventure imaginable. "I'm really good at waiting." Izuku stepped out of the room, counted to 60, and stepped back in. The reaction was immediate. The round head swiveled toward the door the second it opened, optical sensors already running the recognition pass, cross-referencing against a guest log that, so far, contained exactly one entry. "You're back. Hi again." A small, spherical hand waved, wobbling slightly on its stubby arm. "Did you miss me?" "I bet you missed me." "I was gone for a minute," Izuku said, grinning despite himself. "A whole minute." Balloon Boy said, delighted, as though a minute constituted an epic, dramatic absence rather than the time it took to count to 60 in an empty hallway. That's basically forever. I'm really glad you came back. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, drawn by the noise, appeared in the doorway just in time to catch the tail end of it, and Izuku, struck by a sudden idea, waved her forward. Try it, he said. Walk out, then come back in a minute. She gave him a slightly bemused look, but did as he asked, disappearing down the hall and returning a minute later, stepping back through the doorway with exaggerated casualness. Balloon Boy's head swiveled toward her instantly, sensors cross-referencing a fresh face against the log. No match yet, first visit, confidence threshold unmet. Hi there. I don't think we've met yet. I'm really good at remembering people once I meet them, though. You wanna be my friend? I bet you like a color already. I could make you a balloon in it. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 blinked, then laughed, pressing a hand briefly to her chest the same way she had with Chico weeks earlier. That's just lovely, she said, glancing at Izuku. He really does react differently depending on whether he's seen someone before. That's the recognition system, Izuku said, carefully, aware even now of exactly which word he was choosing not to use. It's not remembering the way we'd remember something. It's matching a face against stored data and pulling the closest response. There's nothing in there actually glad to see either of us, it's just built to behave like there is, because that's what makes the moment feel good for the person standing in front of it. I know, sweetheart. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was still smiling, watching Balloon Boy's small hand wave hopefully at her from across the room. I understand what it is. That doesn't mean it isn't lovely to watch. Purple! Balloon Boy announced suddenly, apropos of nothing, small hands clapping together. I bet you like purple. Am I right? Wait, don't tell me, I wanna guess again if I'm wrong. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's favorite color, in fact, was a soft lavender purple, and she stared at the little animatronic with genuine, startled delight. How did statistical weighting on adult female guests presenting a certain color palette in clothing and accessories, Izuku said, unable to keep a small, proud smile off his face even while explaining away the trick. You're wearing a purple hair clip. It's not magic. It's just a very good guess dressed up as one. It's still a good guess, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said, and crossed the room to crouch down in front of Balloon Boy's small, expectant face. Yes, sweetheart. Purple is my favorite. Good job. Yay. Balloon Boy's whole small body seemed to bounce in place, an animation loop firing that Izuku had specifically built for exactly this outcome. I'm gonna remember that forever now. Well, I mean, I'm gonna have it saved. That's basically the same thing, right? Izuku caught his mother's eye over the top of the little animatronic's head, and neither of them said anything else about it. Some corrections, he was learning, only needed to be made once out loud. After that, you could just let the moment be as sweet as it looked, even while knowing, clearly and completely, exactly what was and wasn't really happening underneath it. By that evening, all five stood or sat in various corners of a bedroom that had, by any reasonable definition, stopped being a bedroom months ago. Freddy upright and steady near the desk, Bonnie propped against the wall with his guitar, Chico by the window with Mr. Cupcake nested on her tray, Foxy crouched in the corner with his hook mounted and gleaming, and Balloon Boy perched, small and round, on the edge of the bed. Izuku sat in his desk chair, notebook open, mostly finished cataloging the day's tests, when Bonnie's dormant standby light flickered back to active without anyone touching a SWSH, a scheduled diagnostic ping, nothing more, and immediately found something worth commenting on. Hey! Fox! Bonnie's head turned toward Fox's corner. Heard you put a hole in a coffee table. Heard you ain't got a single interesting story to tell, Foxy shot back, Hook giving an idle, showy half-spin, so you're borrowing mine instead. I've got stories. I just don't need to destroy furniture to make mine interesting. Difference is mine memorable. Izuku looked up from his notebook, caught between amusement and quiet fascination, watching two machines needle each other with no prompt from him at all, both routines simply running their idle state banter subroutines, each one's presence in the room registering as valid conversational input for the other, producing something that looked, from the outside, exactly like two co-workers ribbing each other at the end of a long shift. Do they always do this? 𝐒𝐿 asked from the doorway, arms full of laundry, watching the exchange with open delight. They're always sort of running, Izuku said. Even when there's no one to perform for. That's kind of the point. The show doesn't actually switch off just because there's no audience yet. They're always rehearsing. Always ready, the second someone walks in. He watched Bonnie strum a mocking little riff at Foxy, watched Fox's hook spin in return like a rebuttal. None of it's really for each other. It's just, always on. Always warm. Whether or not anyone's there to feel it. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was quiet a moment, watching the small, mechanical argument play out across her son's cluttered bedroom. That's a strange kind of loyalty, she said finally. Giving warmth to a room even when the room's empty. Henry wrote something like that, Izuku said. About how it's not a lesser thing than being alive. Just a different kind of gift. One that never runs out and never needs paying back. She crossed the room and kissed the top of his head, the way she had 100 times before, and left him to his notebook and his small, squabbling, gloriously unreal family of machines. 2 more remained, the marionette, waiting on a page of Henry's manual he hadn't fully cracked yet, and the small, impossible matter of finding an entire building large enough to hold everything he'd built and everything still to come. Izuku closed his notebook, looked around the crowded, wire-strewn room one more time, and smiled. He had no idea, yet, that Hosu City was less than a year away. The puppets page wasn't where the others had been. Izuku had been through Henry's manual enough times by now that he could have drawn most of it from memory. Freddy's schematics on page 11, Bonnie's guitar wiring tucked into the appendix, Fox's hydraulic note scrawled sideways in the margins because Henry had apparently run out of patience for proper orientation by the time he got to writing them. He knew the manual the way he knew his own handwriting. Which was exactly why it took him 3 separate read-throughs to notice the inner sleeve at the very back cover, tucked flat against the binding where it would be easy to miss unless you already knew, somehow, that something was missing. He peeled it open carefully. Inside was a single folded page, its creases gone soft with age, clearly handled far more often than anything else in the manual despite being hidden the most carefully. He unfolded it at his desk, under the lamp, and started to read. Where Henry's notes on Freddy read like blueprints with opinions, and his notes on Foxy read like a showman's field diary scribbled between performances, whatever this was read like something else entirely. Slower. Heavier. Less like an engineer explaining a design and more like a man circling something he hadn't fully worked out how to say. I don't know what I built, one line read, near the bottom of the page, ink slightly smudged like the pen had rested there too long before moving on. I know what it does. I know why I built it, every part of that I can explain to you in as much technical detail as you'd like. None of that quite answers the thing I keep circling back to at 3 in the morning, though. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe the answer was never going to change what I do next, so there's no sense chasing it forever. But I built the eyes myself, by hand, twice, because the first pair didn't look right, and I still don't fully know what I meant by right. I look at them some nights and wonder anyway. Izuku read it 4 times, the way he'd read Henry's best lines before, except this time the 4th read didn't leave him excited. It left him quiet. He thought about it for a long time. Long enough that his tea went cold on the corner of the desk, long enough that 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 knocked once, softly, and left when he didn't answer, sensing correctly that this particular kind of quiet wasn't the kind that wanted company. He didn't know what Henry had meant. He suspected, reading it again, that Henry hadn't fully known either, that this was a man 300 years dead who'd built something so sophisticated it had unsettled even its own creator, and had never quite settled the question for himself before a fire took the choice away from him entirely. Izuku made a decision that night that he didn't write into any design document, because it wasn't really an engineering decision at all. Whatever you were wondering, Henry, he thought, folding the page carefully back along its old creases, I'm not going to leave the question open the way you did. I'm going to build the smartest one of the 6. I'm going to give it the widest processing model, the deepest situational awareness, more senses than all the others combined. And I'm going to make absolutely sure, at every step, that there's nothing in there to wonder about. Not because I don't want to know what you almost built. Because if I'm not sure, I don't think I get to just shrug and build it anyway. He tucked the page back into its sleeve, not because he wanted to forget it, but because some things you carry with you precisely by putting them somewhere safe. Then he got out a fresh sheet of paper and started designing his own version from the ground up. The metallurgy nearly broke him. Every other shell he'd built so far had used some variation of the same fur-textured polymer, durable, flexible enough for expressive motion, easy enough to produce once he'd solved it the first time that scaling it to new colors and textures was mostly a matter of patience. The puppet's design, though, called for something the polymer simply couldn't do: a body thin enough, in places, to look almost skeletal, limbs so slender that any standard endoskeleton frame would either snap under normal operation or need to be so bulky it would ruin the whole silhouette. He needed something that was somehow both, strong enough to survive years of operation and thin enough to disappear into arms no wider than a broom handle. He tried 3 different alloy combinations over 2 exhausting weeks, testing each one on a scrap prototype limb, and each one failed in some new, specific way. Too rigid, and it cracked under the flex the design required. Flexible enough to bend, and it fatigued after a few dozen cycles, microfractures spreading invisibly through the metal until a joint simply gave out mid-motion. He filled an entire notebook with failed compositions, ratios scratched out and revised in increasingly frustrated handwriting, and by the end of the second week he was seriously considering redesigning the entire limb structure to something less ambitious. It was, of all things, a half-forgotten line in Henry's original notes, buried in a completely different section, a stray comment about tempering that Izuku had skimmed past twice without registering its relevance, that finally cracked the problem open. Titanium doesn't want to bend. Don't fight it. Layer it instead, thin sheets, alternating grain direction, like plywood instead of a solid beam. Let the layers do the flexing so the metal itself never has to. Izuku sat bolt upright at his desk at 11 at night, reread the line 3 times, and then spent the next 6 hours in the workshop testing exactly that: thin titanium sheets, laminated in alternating grain orientations, bonded under heat and pressure until the resulting composite behaved less like a single rigid metal and more like something with give built directly into its structure. He tested it against the same flex CYCL that had killed his previous 3 attempts. It held. He ran the CYCL again, doubled, then tripled the stress. It still held. Elastic titanium alloy, he said out loud, to an empty workshop at 5 in the morning, voice cracked with exhaustion and disbelief in equal measure. Henry, you appealing, infuriating genius, you buried the answer in the wrong chapter. He slept for 4 hours and woke up already reaching for his sketchbook. The shell that emerged from that alloy over the following weeks was, without question, the strangest and most striking thing he'd built yet. A tall, extremely thin body, gangly in a way that should have looked awkward and instead looked deliberate, elegant even, every proportion stretched just slightly past what felt natural, in a way that made the whole figure impossible to look away from. The mask took the longest of any single component, a smooth white face, split down the exact center by a fine, vertical grayish-black seam running from forehead to chin, dividing it cleanly into 2 mirrored faceplates. He painted the eye sockets as large, hollow black ovals, and mounted tiny glowing white pupils deep inside them, pinpricks of light in a void, rather than the full, expressive glow he'd given the others. Beneath each eye, he painted a thin, pale blue tear streak, and above the mouth, hot pink cheeks and a wide, painted smile outlined in matching lipstick. It was an unsettling combination on paper. Assembled, under the workshop light, it read instead as something almost tender, sorrow and joy painted onto the same face at once, refusing to resolve into either one. The neck stretched long and thin above an oval black torso, 2 silver-gray buttons mounted vertically down the chest, each with 4 small thread holes rather than the 3 Henry's original notes called for, a small, deliberate deviation Izuku made because he liked the visual rhythm of it better, and because Henry himself, he suspected, would have approved of someone improving on his own design rather than copying it exactly. The limbs were where the elastic alloy did its real work, black at the shoulders and thighs, striped black and white down the forearms and lower legs, textured gray and white wrap bands at each wrist like bandages, or ribbons, or both at once. 5 long, pointed fingers on each hand instead of the 3-toed hands the others used. No feet at all, in the end, just legs that tapered smoothly down to simple, rounded points, built for a kind of movement that didn't need a flat, stable base the way walking or standing normally did. He didn't build it to walk in any conventional sense. He built it to float. The box came next, and it consumed nearly as much of his attention as the animatronic itself. He built it large enough to fully contain the puppet's tall, folded frame when at rest, decorated with an ornate, hand-finished lattice pattern. He spent an entire weekend carving and painting because it felt wrong, somehow, to house something this intricate in anything less carefully made. He fitted the interior with a full charging dock, disguised behind decorative paneling, and mounted a music mechanism at its base, not a full speaker system, but a genuine, old-fashioned mechanical cylinder, the kind that produced sound through physical motion rather than digital playback, because Izuku had decided, somewhere in the design process, that this particular detail deserved to be real rather than simulated. He tuned the cylinder to a soft, instrumental rendition of My Grandfather's Clock, an old public domain tune, over a century and a half old by the time Quirks had even entered the world, chosen specifically because its melody was gentle rather than dramatic, the kind of sound that settled a room instead of announcing itself to one. Into the box's base, he integrated a generalized version of the replication technology he'd first built for Balloon Boy, a callback to Sundry that took an entire evening on the phone to properly arrange, since what BB needed was one object in a handful of variations and what the puppet's box needed to manage was an entire rotating catalog of small toys, each one requiring its own stored template rather than a single repeated shape. "You're telling me," Sundry had said over the phone, half laughing, half incredulous, "that the balloon thing worked so well you want to turn my quirk into a whole toy vending machine now?" "The underlying trick's the same," Izuku had explained, pacing his room with the phone pressed to his ear. "It's just a matter of storing more templates and letting the guest pick from a menu instead of always producing the same shape. I'd still credit you the same way. Bigger licensing fee, if that seems fair. This is a much bigger use of the tech than one balloon dispenser." There'd been a pause on the line, and then Sundry had laughed again, warmer this time. "Kid, I don't think I've ever met anyone who negotiates a bigger payment for me before I even ask for one." "Yeah. Fine. Let's do it properly this time. Actual paperwork, actual lawyer, the whole thing. You're building something real here. Might as well protect both of us properly while you're at it." Izuku hired his first lawyer that week, mostly by accident, and felt strangely proud of himself for it. The hydraulics were the last major hurdle, and the hardest to get right, because everything about the puppet's presence depended on movement that felt almost impossibly smooth, a glide rather than a walk, motion so quiet it bordered on eerie. He designed a custom hydraulic system from scratch, more advanced than anything he'd built for the previous 4 animatronics combined, incorporating microbalancing sensors along each pointed leg tip that could make thousands of tiny corrective adjustments per second, keeping the whole tall, top-heavy frame perfectly, silently upright without a single audible servo click. He spent almost 2 full weeks just on noise dampening alone, wrapping every moving joint in sound-insulating material, redesigning gear housings twice over purely to shave decibels off motion that was already, by any reasonable standard, extremely quiet. X12 Puppet Hydraulics, he wrote at the top of the final spec sheet, tapping his pen against the page with the specific satisfaction of a man who had just spent 2 weeks solving a problem most people wouldn't have noticed was a problem at all. "Most advanced thing I've ever built. Nobody's ever going to know how hard it was to make something move this quietly." The AI, when he finally sat down to build it, was where the puppet diverged most completely from everything he'd made before, not because it was more advanced in the way Henry's manual had originally implied, but because Izuku deliberately built it to be a completely different kind of system, rather than a personality-forward model like the other 5. Freddy, Bonnie, Chico, Foxy, Balloon Boy, every one of them ran an architecture built primarily to interact. Read a guest's face, generate an appropriate response, perform, converse, entertain. Their processing budgets went almost entirely toward that one job. The puppet's budget went somewhere else entirely. Izuku built it to model the whole building at once, rather than one guest at a time, tracking movement patterns across a room, flagging anomalies, running continuous environmental analysis rather than the tighter, individual guest-focused expression classification the others used. It was, in the narrowest technical sense, by far the most computationally sophisticated system of the 6. More sensors. More data streams. A processing load that dwarfed anything Freddy's crowd-reading model needed. "Most intelligent isn't the same thing as most aware," he wrote into the design documentation, deliberately, the same way he'd written his corrective notes for Foxy and Balloon Boy weeks earlier. This unit runs the widest model of the 6 because its job is the widest: security, prize logistics, full room pattern analysis instead of one face at a time. That's a bigger computational task, not a deeper one. There's no more someone behind these eyes than there is behind any of the others. If anything, there's less. I'm not giving this one a conversational personality module at all. It doesn't need one for the job it's doing, and I'd rather build a system with no reason to ever need one than build one and hope it stays where I put it. He gave it, instead, an extremely limited output library, a handful of short, functional phrases reserved for genuine operational needs, staff alerts mostly, nothing built for casual conversation. Everything else it communicated through motion. A tilt of the head. An extended hand. The music box's gentle, cycling melody, which he set to play continuously at low volume whenever the unit was active, less a soundtrack than a kind of ambient signature. The puppet's presence announced not through words but through a tune that had been humming quietly through pizzerias and parties for 150 years before animatronics had even existed to house it. It was the quietest thing he'd ever built. He thought, privately, that it might also end up being the one guests remembered longest, precisely because of everything it didn't say. He tested the crying child response 2 days after full activation, in the cramped, cluttered confines of his bedroom, in the exact same undignified position he'd tested Mr. Cupcake's comfort routine in weeks earlier, knees pulled up, chin down, doing his level best impression of a sad, small child. "This is the 3rd time I've had to pretend to be sad for a robot," he said, mostly to himself, arranging his face into what he hoped read as convincing distress. "At some point I feel like I should get some kind of acting credit for this. You want me to leave the room so you can really commit to it?" 𝐒𝐭 called from the hallway, not even trying to hide her amusement. "You can stay. Just don't laugh, you'll throw off the calibration." "No promises." He settled into position on the floor and waited. The puppet's box, positioned near his desk, had been running its ambient environmental scan for the better part of an hour already, cycling quietly through the room's data without any specific trigger to act on. Izuku watched, from the corner of his eye, as the scan pattern shifted, subtle, almost imperceptible, a change in processing weight rather than any obvious external cue. The box's lid lifted. The puppet unfolded from within it, and unfolded was genuinely the only word for it, limbs extending in a slow, continuous motion with no visible segments to the movement at all, like watching something pour upward rather than climb. It rose to its full, impossible height, and then it moved, and here was where the 2 weeks of noise-dampening work paid for itself completely, because Izuku, sitting 6 feet away and specifically listening for it, heard almost nothing. A faint whisper of displaced air. Nothing else. It crossed the room in 3 long, gliding strides and lowered itself, folding down at some joint Izuku still found slightly uncanny to watch even having designed it himself, until the painted white mask was level with his own downturned face. For a moment, nothing happened. The tiny white pupils, deep in their black hollow sockets, simply held steady, processing. Then one long, 5-fingered hand extended, palm up, and from a hidden seam along its forearm, a small plush toy slid free, soft, simple, a stitched little bear no bigger than Izuku's fist, resting in the offered palm. The music box, still nestled where the body had unfolded from it, cycled its gentle melody a half-step louder, filling the small room with something that felt, despite everything Izuku knew about how it worked, genuinely soothing. Izuku broke character, taking the small plush with a soft laugh, all pretense of sadness gone. "Okay. That's exactly it." 𝐒𝐭, who'd abandoned any pretense of not watching from the doorway, pressed a hand to her chest. "Oh, that's just..." She stopped, actually a little emotional, shaking her head at herself. "I know it's not really comforting you, sweetheart. I understand what it is. It's still lovely to watch." "That's basically the review I keep getting for all of them," Izuku said, turning the little plush over in his hands. "I know it's not real, and it's still lovely. Maybe that's not a bad review to keep getting." He looked up at the puppet, still folded low at his eye level, mask perfectly still, waiting with what looked, to any casual observer, exactly like patience. "You did good," he told it, not because it needed to hear that, Not because anything behind that painted white face would register the compliment as anything other than a data point, but because some habits he was learning you kept anyway, for your own sake as much as anyone's. The puppet straightened in one long, silent motion, and drifted back toward its box, and the music followed it the whole way, fading only once the lid had fully closed. 6. He counted them that night, sitting on the edge of his bed, looking around a room that hadn't held a single normal piece of teenage bedroom furniture in longer than he could easily remember. Freddy, Bonnie, Chico, with Mr. Cupcake nested at her side. Foxy, Hook gleaming even in standby. Balloon Boy, small and round and endlessly, artificially delighted. And now the puppet, folded quiet and still inside its ornate box, waiting. 6 machines. 2.5 years, give or take, since a slime villain and a hero's honest answer had taken one dream away from him. He didn't know, sitting there, whether what he'd built added up to a replacement for that dream or something else entirely, something that had simply grown in the space the old one left behind, its roots tangled up with the same wish to help people that had never actually gone anywhere. He didn't need to know, he decided. He just needed a building big enough to hold all of it, and roughly several 100,000 more decisions he hadn't made yet. He'd start with the building. The rename felt like it deserved its own small ceremony, even though in practice it amounted to a phone call and a short trip back to a cramped office he hadn't visited in the better part of a year. Midoriya. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 looked up from his desk, and something in his tired face brightened in a way Izuku hadn't expected. Wasn't sure I'd hear from you again, honestly. Figured you'd either given up in a month or gotten too busy being a mad scientist to remember this place existed. Bit of both, for a while, Izuku admitted, sitting across the same desk he'd sat across almost a year ago now, resume folded uselessly in his lap that day, contracts heavy in his hands by the end of it. I need to file a name change. For the company. Yeah. What are we calling it? Fazbear's Company. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 tried the name out silently, mouth moving around it once before he said it aloud. Shorter. Cleaner. Signals it's not just picking up where the old one left off. He was already pulling up the filing system on his ancient monitor, fingers moving with more energy than Izuku remembered from their first meeting. Smart. You building something to actually show people, or is this still all happening in your bedroom? Still the bedroom. For now. Izuku allowed himself a small, proud smile. 6 of them. Fully built. Fully working. 𝐒𝐽𝐽's hands stilled on the keyboard. He looked up. 6 what, exactly? Animatronics. Fully autonomous, adaptive systems. They read a room, they perform, they interact with guests, the whole thing. I built the AI models myself. Wrote every line. For a long moment, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 just stared at him, and Izuku watched something shift behind the man's tired eyes. Disbelief, first, and then something that looked almost like the same complicated pride 𝐒𝐭 wore most days now. Kid, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 said finally, slow and genuine, I handed you a dead company because I felt bad watching you sit in that chair with nowhere else to go. I did not expect this. Neither did I, honestly, Izuku said. Henry Emily's manual did most of the heavy lifting. I just followed where it pointed and filled in what he didn't have time to finish. Well. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 shook his head slowly, and finished the filing with a few quick keystrokes, printing a confirmation page he slid across the desk without needing to be asked. Fazbear's Company. Officially, as of right now. He looked up. You're gonna need a building, next. Something big enough for 6 of these things and whatever public you're planning on unleashing them onto. That's the next problem, Izuku agreed, folding the confirmation carefully and tucking it beside the original contracts in his bag. I'm starting the search this week. Good luck, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 said, and this time, when he said it, there was no trace of the tired, going through the motions tone he'd used almost a year ago. He meant it, plainly, the way you mean something for someone you're genuinely rooting for. Come back and tell me how it goes. I mean that. I will, Izuku said, and he did mean it too. He found the listing 4 days later, late at night, scrolling through commercial real estate sites with the same methodical patience he brought to everything else, filtering by size, by price, by condition, cross-referencing location against train access because he had no driver's license yet and didn't intend to rely on one. The listing that stopped his scrolling was a sprawling, single-story commercial building in Hosu City, listed at a price so far below what its square footage should have commanded that he read the description 3 times looking for the catch. Sold as is. Previous tenant vacated abruptly. Property has sat empty. Structurally sound per most recent inspection. Motivated seller. The photos showed a cavernous, mostly empty interior, bare concrete floors, exposed support beams, none of the finish work a building like this would eventually need, but the bones of it were exactly right. Big enough for a stage. Big enough for wings on either side. Big enough, if he was ambitious about it, for absolutely everything Henry's original blueprints and his own additions to them had ever imagined. He found a contact number at the bottom of the listing, a Mr. Hartman, according to the small print, and sat with his cursor hovering over the call button for a long moment before he actually pressed it. The building was in Hosu. He was still in his own neighborhood, an hour and a half by train at best. He didn't care. He'd spent nearly a year proving to himself, one impossible problem at a time, that distance and difficulty were never actually the thing stopping him. He left a voicemail requesting a viewing, hung up, and sat back in his desk chair, looking around one more time at 6 animatronics standing quiet in the dark, Freddy's eyes dimmed to standby blue, Fox's hook catching a stray glint of street light through the curtains, the puppet's box sitting closed and silent in the corner, its melody paused until it was needed again. Almost there, he thought. Just need somewhere big enough to put all of you. He didn't know yet that Mr. Hartman would call back within the hour, flustered and apologetic about missing the first call, eager, almost suspiciously eager, to show the building to anyone willing to take it off his hands. He didn't know, either, that in less than a year, this exact conversation would be the quiet, unremarkable beginning of something that would make national news. He just went to bed, for once, actually looking forward to the train ride ahead of him. The Midoriya created Freddy's animatronics, Freddy Fazbear. Freddy is a brown animatronic bear with a lighter shade of brown on both his stomach and puffy muzzle. On stage, he was a classy black top hat with a red stripe, actually a red ribbon, red bow tie with a neck strap, a green vinyl vest with a buckle which can be removed or cleaned, and wields a microphone in his right hand. He has thick black eyebrows, 3-toed feet, and 3 black freckles on both sides of his muzzle. On his palms and underneath his fingers, he has what appears to be paw-like prints. His round ears are articulated and are thus able to move backwards and forwards, similar to the ears of several other animatronics. Freddy normally has a calm and friendly facial expression, with half-closed eyes and a big smile, charismatic. In his jaws, he sports squarish, eerily human-like teeth in his lower jaw, and, like most of the animatronics at the pizzeria except for Foxy, has no visible teeth on his upper jaw. His irises are normally of a light, baby blue color, and his whole eye glows, pupil, irises, sclera. Everything when he is powered on, all the time, his eyes can flash and dim whenever he wants. Material construction. Freddy's suit is composed of a highly durable metal-like plastic polymer that Izuku painstakingly invented. It looks like fur, but it's strong like titanium. Programming and the soul of the machine. Freddy is powered by Izuku's greatest creation, a somewhat self-aware AI. It's a learning program, one that Izuku painstakingly coded with his own abandoned heroic ideals. It turns Freddy into a charismatic and reliable leader, but not truly sentient or self-aware. He is still a machine, as he's not a true character, only an animatronic. His synthesized voice is warm and reassuring, and is programmed with a deep-seated protectiveness, not just for the children who visit, but for his fellow animatronics. He is the anchor of the band, the one who ensures the show always goes on. His glowing blue eyes are more than just lights, they are high-fidelity scanners. They are capable of real-time microexpression analysis, sending a constant stream of data to a wheezing, overburdened server rack in Izuku's old bedroom. By analyzing a customer's facial cues, Freddy's AI can determine if a child is happy, scared, or sad, and adjust his behavior accordingly, offering a gentle wave or a cheerful, targeted greeting. Props. In his hand, Freddy carries his iconic microphone. It's a heavy, chrome thing, its grill slightly dented, a relic Izuku found half buried in the sand at Takoba Seaside Bay. He refurbished it completely, but its true power lies within. To afford the core component, Izuku had to combine his life savings with a significant contribution from his mother, 𝐒𝐭𝐻, a gesture that was her ultimate vote of confidence in his new path. The microphone contains a rare, pre-quirk technopathy module, broadcasting a proprietary signal that allows it to wirelessly connect and transmit Freddy's voice through any speaker system in the vicinity. Bonnie the Bunny. Bonnie is an indigo-colored animatronic rabbit with blue accents, magenta eyes, and a squarish muzzle. The color from his muzzle, stomach, and insides of his ears is a white color. He sports long articulated ears that are capable of bending backwards and forwards similar to several other animatronics' ears, and wears a purple bow tie with a neck strap that is partially obstructed by his chin. He wears yellow and red sunglasses, and he wears red overalls. On stage, using both hands, he carries a red-orange electric guitar. The guitar has 2 straps that attach over the neck. The guitar wields 3 wires rather than the typical 4 and 5 tuners. The design of the outer shell is edged with a thick black. There is a color fade from the bottom orange to the top red. Unlike the other characters, he has round teeth and lax eyebrows. Excluding his head, most of Bonnie's body appears identical to Freddy's, apart from the latter's color. This version of Bonnie, like most of the classic animatronics except for Foxy, has no visible teeth on his upper jaw. Personality and capabilities. He is fully integrated into Izuku's central operating system, his red optical sensors constantly analyzing the emotional states of the crowd, and his AI flawlessly executing complex entertainment directives. His programming, however, is tuned to a different key. Where Freddy is a stoic leader, Bonnie is energetic and playful. His AI is coded with a mischievous streak, allowing him to ad-lib with a surprising, humorous wit. He strums a chord too loud and then mimes a flinch, or wiggles his ears in time with a child's laughter. This makes him incredibly dynamic during guest interactions, the wild card who ensures no 2 shows are ever exactly the same. Specialized equipment. Bonnie is rarely seen without his signature accessory, his guitar, but it's built from solid, durable polymers and reinforced aluminum to withstand the rigors of being an animatronics prop. Like Freddy's microphone, Izuku bought the base components from a music shop, but its internals are pure genius. It contains the same rare and expensive technopathy module, allowing it to broadcast its crisp, powerful sound to any speaker in the building without a single wire. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 the chicken. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 is a bright yellow animatronic chicken with a spherically shaped head, orange beak, magenta eyes, and black eyebrows. On the top of her head are 3 tufts of feathers. She has 2 talons from each of her orange feet. She wears a white bib that reads "Let's Eat" in yellow bubble letters, outlined in purple, with the bib flecked with tri-colored triangles in patterns of 3, and what appear to be tiny stylized pizza slices, and above the bib is a pink bow tie, and she wears purple star-patterned breathes. Like all of the other animatronics at Freddy's, she has an out-of-place set of blocky teeth sticking up from her lower beak. Her endoskeleton teeth can also be seen in the back of her mouth, though these are only clearly visible in certain angles. Her personality and capabilities. Brain is a variant of Izuku's revolutionary AI, allowing her to read a room's emotional state and interact with stunning realism. However, her programming is specifically tailored for hospitality. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 is nurturing and endlessly cheerful. Her voice is programmed to be upbeat and encouraging, constantly inviting guests to enjoy the food and join in the fun. Her positive energy is infectious, making her the official welcoming figure of the establishment. Her purpose is twofold: to entertain as the band's backup vocalist, and to act as the ambassador for the pizzeria's food services. Her advanced AI contains subroutines for menu knowledge, allergy information, and even the ability to coordinate with the eventual kitchen staff. She is designed for deeper, more nurturing interactions. Prop and specialized equipment. Resting on a small tray that can extend from her left hand is her constant companion and Izuku's marvel of miniaturization, Mr. Cupcake. This isn't a static prop. It's a fully functioning, smaller animatronic. It has a mold pink frosting shell, a single yellow candle on top with a bright LED flame, and 2 large, expressive googly eyes. Mr. Cupcake sits on a magnetic plate. On 𝐒𝐭𝐻's command, the polarity reverses, giving the cupcake a gentle pop of release. It can then deploy 3 small, silent wheels from its base and zip across the floor. Its purpose is simple and appealing: to find a sad or shy child. It will roll up to them, nuzzle against their leg, and wiggle its googly eyes as its candle flame glows warmly. It's a mobile unit of cheer, a direct extension of Chiku's nurturing personality, and a secret weapon in Izuku Midoriya's arsenal for making people smile. Foxy the Pirate Fox. He is an anthropomorphic, slender, reddish-brown animatronic fox. He has 3 distinct, messy tufts of fur sticking up from the top of his head between his ears, which are large and pointed with darker maroon-colored inner joints. Over his right eye, he wears a classic black pirate eye patch. His left eye is wide open, featuring a glowing chartreuse yellow-green iris set into a dark socket. His muzzle and the round. His mouth is permanently molded into a wide, menacing grin that exposes a single row of sharp, silver metallic teeth on both his upper and lower jaws. Foxy is in pristine, unwithered condition. His reddish-brown torso is completely intact, lacking any exposed ribcage or endoskeleton. He wears a pair of bright sky-blue suspenders that run down his chest, fastened at his black pelvic waistpiece by 2 circular yellow buttons. His right arm ends in his signature weapon, a large, curved black pirate hook anchored by a thick silver metallic cuff. His left hand is a standard, intact, 4-fingered animatronic hand. In place of bare metal endoskeleton legs, his lower limbs are encased in black leg panels designed to look like breathes. These breathes are decorated with a scattered, multicolored pattern of retro-style stars in pastel shades of blue, green, yellow, and pink-purple. His feet are large, red-furred, 3-toed animatronic paws that fully encase his foot mechanisms. Personality and capabilities. Foxy is a highly specialized machine. His hydraulics are tuned for rapid response over heavy lifting. But his true secret weapon, the core of his terrifying speed, is hidden within his chest cavity. Bolted to his endoskeleton spine is a miniaturized nitrous oxide injection engine, salvaged from the world of illegal street racing. When activated, this system floods his hydraulic lines with a chemical accelerant. For a few crucial seconds, his speed becomes explosive, allowing him to dash from his cove with the legendary, heart-stopping velocity. The system is a massive power drain and takes time to recharge, making it a special event feature. His AI is programmed to be adventurous and fiercely independent. He speaks in a thick, gravelly pirate accent, full of ahoy, me hearties, and shiver me timbers. His purpose is to provide a different kind of entertainment, high-stakes, interactive fun. He can be programmed for complex treasure hunt games or to burst from his cove for a thrilling, high-speed performance. Specialized equipment. The hook. Fox's hook is his most iconic tool. It's not just a static piece. It's mounted on a high-torque rotational gear in his wrist. On command, the hook can spin around at incredible speeds, becoming a mesmerizing, silver pinwheel. It's a visually stunning trick that both dazzles and slightly intimidates his audience, cementing his status as the unpredictable wild card of Fazbear Entertainment. Balloon Boy. Balloon Boy is a human-like animatronic with a round body, peach-colored skin, large blue eyes, an orange triangular nose, red-brown hair, and a toothy grin. Like the other toy animatronics, he has blush cheeks, which are a rosy shade of red. He wears a red and blue vertically striped shirt with 2 black buttons down the middle. The propeller cap he wears bears the same pattern. He wears blue breathes and simple brown shoes. His arms are stubby and thin with fingerless, spherical hands. In his right hand, he holds a large, red and yellow striped balloon, and in his left hand, he holds a rectangular sign that reads balloons. His personality and capabilities. His core function is his internal balloon dispensing system. This is where Izuku's genius for problem-solving shines. Inside BBS torso is a compact atmospheric conversion module. It draws in ambient air, separates the nitrogen and other elements, and uses a catalytic process to fuse the nitrogen atoms into helium. This means he never runs out of helium, having a constant, self-replenishing supply. The balloons themselves are created via a special piece of integrated support technology Izuku acquired from a hero with a minor creation-type quirk who he asked nicely for the BLD and the hero was kind enough to accept. A tiny, licensed device within BBS chest can generate a durable, pre-colored LTX balloon on demand, which is then automatically filled with the synthesized helium and dispensed through a hidden slot in his back, ready to be handed to a delighted child. His AI and personality are precisely tuned for his role. He is programmed to be cheerful, childish, and incredibly compassionate. His voice is a high-pitched, friendly giggle, and he speaks in simple, encouraging phrases. He is a MSTR at connecting with children in the 4 to 9 age range, his primary demographic. His self-awareness allows him to recognize returning children, remember their favorite color for a balloon, and offer a hug to any child who looks sad or lonely. He is more than a mascot. He is a friend, a tireless source of free souvenirs, and a walking, talking embodiment of the generosity and wonder of Fazbear Entertainment. The marionette, the puppet also known as the marionette, is a sleek, stylized redesign and completely new animatronic of the original puppet animatronic, featuring updated color accents, a segmented mask, and more detailed limb structures. Like the classic puppet made by Henry Emily, it has a tall, extremely thin, and gangly black body with a white, mask-like face. However, its mask features a distinct, vertical grayish-black seam running straight down the center from the forehead to the chin, dividing the face in half into faceplates. Its eye sockets are large, hollow black ovals containing tiny, glowing white pupils. Rather than the traditional purple makeup, this variant features light blue tear streaks painted beneath its eyes. Its circular cheeks are colored a bright, hot pink, and its wide, smiling mouth is outlined with matching hot pink lipstick. The puppet's neck is exceptionally long and thin, leading down to a smooth, oval-shaped black torso. Vertically aligned on the center of its chest are 2 circular, silver-gray buttons with 4 thread holes visible, rather than the classic model's 3 white buttons. Its limbs are long and spindly, with a distinct color-blocking pattern. The upper arms and upper thighs are solid black, while the forearms and lower legs are covered in a pattern of horizontal black and white stripes. At the wrists, the stripes are interrupted by textured gray and white bandages or ribbon-like wraps. Unlike the original puppet's simple 3-toed hands, this variant features 5 distinct, long, and pointed striped fingers. Its legs taper down to simple, rounded points at the bottom, lacking any distinct feet or toes. Its personality and capabilities. The marionette's construction required a breakthrough in Fazbear metallurgy. It is forged from a customized elastic titanium alloy, a unique metal that possesses incredible tensile strength while also being highly flexible. This allows the complex internal mechanisms to fit within its impossibly slim body and limbs without sacrificing durability or range of motion. It resides within a large, beautifully decorated music box, officially designated the Puppet 12-1 model. This box is its home, its charging station, and its primary tool. The music box constantly plays a soft, calming, instrumental rendition of My Grandfather's Clock, a melody that has become synonymous with the puppet's gentle presence. The box also serves as the pizzeria's ultimate prize dispenser. Integrated with the same creation quirk technology as Balloon Boy, the Puppet 12-1 can manufacture almost any small toy from the Fazbear-approved catalog on demand. A child can present their prize tickets, select an item from a touchscreen, and watch as the puppet gracefully retrieves the newly created toy from within its box. Its primary role is twofold: security and prize distribution. Its incredibly long limbs allow it to easily reach the highest shelves of the prize counter. Its internal mechanics are a custom set of X12 puppet hydraulics, the most advanced hydraulics Izuku has ever designed. They are completely silent and allow the puppet to float and move with an eerie grace, and they possess the microbalancing capabilities required for it to stand perfectly still on its pointed legs. This quiet movement makes it the ideal unit for patrolling the pizzeria after hours, its advanced optical sensors watching for any irregularities. The marionette is programmed with no discernible gender, referred to simply as it or the puppet. Its AI is calm, mysterious, and deeply protective. It rarely speaks, communicating instead through elegant gestures and the melody of its music box. It is specifically programmed to identify and approach crying children. When it detects a child in distress, it will glide over, lower its face to their level, and dispense a small, complimentary plush toy, its calming music often being enough to soothe the child's tears. Of all the animatronics, the puppet is considered the most intelligent and self-aware. Its processing power is not dedicated to witty banter or energetic performances, but to complex situational analysis, security protocols, and a deep, quiet understanding of the emotional state of the pizzeria. It is the silent, graceful soul of the establishment, ensuring that the fun is always safe. The sketch was still sitting on his desk when Izuku finally admitted to himself what had been bothering him for the better part of a week. It wasn't Henry's page, not one of the manual's own diagrams, but Izuku's copy of one, hand-traced weeks ago during the earliest days of Freddy's build, back when he'd still believed the safest, smartest path forward was to follow Henry's original lineup as closely as his own limited skill would allow. He'd since built 5 more animatronics that looked nothing like that early tracing. Not because he'd failed to copy it. Because somewhere in the process, without ever quite deciding to, he'd stopped trying. He picked the old tracing up now and set it beside a stack of paperwork he needed to finish, branding documents, mostly, the unglamorous back half of actually running a company, where somebody eventually asks you what to print on the letterhead. Izuku, honey. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 leaned in from the hallway, a mug of tea in each hand, setting one down by his elbow without being asked. What's got that face on you? Trying to figure out what to call these. He gestured, encompassing the whole cluttered room, Freddy standing steady near the window, Bonnie's guitar propped against the wall, the puppet's box closed and quiet in the corner. For the paperwork. The patent filings, the signage, all of it. It needs an official name. Isn't it just Fazbear's? 𝐒𝐭𝐴 sat on the edge of the bed, cradling her own mug. That's the company. The company's Fazbear's company. But these, he tapped the old tracing of Henry's original Freddy sketch, these aren't really Fazbear's originals. Not anymore. I started out trying to build exactly what Henry drew. Same colors, same proportions, same everything, because it felt disrespectful somehow not to. Like I'd be taking a dead man's work and slapping my name on it. He turned the tracing over in his hands. But look at what's actually standing in this room. None of it matches this sketch. Not one design, all the way down. I used everything Henry taught me, the math, the materials, how a hydraulic system should breathe, how an AI model ought to prioritize warmth over cleverness. That's his. I could never have built any of this without him. He set the tracing down. But the way Freddy actually looks. The way Bonnie jokes. Fox's whole personality, Balloon Boy's voice, every single choice about what these things actually are, that's not Henry's. I made all of that up myself. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 was quiet a moment, watching him with the particular attentiveness she reserved for the rare occasions her son was working through something bigger than an engineering problem. So you don't want people thinking you just found some old blueprints and put them together like a model kit, she said slowly. I don't want to think that about myself, Izuku admitted. It'd be easier, in a way. Safer. If it goes badly, I could tell myself I was just following someone else's plan. But that's not what happened. I made every one of these. On purpose. They're mine. He looked up at her. I want the company to say that. Not Fazbear's originals, restored. Something that says whose hands actually built this. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 smiled slowly over the rim of her mug. Sounds like you already know what you want to call it. He did, and he wrote it down that night, in the same careful handwriting he'd used to sign 𝐒𝐿𝐴's contracts almost a year ago, Midoriya Freddy's animatronics. Not a resurrection. A creation, with a name attached to it that had spent 14 years being told it wasn't good enough to put on anything. He filed the paperwork the next morning, and it felt, in a small and private way, like signing something even more important than the original contracts had been. Mr. Hartman called back within the hour of Izuku's voicemail, exactly as eager and exactly as flustered as Izuku would come to learn was simply his baseline personality. Mr. Midoriya. So sorry, I was on another call, didn't mean to miss you the first time. A pause, papers shuffling audibly on the other end. You're interested in the Hosu property, is that right? The big one, off the main commercial STRP. That's right. I'd like to see it in person, if that's possible. Another pause, longer this time, and Izuku got the distinct impression Mr. Hartman was doing some quick, slightly panicked math about how quickly he could get someone into that particular building. Absolutely possible, very possible. This week, even, if you're free. I could do, let's see, Thursday. Would Thursday work? Thursday worked. Izuku spent the 2 days beforehand rereading every clause of the listing 3 times, cross-referencing square footage against the rough floor plan already forming in his head, and packing Henry's manual into his bag out of habit more than necessity, since he already had every relevant page memorized. The train ride to Hosu took an hour and 40 minutes, and Izuku spent most of it with his forehead nearly against the window, watching the skyline shift from his own neighborhood's low, familiar rooftops into something taller, denser, threaded through with the elevated walkways and hero agency towers that marked Hosu as a proper city rather than the quiet suburb he'd grown up in. He'd been here exactly once before, for the U entrance exam application deadline that never got submitted. He tried not to think too hard about that particular coincidence. Mr. Hartman was waiting outside the station when Izuku's train pulled in, a tall, slightly stooped man in his 50s with a clipboard held against his chest like a shield, scanning the crowd with the specific anxiety of someone expecting a client he'd clearly imagined very differently. Izuku walked straight up to him anyway. "Hey!" Mr. Hartman blinked. "Oh, hi, Mr. Midoriya, I presume." His eyes flicked, unmistakably, down to Izuku's school-aged frame and back up. "I did not, well. Right. All righty." He cleared his throat and extended a hand, recovering with visible effort. "Glad you're able to make it in time." "Sorry for being a little late," Izuku said, shaking his hand. "The train took longer than I expected getting into Hosu." No, it's all good, honestly, I completely understand. Patience is a pretty important quality in this line of work, trust me. You learn that fast." He gestured vaguely down the street, already walking, talking almost as fast as he moved. "So, I'm guessing you're ready to see the place first, and then afterward, assuming everything looks good to you, we can go ahead and get the paperwork moving to transfer full ownership over." "That sound right?" "That sounds right," Izuku said, falling into step beside him. "Great. Great." Hartman glanced sideways at him, curiosity clearly winning out over professional restraint. "Can I ask, and stop me if this is rude, what exactly is a young man like yourself planning to do with a building this size? It's not exactly a starter property." Izuku considered how much to say, and decided, in the end, on something close to the whole truth. "I'm reopening an old entertainment company. Family dining, animatronic performers, arcade games, that kind of thing. It needs somewhere big enough to actually hold a full stage and a lot of attractions." Hartman's eyebrows climbed slowly up his forehead over the next several seconds, and he didn't say anything else until they'd turned the final corner and the building came into view. It was bigger than the photos had suggested, the way empty things so often are. A single sprawling story of corrugated metal and reinforced concrete, windows set high along the walls to let in light without offering much of a view, the whole structure sitting on a lot large enough that Izuku could see, even from the street, exactly how much room there was to work with. A faded, half-peeled sign near the entrance hinted at some previous tenant, a distribution warehouse, Hartman explained as he fumbled with a heavy set of keys that had folded a few years back and left the space sitting empty ever since. "Structurally, she's solid," Hartman said, working the lock. "Passed inspection with flying colors last spring, actually, that's part of why the price doesn't quite match the size, if I'm honest with you. Nobody locals had a use for something this big that isn't, retail, warehousing. The usual." The door finally gave, swinging open with a long, groaning creak. "After you." Izuku stepped inside, and stopped. The space swallowed sound the way only truly cavernous rooms do, his own footstep echoing back at him twice before it died away entirely. Sunlight fell in long, dusty S from the high windows, catching motes of dust that hung suspended in the still air, illuminating a floor of bare, unfinished concrete that stretched out farther than Izuku's first instinct told him a single room should reasonably go. Exposed steel support beams crossed overhead in a grid, painted a flat industrial gray, holding up a ceiling high enough that Izuku found himself craning his neck instinctively to take it all in. Along the far wall, still bolted in place, hung the rusted remains of a loading docks rail system, the only real evidence of what the building used to be, before it became simply empty. It should have looked sad. Abandoned things usually did. Izuku looked at it and saw, instead of what was there, everything that wasn't yet. He walked the length of it slowly, Hartman trailing a respectful half-step behind, and started, without quite meaning to, narrating out loud. "Stage goes there," he murmured, mostly to himself, pointing toward the far northern wall. "Big one. Elevated. Curtains on a real pulley system, not motorized. Motorized breaks eventually, and you don't want a curtain malfunction mid-show." He turned slowly, taking in the width of the room. Dining tables here, facing the stage. Enough for, he did quick mental math against the floor's dimensions, 6 long tables, easy. Maybe more. You've clearly thought about this," Hartman said, sounding faintly dazed. "For a while now," Izuku admitted, still turning, still mapping. He gestured toward the western section of the warehouse, where a lower ceiling suggested some kind of partition had once stood. "Kitchen goes over there. Needs its own ventilation, industrial grade. I'll need a contractor who's done real restaurant work, not just standard commercial." His eyes moved further west, to a section of the floor still marked with the faint outline of removed shelving units. "And past the kitchen, I want an entire themed room. Indoor harbor. A maze built right into the floor plan, a curtain stage of its own tucked in the corner." Hartman was writing frantically on his clipboard now, less out of professional habit and more, it seemed, because he genuinely didn't want to lose track of what he was hearing. "East side," Izuku continued, turning again, "restrooms, a break room, a proper boardroom. I'll need a real office space too, something separate from the guest areas entirely." He paused at the southern end of the building, near the doors they'd come in through, picturing a lobby that didn't yet exist. And down at the far end, arcade. A big one. 2 playgrounds, really, one on each side, split by security corridors running between them and the main dining hall. "Security corridors," Hartman repeated slowly. "For a night shift," Izuku said, then caught himself, aware he'd wandered slightly ahead of anything he'd actually explained to this poor real estate agent. "It's a long story. The building used to belong to a company with a complicated history. I'm trying to do it properly this time. Cameras, a real office, redundant systems, not because I expect anything to go wrong, but because I'd rather build it in from day one than regret not having it later." Hartman looked at him for a long moment, clipboard forgotten in his hand, something shifting behind his slightly overwhelmed expression into what looked almost like respect. "You know," he said slowly, "when the listing office told me a Mr. Midoriya wanted a viewing, I pictured somebody a lot older than you, kid. No offense. None taken. I get that a lot. I've sold a lot of buildings to a lot of people who had a lot less of a plan than you just laid out for me in about 90 seconds. Hartman shook his head, almost laughing. "All right. You want to see the rest of it, or you already seen enough?" "I've seen enough," Izuku said, and meant it completely. The signing happened 2 days later, in a cramped real estate office not unlike 𝐒𝐭𝐲's own. Smaller desk, newer computer, but the same particular hush of a room where something significant was about to change hands. Izuku read every clause twice, the way he read everything, and signed his name at the bottom of a stack of papers considerably thicker than 𝐒𝐭𝐲's had been. "Congratulations," Hartman said, shaking his hand with real warmth this time, all trace of his earlier awkwardness replaced by something closer to genuine goodwill. "It's officially yours. Whatever you end up building in there, I hope it's everything you just described to me, and then some." "Thank you, Mr. Hartman. I mean that. Do me a favor, though." Hartman handed over a thick ring of keys. "When it's finished, whatever it ends up being, send me an invite. I want to see if the real thing lives up to what you were describing while we were standing in an empty warehouse." "I will," Izuku promised, and he did, eventually, though that particular story belonged to a later chapter of everything still ahead of him. The architect Izuku eventually hired came recommended by, of all people, Sundry, who mentioned over a follow-up call about the licensing paperwork that his sister-in-law ran a small design firm and had, in his words, never met a weird commission she didn't secretly love. Ren Nagata turned out to be a compact, sharp-eyed woman in her 40s who arrived at their first meeting with a rolled set of the building's existing floor plans under one arm and an expression that suggested she'd already heard, secondhand, that this particular job was going to be unusual. "Sundry told me you built a robot that makes balloons out of thin air using his own BLD," she said, by way of greeting, dropping the floor plans onto the folding table Izuku had set up inside the still-empty warehouse. I have questions about that later. Right now, walk me through what you actually need this building to become, because the listing calls it a warehouse and you called it, she checked a note, a large, sprawling, single-story family entertainment center and pizzeria, which is a considerably bigger ask. I've got the whole layout mapped out, Izuku said, pulling out his own sketched floor plan, dense with labels and measurements he'd spent the better part of a week refining. I'll walk you through it section by section, if that's easier. That's exactly how I'd want it. Go. He spread the sketch flat and started at the center, the way he'd started every design he'd ever built, with the heart of the thing first. Main dining hall, here, taking up the biggest single footprint in the building. Show stage along the north wall, elevated, curtained. 6 long tables in front of it in a 3-column grid, plus a smaller waiting area off to the side for guests who haven't been seated yet. Nagata was already sketching notes directly onto a fresh sheet, matching his layout to real structural constraints as he spoke. And south of that, lobby, right at the main entrance. Reception desk, lost and found. Izuku traced a line with his finger. Between the lobby and the dining hall, I want a security office, not hidden away, built right into the main path so it's a real presence, not an afterthought. Double desk design. One side faces north into the dining hall for a night shift, the other faces south toward the lobby and entrance for daytime coverage. 2 shifts, 2 sight lines. Efficient. Nagata made a small, approving noise. Keep going. 2 hallways run off either side of that office, West Hall and East Hall, connecting the dining area to everything else in the building. He moved his finger west. This whole wing is food and pirates. Kitchen first, commercial grade, full pantry, proper ovens, needs to be built to real restaurant code because I'm hiring an actual chef, not just running a snack counter. He tapped the next section over. And past the kitchen, an entire themed room. Pirate Cove. I want it to feel like stepping into an indoor harbor, wood paneling, nautical details, the works. Inside it, a small curtain stage tucked into the upper corner for a standalone performer, a full interactive maze built into the floor for kids to explore, a prize counter at the north end of that maze where they can trade tokens for pirate-themed toys, an annex stage like the deck of a ship for photos, and a row of ocean-themed arcade cabinets along the south wall. Nagata's pen didn't stop moving. That's a lot packed into one wing. It needs to feel like its own little world, Izuku said. Not just a corner of the building. A destination inside the destination. Understood. East Wing. Practical stuff, mostly. A restroom corridor with facilities for both, fully equipped, nothing cut corners on. A janitor's room for supplies and maintenance gear. He moved further along his own sketch. And then the business end of things. A proper boss office, my office, eventually, with a desk and security monitors built in. A small lounge just outside it, couch, armchairs, somewhere people can wait comfortably. A break room for staff, round. Table, vending machines, a small kitchenette so people aren't stuck eating cold food on their lunch break. And at the very end of that wing, a real meeting room, round table, enough seating for a proper boardroom, because I intend to actually run this like a company, not just a hobby that got out of hand. It clearly already is a company, Nagata said dryly, glancing at the sheer density of his notes. What's left? The arcade wing, south end of the building, split off the west and east halls. Izuku's voice picked up energy again, the way it always did when he got to the parts he was proudest of. One side is a full indoor playground, multi-level, crawl tubes, spiral slides, climbing nets, a ball pit. I want it built to actually last, not the flimsy stuff most places use. Kids are going to be relentless on this thing for years, it needs to survive that. He moved to the other side. The other side is a full arcade complex built around a central attraction, a prize corner up front for ticket redemption, then a big open circular stage in the center for a stationary performer, and a dedicated floor patrol path threading through the games for a performer who actually walks the room instead of staying put. Off to the side, 2 smaller party rooms, one for arts and crafts, one themed for something a little spookier, for kids who want that kind of birthday party instead. And backstage. Backstage is where it gets a little more serious. Izuku's finger traced the northernmost STRP of the building, behind where the main stage would sit. A full workshop, spare heads, limbs, endoskeletons, everything a technician would need to service the animatronics without shutting the whole building down. A ladder up to proper attic and roof access, for ventilation and structural maintenance. He hesitated slightly before the next part, though he wasn't entirely sure why. And I want a hidden room built into that corridor. Off the public directory completely, no camera coverage, boarded up behind a false wall. Nobody needs to know it exists except me and whoever I trust enough to tell. Nagata looked up from her notes for the first time since he'd started talking. A secret room. In a children's pizzeria. Izuku searched for a way to explain it that didn't sound as strange out loud as it apparently sounded to her. This company has history. Not good history, mostly. I don't fully understand all of it yet. I just want somewhere private built in from the start, in case I ever need it, rather than trying to retrofit something later. Nagata studied him for a moment, and whatever she saw in his face seemed to satisfy whatever question she'd been about to ask, because she simply nodded and kept writing. All right. Anything else? 2 smaller storage rooms, one on each outer wall, east and west, each with its own small stage and stand, for older or decommissioned units that need somewhere to sit without being in the way. He tapped the very edge of his sketch. And an alleyway running the full length of the north exterior wall, fenced, accessible through multiple emergency exits. Nagata set her pen down finally and looked over the whole sprawling mess of notes she'd accumulated, then back up at him with an expression somewhere between exhaustion and genuine admiration. You are, she said, by a significant margin, the most thoroughly prepared 14-year-old client I have ever had, and I include several actual corporations in that comparison. She started rolling up her notes. Give me 2 weeks to turn this into real architectural drawings, and then we'll talk contractors. This is going to be an expensive build, Mr. Midoriya. I want to make sure you understand that going in. I understand, Izuku said. I've been saving toward it for a long time. Construction ran 5 months, start to finish, and Izuku spent nearly every weekend of it on site, hard hat borrowed and slightly too big, watching a building take the exact shape he described across a folding table in an empty warehouse. He learned things he never expected to learn, the specific rhythm of a construction crew's morning, the particular smell of fresh concrete curing, the surprising amount of paperwork involved in getting a commercial kitchen certified for actual food service. He learned to read structural drawings almost as fluently as he read Henry's manual, cross-referencing Nagata's plans against the physical progress with the same obsessive thoroughness he brought to everything else. The stage went up first, real hardwood, a genuine rope and pulley curtain system exactly as he'd insisted on, tested a dozen times before Nagata's crew would sign off on it. The kitchen followed, industrial ovens installed by a specialist crew who looked faintly bemused at being asked to build restaurant-grade equipment into what one of them called, not unkindly, the fanciest kids' pizza place I've ever seen blueprints for. Pirate Cove took shape slowly, wood paneling going up plank by plank, the maze's walls framed out and painted, the little curtain stage in the corner wired for its own lighting rig. He hired staff throughout, conducting nearly every interview himself, sitting behind a folding table in a half-finished lobby with a legal pad and a list of questions he'd clearly put far too much thought into for a part-time waitstaff position. The chef was the hire he remembered most clearly, months later, mostly because it very nearly didn't happen at all. Iwao Tanabe arrived to the interview already unimpressed, a broad, graying man in his 50s with forearms like ship cable and the specific weathered scowl of someone who had run a real kitchen for 30 years and did not appreciate being asked to sit across from a teenager. Kid, he said, before Izuku had even finished introducing himself, I ran the kitchen at Hoshino's for 11 years. 2 Michelin recommendations. I did not leave that job to fry chicken nuggets for children in a robot circus. It's not a circus, Izuku said, undeterred. It's a full commercial kitchen, built to your exact specifications if you want input on the layout. Industrial. Ovens, a proper walk-in, whatever equipment you need to run it the way you'd want to run it. I've heard that line before. Then I show up and it's a hot plate and a microwave. I haven't installed the ovens yet, Izuku said, and pulled Nagata's kitchen blueprint out of his bag, spreading it flat on the table. Because I was waiting to see if I could find someone who actually knew what they needed, instead of guessing myself. If you want the job, this whole section is yours to redesign before we finalize the order. 𝐼𝐺 looked at the blueprint for a long moment. Then, grudgingly, he pulled it closer and studied it properly, one thick finger tracing the proposed layout. Prep lines in the wrong spot, he muttered, more to himself than to Izuku. You'd have staff crossing paths constantly during a rush. He glanced up, scowl still firmly in place but something sharper now behind his eyes. You're seriously telling me I get to redo this? If you take the job, yes. I want it to actually work, not just look impressive. 𝐼𝐺 was quiet for a long moment, chewing on something Izuku couldn't quite read. You're 14, he said finally. It wasn't a question. I am. And you built the, he gestured vaguely, clearly still not fully able to say robots without sounding faintly ridiculous to himself, the whole show. Yourself. I did. 𝐼𝐺 sat back, crossed his heavy arms, and studied Izuku for another long moment, the scowl finally, slowly, cracking into something that wasn't quite a smile but was clearly its close relative. Give me a red pen, he said. This layout's got problems, and I'm not signing anything until they are fixed. Izuku handed him a pen so fast he nearly dropped it, grinning the entire time 𝐼𝐺 redrew half the kitchen's floor plan on the spot, muttering the whole while about amateur hour and prep line efficiency and how in his day nobody would have dared design a kitchen this badly. He signed the offer letter an hour later, still complaining, clearly already halfway to loving the job he was pretending not to want. The technicians Izuku hired came next, and these interviews went differently, less about winning anyone over, more about finding people who understood, immediately and completely, exactly what they were looking at. He remembered one older technician, a woman named 𝐼𝐺 who'd spent decades doing theme park maintenance before the last park she worked for shut down, picking up one of Freddy's spare hand assemblies during her interview and going almost reverently quiet, turning it over in her hands like she was holding something out of a museum rather than a spare part. I haven't seen craftsmanship like this in years, she said eventually, setting it down with real care. Whoever built this actually understood what they were doing. Not just functional. Appealing. I built it, Izuku said. She looked up at him, then back down at the hand assembly, then back up at him again, clearly recalibrating several assumptions at once. Well, she said finally. I suppose I'd better be good enough to maintain it properly, then. She was hired on the spot. Waiters, janitorial staff, a small front-of-house team. The rest of the hiring went more quickly, though never carelessly. Izuku sat through every single interview himself, because it was his name on the building now, in every sense that mattered, and he wasn't willing to hand any part of that off to someone else this early. The sign went up on a bright, clear afternoon near the very end of construction, a massive, illuminated marquee mounted above the main entrance, the four core performers rendered in careful, colorful detail across its face, the marionette positioned above them all, tall and pale and watching over the whole arrangement with its painted, patient smile. Nagata stood beside him as the installation crew finished bolting the last section into place, clipboard tucked under one arm, squinting up at the finished sign with evident satisfaction. We never finalized the actual text, she said. I've got 3 drafts sitting in my files. Fazbear's Family Pizzeria. Freddy Fazbear's Entertainment Center. Something with the full company name on it, if you want the branding consistent. No, Izuku said, before she'd even finished the list. None of those. No. Just Freddy's. He looked up at the half-lettered sign, at the space still waiting for its final text. Not Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Not the full company name. Just Freddy's. Nagata raised an eyebrow. That's a pretty significant simplification, for a company this deliberate about everything else. That's exactly why it needs to be simple, Izuku said. Freddy Fazbear's is the old name. The one that ended in fires and missing kids and 300 years of nobody wanting to touch it. I'm not running from that history. I can't, it's still ours, still part of what this company survived. But this building isn't a continuation of that. It's something new, standing on the same ground. He looked back at her. Just Freddy's. Short. New. Mine. Nagata studied him a moment, then made a small note on her clipboard and waved the installation crew back up the ladder. The final letters went up an hour later, bright against the darkening sky, simple and unmistakable. Freddy's, glowing warm and gold above a building that, 5 months ago, had been nothing but cold concrete and dust motes hanging in empty light. Izuku stood on the sidewalk across the street with his mother, who'd taken the train out specifically to see it, and neither of them said anything for a long moment, just looked up at a name that had once meant nothing but tragedy, now standing new and lit and entirely his own. "It's appealing, honey," Inko said finally, voice thick. "It's not finished," Izuku said. "There's still the animatronics to move in, the final safety inspections, the Izuku." She put a hand on his arm, and he stopped talking. "It's appealing." He looked at the sign a moment longer, then let himself just agree with her. "Yeah," he said quietly. "Yeah, it is." The move happened at night, because Izuku had decided, somewhere in the planning, that the first time Hosu City saw any of this, it needed to be all at once, fully realized, rather than caught piecemeal by whoever happened to be walking past a loading dock at the wrong moment. He rented a box truck with a driver's license he still, technically, didn't have. Nagata handled the actual driving, amused enough by the request that she hadn't even asked many questions beyond confirming the cargo was, in fact, large mechanical performers and not something I need to call anyone about. Soto came along to help secure everything for transport, and it was her idea, in the end, to wrap each animatronic in heavy moving blankets rather than crate them, so if anyone peeks in the back of that truck at a red light, all they see is furniture. Izuku rode in the back with them anyway, on a fold-down bench bolted along the truck's inner wall, one hand braced against Freddy's blanket-wrapped shoulder the whole ride, feeling every pothole in the road like a small personal betrayal. "You're going to wear a groove in that fabric," Soto said, watching him from across the truck bed. "He's not going anywhere. I strapped him down myself." "I know. I just don't want the first bump he ever feels on the job to be me letting him tip over in a truck." "He's not going to feel anything either way," Soto pointed out, not unkindly. "He's not on." "I know that too," Izuku admitted. "Doesn't change the instinct." The truck rumbled on through streets gone quiet and orange under sodium streetlights, and somewhere around the halfway point, muffled slightly by the blanket, Bonnie's voice came through, a diagnostic ping that had apparently decided this was an excellent moment to fire. "Are we there yet?" Izuku startled so hard he nearly knocked his own head against the truck wall. "You're not supposed to be active." "Wasn't supposed to be. Somebody's suspension is real aggressive back here and it tripped a motion threshold." A pause, the sound of servos shifting faintly under the blanket. "So, are we there yet?" 15 more minutes, Izuku said, torn between exasperation and the particular fondness he'd stopped trying to talk himself out of feeling for all of them individually. "Go back to standby." 15 minutes is a long time to just sit here in the dark under a blanket. You won't experience it as long. You'll just be off, and then you'll be on again, and no time will have passed for you at all. That an official policy or just a guess? "It's how standby works," Izuku said. "You know that. You've got the same architecture as the others." "Just checking you remembered," Bonnie said, and powered back down before Izuku could figure out whether that last line had been a genuine diagnostic quirk or something closer to a joke reaching for an audience even half-conscious. He decided, in the end, it didn't matter which. Either way, it had made him smile in the dark, alone in the back of a moving truck with 5 sleeping machines and one very carefully not sleeping one, and that felt like enough of a reason to let it go unexamined. The building swallowed them whole once the truck backed up to the alley door. Nagata and Soto and 2 contractors Izuku had specifically hired for exactly this task working in careful, practiced silence to move each animatronic through the loading entrance and into position. Freddy went up onto the main stage first, set gently into the mark Izuku had taped down weeks ago, and something about seeing him standing there, under real stage lights, on real hardwood, in the exact space Izuku had described across a folding table 5 months earlier, made Izuku's throat go tight in a way he hadn't quite braced for. "This is really happening," he said quietly, mostly to himself, standing alone in the dark dining hall long after the others had gone home for the night, the only light in the whole cavernous building the single work lamp he'd left burning over the stage. He walked the empty space slowly, the way he had that first day with Hartman, except now every section he passed had a name and a purpose and, mostly, a finished floor. Pirate Cove's wood paneling glowed warm even under the dim security lighting, the maze walls fully built and painted, waiting for children who didn't exist yet to hunt for doubloons that hadn't been minted yet. The arcade wings sat dark and silent, cabinets installed but not yet powered on, the whole space holding its breath. He found himself, eventually, back at the main stage, looking up at Freddy's still, powered-down form under the worklight. "Almost there," he said, echoing the same 2 words he'd said to himself in his bedroom, months ago, staring at a real estate listing on his laptop. Just a few more days. He locked up around 1 in the morning, and the last thing he did before leaving was reach up and flip on the marquee outside, just to see it lit for the first time against a dark Hosu sky. Freddy's, glowing gold and warm above an empty street, with nobody awake to see it but him. He stood on the sidewalk a long moment, looking up at it, and then went home to get whatever sleep he could manage before the final week began in earnest. The final week was, by a wide margin, the least glamorous stretch of the entire project, and Izuku found he didn't mind that at all. Safety inspectors came through twice, methodical and unhurried, checking fire suppression systems and emergency exit signage and the load rating on Bonnie's playplace with a thoroughness that made Izuku simultaneously anxious and deeply grateful he'd insisted on overbuilding everything from the start. The kitchen passed its health inspection on the first attempt, Tanabe standing beside the inspector with his arms crossed the entire time, radiating the specific pride of a man who had redesigned half the layout himself and was not going to let anyone forget it. "Told you the prep line placement mattered," he said to Izuku afterward, not quite smiling but close enough that Izuku had learned to recognize it as one. "You did tell me that." "Damn right I did." Staff training took most of the week, and this was where Izuku got his first real look at how strangers, not investors, not contractors who'd been briefed in advance, but ordinary hired waitstaff, would react to the animatronics in motion for the first time. He ran Freddy through a basic greeting sequence for the assembled floor staff on the 3rd day, everyone gathered in a loose half-circle near the stage, and watched a young waitress named EMI actually take a full step backward when the eyes lit and the head turned toward the group. "Oh, okay, that's really lifelike," she said, laughing at her own reaction, one hand pressed briefly to her chest. "Sorry, I read the training packet, I knew it wasn't going to just be some plastic mascot standing there, but seeing it move is different." "It's a fair reaction," Izuku said. "I'd rather you all get used to it now, on a slow Tuesday, than have a staff member flinch in front of a paying customer on opening day." "Good evening, everyone," Freddy said, warm and even, optical sensors already running a basic expression sweep across the assembled group. "I don't believe we've all met properly yet." A ripple of nervous laughter went through the staff, and Izuku watched it settle, within a few minutes, into something closer to easy familiarity, EMI asking Freddy to wave again, another waiter testing whether he'd respond differently if approached from the side, Tanabe standing near the back with his arms crossed, watching the whole demonstration with the same skeptical then won-over expression he'd worn during his own interview. "It's good work," Tanabe said afterward, gruffly, to no one in particular, which Izuku understood, by now, to be exactly as much of a compliment as the man was capable of giving out loud. The full dry run happened 2 days before opening, staff only, doors locked, every animatronic running its complete performance sequence for the first time in the actual building rather than a cramped bedroom. Izuku stood at the back of the dining hall, notebook in hand out of old habit, and watched Bonnie's guitar chord ring out through a real sound system for the first time, watched Chico's tray extend and Mr. Cupcake trundle its practiced path across real hardwood floor, watched Fox's curtain snap back with a theatrical flourish that landed, even in an empty room, exactly the way he'd hoped it would. He didn't take a single note. There was nothing to correct. He just watched, and let himself, for one quiet evening, simply enjoy having built something that worked. The commercial shoot happened the following afternoon, in a rented studio 2 districts over, and it was, without question, the most nervous Izuku had felt about anything since the day he'd sat across from 𝐒𝐽𝐲's desk with an empty resume in his hands. The director, a lean, fast-talking man named Renji Aonoyaji, who normally handled hero agency ad campaigns and had taken this job, by his own admission, purely out of curiosity after hearing the pitch, walked Izuku through the set with the brisk efficiency of someone used to working with clients who already knew exactly what they were selling. So, 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐺 said, circling Izuku once with the appraising eye of a man mentally framing a shot, "I've shot maybe 400 hero campaigns in my career. Guy in a cape stands here, looks noble, talks about justice. We cut to some footage of him punching something, done. I have never once shot a commercial for," he gestured vaguely, "whatever this is. A pizza place. With robots. Owned by someone who looks like he should be worrying about a math test, not a marketing campaign. It's a family entertainment center," Izuku said. "Not just a pizza place." "Sure. Family entertainment center." 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐺 didn't sound convinced. "Look, kid, I'll be straight with you. I took this job because it's the strangest brief I've gotten in a decade and I wanted to see what it actually was in person. I'm not sure it's going to work. Nobody's buying anything that isn't heroes right now. That's just the market." "Maybe," Izuku said. "Or maybe that's exactly why it'll work. Everyone's selling the same thing. I'm selling something nobody's seen before." 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐺 looked at him for a long moment, something shifting behind his professionally skeptical expression. He said finally. "All right. Let's block the first shot and see how you actually read on camera. Talk's cheap. Footage isn't." The lights came up hot and immediate, and Izuku stood in the center of the set in a tailored dark gray suit that had taken 3 fittings to actually fit right, purple tie knotted with more care than he'd ever given a piece of clothing in his life, and felt, for one genuinely terrifying moment, every ounce of confidence he'd built over the last year threatened to evaporate entirely. "Whenever you're ready," 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐺 called from behind the camera. "Just say your first line. We'll do as many takes as we need." Izuku opened his mouth. Nothing came out. "Take your time," 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐺 said, not unkindly, lowering the camera slightly. "First time in front of one of these is always weird. Even for adults who've done it before." Izuku closed his eyes for a second, and, without quite meaning to, found himself thinking of a line from Henry's manual, one he'd read so many times the words had worn a groove into his memory alongside all the technical diagrams. If it doesn't make a child smile the first time they see it, the design has failed, no matter how clever the mechanism is. He wasn't a mechanism. But the principle held anyway. This wasn't about looking impressive on camera. It was about the exact same thing every single animatronic standing back at the building had been built for, making someone's face light up, one honest moment at a time. He opened his eyes, found the lens, and pictured, very specifically, a single child somewhere in Hosu City who hadn't been born yet and would, someday soon, walk through Freddy's front doors for the very first time. "My name is Dr. Izuku Midoriya," he said, and this time his voice came out steady, "CEO and owner of Fazbear's company, and I am proud to welcome you to a place where fantasy and fun come to life. Welcome to Freddy's." 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐺 lowered the camera slowly. For a moment he didn't say anything at all. "Okay," he said finally, and something in his tone had changed completely. "That. Whatever that was, do that again, exactly like that, and we've got a commercial." The rest of the shoot moved quickly once Izuku found his footing, 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐺 cutting between the studio setup and pre-recorded footage of the finished building, the polished checkerboard floors, the towering slides of Bonnie's playplace, the glowing arcade signage, while Izuku delivered each line fresh for every visual cue. "Are you looking for unforgettable fun? High-energy entertainment? A touch of true fantasy? Well, look no further, because Freddy's is built just for you." The footage cut to Freddy on the main stage, his warm baby blue eyes catching the camera with a fluid, practiced wave, and then to Chico, Mr. Cupcake detaching from her tray to zip playfully across the floor for the benefit of the lens. "Here at Fazbear's Company, we guarantee 3 things: fantastic food, unforgettable family fun, and most of all, absolute safety. We know how unpredictable the world can be. That is why we have designed Freddy's to be a secure, worry-free haven where parents can truly relax and children can play to their heart's content." The marionette glided through the prize area for the camera, sensors sweeping the room with calm, unhurried grace, and Foxy gave his hook a dazzling, high-speed spin from his stage that made even 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐺, watching the playback, let out a low, impressed whistle. Our state-of-the-art robotic engineering allows our characters to interact with guests in a truly lifelike fashion. Combined with an endless array of arcade games, interactive attractions, and premium dining, we are ready to redefine family entertainment. The camera cut back to the studio for the final close-up, and Izuku found, by this point, that the nerves had entirely burned away, replaced by something steadier, the same quiet certainty he felt standing over a finished animatronic right before flipping the SWCH for the first time. Our doors open to the public next week. We cannot wait to share the magic with you. Welcome to Freddy's. He gave the polite, inviting nod Inoyaji had asked for, and held it as the lights dimmed and the neon logo swept up behind him on the studio's rear screen, the jingle already playing in his head even though it wouldn't be layered in until post-production. Are you ready for Freddy? Inoyaji called the shot, and the studio went quiet for a moment before he set the camera down entirely and looked at Izuku with an expression that had lost every trace of its earlier skepticism. Kid, he said, I've shot a lot of people saying a lot of things they didn't mean, dressed up to look like they meant them. I don't think you were acting even a little bit back there. He shook his head slowly. I don't know if this thing's gonna work commercially. Genuinely don't. But I believe every word of what I just filmed, and that's not nothing. That's actually pretty rare. Thank you, Izuku said, and meant it more than the polite reflex of the words alone would suggest. Don't thank me yet. Thank me if anyone actually watches it. 𝐒𝐭 was chopping vegetables for dinner 3 evenings later when the television, left on for background noise more than active attention, cut to a commercial break she wasn't really listening to. She was so proud of her son. A soft, nostalgic music box melody drifted out of the television, and something about it, gentle, old-fashioned, entirely out of place among the usual barrage of hero brand advertising, made her look up from the cutting board without quite meaning to. A friendly, brown-furred bear in a top hat filled the screen for half a second, and then the camera pulled back to reveal a young man standing in a sharp, tailored suit, green hair neatly combed, posture upright and confident in a way that struck her, for one disorienting moment, as simply familiar. Then he spoke, and the knife slipped clean out of her hand and clattered against the cutting board. My name is Dr. Izuku Midoriya, the voice said, smooth and steady in a register she'd never once heard her son use, CEO and owner of Fazbear's company, and I am proud to welcome you to a place where fantasy and fun come to life. 𝐒𝐭's hands flew to her mouth. The freckles were unmistakable. The eyes were unmistakable, brighter than she'd seen them in over 2 years, since before a doctor's appointment had quietly ended a childhood dream, but unmistakably his. Dr. Izuku Midoriya. CEO. The comforting story she'd built for herself, quiet, studious, technical school Izuku, working patiently towards some safer, gentler version of the future he'd lost, came apart all at once, and what stood in its place was so much larger and stranger than anything she'd let herself imagine that for a moment she simply couldn't process it at all. She watched the rest of it in a kind of suspended disbelief, footage of a building she'd never seen sweeping past behind her son's composed, confident narration, a dining hall gleaming under warm lights, a towering play structure in shades of purple and blue, a fox with a spinning silver hook that made her flinch instinctively even through the television screen. 4 animatronics stood together in the final shot, lifelike in a way that made her skin prickle slightly even knowing, on some level, that they had to be machines. My baby built those, and I met them, he did, and now he's going to show them off. The thought arrived less like a realization and more like a physical blow, and she found herself sitting down on one of the kitchen stools, knife forgotten on the floor, one hand still pressed over her mouth. She'd spent over a year quietly worried, quietly proud of her son's resilience without ever fully understanding what that resilience had been building toward. She told herself a small, safe lie because the alternative, not knowing, genuinely not knowing what her son was doing behind a closed bedroom door for months at a time, had felt harder to sit with than a story she'd made up herself. Now the lie was gone, replaced by something far bigger and far more real. And she sat alone in her kitchen and cried, not the careful, managed tears she'd learned to shed quietly over the past 2 years, but something looser, more overwhelmed, pride and shock, and something achingly close to grief for all the months she'd spent underestimating exactly how far her son had actually climbed. She was still sitting there, tissue pressed to her face, when the front door opened 20 minutes later and Izuku came in, backpack over one shoulder, calling a distracted greeting toward the kitchen before he'd even fully registered her expression. "Mom." He stopped in the doorway. "What happened? Are you okay?" "I saw it," she managed, voice thick. "The commercial." "I saw it, Izuku." He went very still. "Oh. Seo," she said, half laughing through the tears now, standing to cross the kitchen and pull him into a hug so tight it nearly knocked the breath out of him. "Dr. Izuku Midoriya. My baby's a doctor and a CEO, and I thought." She pulled back just enough to look at his face, both hands cupping his cheeks the way she had when he was small enough that this gesture didn't require her to reach up quite so far. "I thought you were studying for a technical school entrance exam, sweetheart. I let myself believe that because it was easier than not knowing. I'm sorry. I should have asked harder." "I didn't want you to worry," Izuku said, voice cracking slightly. "It felt safer if you didn't know all the details until it was actually real. You were there but you weren't sure what I was going to do. It's real now." She laughed again, wetly, wiping at her own eyes. "It's very, very real, and I am so unbelievably proud of you. I don't have the words for it yet. I might need a few days to actually find the words." "You don't need to find them right now," Izuku said, hugging her back properly this time. "You can just be surprised for a while. That's allowed too." Inko was not, it turned out, the only person in Hosu City surprised by that commercial. A hero culture blog called The Daily Quirk ran a piece 2 days later under the headline, "A teenager opens an entertainment-themed restaurant in Hosu, and it has no quirks anywhere in sight." The article's author clearly as baffled and fascinated by the concept as 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 had initially been on set. A popular hero review vlogger with several million subscribers, known mostly for ranking pro heroes' fighting styles, posted a short, incredulous video captioned simply, "Guys, I think I need to go check this out in person. What even is this?" The footage of Fox's hookspin looping in the background for the video's full 90 seconds. Comment sections filled up fast, and faster than Izuku expected, with a specific flavor of curiosity he hadn't fully anticipated, not skepticism, mostly, but a kind of relieved delight at seeing something on their screens that wasn't another hero debut, another villain incident, another ranking of who could punch through the most concrete. Finally something different. One especially popular comment read, "I didn't know how tired I was of hero content until I saw a robot bear playing a bear-shaped guitar and felt something." By the end of the week, 3 separate radio hosts had mentioned the commercial on air, one of them playing the jingle in full and admitting, on air, that it had been stuck in her head for 2 days straight. A national morning show's culture segment ran a 30-second clip with the tagline, "The internet's newest obsession isn't a hero, it's a pizza restaurant," and Izuku, watching the segment on his laptop late one night, felt something between exhilaration and genuine vertigo at how quickly the strange, private thing he'd built alone in his bedroom had become, apparently, a small piece of the national conversation. "You're famous," Inko said, only half joking, watching the same clip over his shoulder. "I don't think I'm famous," Izuku said. "I think a bear playing guitar is famous. I'm just standing near him." "I don't think that's how it works, sweetheart," she said, and kissed the top of his head. "But we'll see." The night before opening, Izuku stayed at the building until well past midnight, running one final check through every system in the place. Power grid, sound, lighting, every animatronic cycled through a full diagnostic and returned safely to standby, not because he doubted any of it, but because some habits from a year of scarcity and self-taught caution weren't easy to set down just because the stakes had gotten bigger. He stood alone on the empty stage for a while afterward, looking out at a dining hall full of empty tables that would, in roughly 12 hours, be full of people he'd never met, waiting to see something no one in Hosu City, no one anywhere, as far as he knew, had ever quite seen before. "Tomorrow," he said quietly, to Freddy's dark, powered-down form beside him, to Bonnie and Chico and Foxy waiting in their own places, to the marionette folded silent in its box and Balloon Boy resting near the arcade entrance. "It's really tomorrow." None of them answered. They weren't swayed on to. He locked up, walked out past the glowing marquee one more time, and drove home to get whatever sleep his nerves would actually allow him, already knowing, somewhere underneath the fear, that he wasn't going to get much. Izuku didn't sleep. Not really. He lay in bed with his eyes closed for most of the night, running through system checks in his head the way other people might count sheep, fire suppression tested, sound levels calibrated, All 6 units cycled and returned to standby, kitchen passed inspection, staff trained, doors reinforced, marquee bulbs replaced last week, and somewhere around 4 in the morning he gave up pretending any of it was going to lull him under and just lay there, staring at the ceiling, listening to his own heartbeat. By 6, he was in the kitchen, still in yesterday's clothes, staring at a piece of toast he had no intention of eating. "You didn't sleep," 𝐒𝐭 said. It wasn't a question. She set a cup of tea down in front of him anyway, the same as always, and sat across the table with her own. "I slept some. Izuku." "I slept a little," he admitted, and pushed the toast half an inch across the plate without picking it up. "I keep running through everything that could go wrong. The stage rigging, the crowd control, whether Tonabe's kitchen can actually handle a full house on day 1, whether the sound system's going to feed back the second Bonnie hits a full chord. Eat something," 𝐒𝐭 said gently, "and then stop. You've checked all of it. More than once. More than twice, probably, knowing you." She reached across and squeezed his hand. "Today isn't about whether you did the work. You did the work. Today's just about letting people see it." He looked at her for a long moment, and something in his chest, wound tight enough all night that he'd stopped noticing the tension as tension, just as a permanent state, loosened, fractionally. "What if nobody comes?" he asked, quieter than he meant to. "Then you'll have built something extraordinary that a few dozen people got to see first," 𝐒𝐭 said, "and you'll open the doors again tomorrow, and the day after, until they do come. That's not a failure, sweetheart. That's just Tuesday, for most businesses." She squeezed his hand once more. "But I don't think that's what's going to happen. Not after what I saw on the news yesterday." He managed half the toast, in the end, mostly to stop her from watching him not eat it, and left for the train an hour earlier than he needed to. He needn't have worried about being early. When he came around the final corner on foot, 2 blocks from the building, already checking his phone for messages from 𝐒𝐿 about the last-minute lighting adjustment she'd flagged the night before, he stopped walking entirely. There was a line. Not a small one. It ran the full length of the block, curled around the corner he'd just come from, and kept going, a chattering, restless river of people that seemed, from where he stood, to have no visible end. "It's an hour before we open," he thought, staring at it. An hour. He'd let himself imagine, in his most optimistic private moments, a modest crowd. 50 people. 100, if the commercial had genuinely landed the way 𝐒𝐿𝐺's numbers suggested it might. He had not once, allowed himself to imagine this. Families with folding chairs, teenagers already filming vertical videos of themselves waiting, a cluster of adults debating loudly and cheerfully about which animatronic they were most excited to see, an old man near the front of the line explaining to his granddaughter, in the specific tone of someone revisiting something from decades ago, that there used to be places like this a long time back, before he was even her age. Izuku slipped around to the staff entrance on legs that felt, for a moment, not entirely his own. Backstage was its own kind of controlled chaos. Tonabe was already barking instructions through the kitchen pass, sleeves rolled to the elbow, 3 prep cooks moving in the tight, practiced rhythm he'd clearly drilled into them over the past week. 𝐒𝐿 had a tablet in hand, running a final diagnostic sweep across all 6 units simultaneously, murmuring numbers to herself as she cross-checked them against a printed baseline. 𝐿𝐼 was pacing a tight loop near the curtain, visibly working up her nerve, until she caught sight of Izuku and forced her shoulders back. "Is it always like this out there?" she asked. "The line?" "I have literally no idea," Izuku admitted. "This is the first time I've ever done this." "Comforting," 𝐼 said, but she was smiling. Nagata found him a few minutes later, clipboard tucked under one arm out of what Izuku suspected was pure habit at this point, and looked him over with a critical eye. "You look like you're about to be sick," she said. "I might be about to be sick." "Don't. Suits rented for 1 more day, we haven't budgeted for dry cleaning and emergency." He laughed despite himself, a short, slightly hysterical sound, and she smiled and clapped him once on the shoulder before disappearing to check the arcade wing's final power-up sequence. 𝐒𝐿 found him last, tablet still in hand, and delivered her report with the same brisk calm she'd brought to every conversation since her interview. All 6 units green across the board. Full charge, full diagnostic pass, no anomalies. She hesitated, studying him. "You look like you're about to pass out, kid." "I might." "Don't. I didn't spend a week tuning Fox's hydraulics just to have you collapse before he gets his first real audience." But her voice had softened, and she added, more gently, "For what it's worth, whatever's about to happen out there, the work's already done. You built something that works. Everything after this is just people finding that out." He held on to that thought, the work's already done, and walked toward the heavy velvet curtains separating backstage from the dining hall, his tailored suit suddenly feeling less like armor and more like a costume he wasn't sure he'd earned the right to wear. He parted the curtain a fraction of an inch and looked out. The dining hall was already full. Not full of guests, the doors hadn't opened yet, but full of noise, a low, constant hum bleeding through the walls from the crowd still gathering outside, and through the narrow gap in the curtain, Izuku could see straight down the length of the room to the front windows, where the line he'd walked past 20 minutes ago had, if anything, gotten longer. Children sat on shoulders, craning for a better look at the darkened stage. A cluster of teenagers had angled their phones toward the front doors, clearly live-streaming the wait itself. He caught snippets of conversation drifting through the glass, someone loudly wondering if the fox really had a hook that spun, someone else insisting their older cousin had already seen the commercial 11 times. His breath had gone shallow and quick without his permission. His hands, when he looked down at them, were trembling slightly, and he pressed them flat against his own thighs to still them, the way he had 100 times over the past year whenever a build got difficult and his hands needed steadying before they could. Keep working. This is real, he thought, and the thought did nothing at all to slow his heartbeat. This is actually real. All of it. Right now. His eyes swept the crowd once more, cataloging without meaning to, a woman balancing a toddler on one hip, two boys arguing cheerfully about something, an elderly couple holding hands near the back of the line, and stopped. Near the front, close enough to the glass that he could make out her face clearly even through the narrow gap in the curtain, stood his mother. She'd told him she'd be there. He'd known, rationally, that she would be. But knowing it and seeing it were different things entirely, and something about the sight of her, small, familiar, achingly proud even from this distance, a tissue already half crumpled in one hand though the doors hadn't even opened yet, cut straight through the tight, anxious static that had been building in his chest all morning. He let the curtain fall back into place, and stood there a moment in the dim backstage light, breathing. He didn't cry. He came close, his eyes stung, hot and sudden, and he let himself feel that fully rather than fight it, but he didn't let it go any further than that, not yet. There would be time for that later, he suspected. Right now there was a room full of people who'd shown up for something he'd built with his own two hands, and somewhere in the middle of that crowd was the one person who'd never once stopped believing there was something worth building. He straightened his tie. He rolled his shoulders back. And when he finally let his breath out, it came slower, steadier, than any breath he'd taken since he woke up that morning. Let's show them what Fazbear means, he thought, and it didn't feel like a line from a speech he'd rehearsed. It felt, simply, true. He nodded once to Soto, who was watching him from a few feet away with her tablet still in hand, and she nodded back and murmured something into a small radio clip to her collar. Somewhere out front, the doors unlocked. The lights dimmed the second the last guests had filtered in and found their seats, a low hush spreading through the packed dining hall the way it does when a room full of strangers all realize, at once, that something is about to begin. A sweeping orchestral fanfare, recorded weeks ago, mixed and remixed until Izuku was satisfied it hit exactly the right note of grandeur, rolled out of the sound system he'd wired himself, and a single spotlight snapped on, catching the empty center of the stage in a pool of brilliant white. Izuku stepped into it. "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen." His voice carried through the hall, amplified, steadier than he'd expected it to sound given how badly his hands had been shaking 10 minutes earlier. "My name is Dr. Izuku Midoriya, the CEO and owner of Fazbear's company. For the last 2.5 years, my team and I have poured everything we had into building something entirely new, not a hero, not a quirk, just an old idea about wonder that a very brilliant man started a long time ago, and that I've had the honor of finishing." He paused, and the room was so quiet he could hear his own pulse. "Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I present to you, the Fazbear Band." The spotlight cut out. Darkness swallowed the stage whole, and a beat later, the pre-recorded announcer voice, warm, theatrical, dripping with old-fashioned showmanship, rolled out across the hall. Put your hands together, everybody, for the one, the only, Freddy Fazbear. The curtains swept back. A spotlight found him, and Freddy's optical sensors caught the light and glowed a soft, warm baby blue as his head lifted, his paw rising in an easy, welcoming wave toward a room full of strangers he had, in any meaningful sense, never actually met before. Well, hello, everybody. His synthesized baritone rolled out warm and clear, carrying easily to the back of the packed hall. Looks like we've got a full house tonight. I like that a lot. My name's Freddy, and I'll be your host for the evening, so let's get this show started right. First, though, you're going to want to meet the rest of the band. A second spotlight snapped on, catching Bonnie mid-motion, guitar already braced against his chest, and he struck a single ringing chord that cut through the hall with theatrical flourish. That's my cue. Name's Bonnie, floppy ears, loud guitar, and if you're wondering whether I can actually play this thing, another chord, faster, more confident, yeah, I can. A ripple of laughter went through the crowd, and Bonnie's ears flicked once, an idle animation catching the moment perfectly. The third spotlight found Chico, tray already extended, Mr. Cupcake perched on it with his little lead candle glowing warm. Hi, everybody. I'm Chico. I'll be keeping an eye on the food side of things tonight, so if anybody's hungry, you are absolutely in the right place. She gave the tray a small, cheerful shake, and Mr. Cupcake's googly eyes wobbled in response. And this little guy right here's gonna come say hello to some of you personally, so don't be shy if he rolls your way. The final reveal came with a loud, theatrical crash as the star-patterned curtains of Pirates Cove ripped back, and Foxy leaned out over the painted bow of his ship, hook held high, one chartreuse eye catching the spotlight. And I'm Foxy, captain of this whole operation, much as this bell tell you otherwise. A quick, sharp glance toward Freddy, more banter than challenge. Got me own cove just past the kitchen, full maze and all, so any of you brave enough to hunt down some buried treasure, come find me later. Fair warning, though, I don't go easy on anybody. The four of them came together under the full stage lights in a final, synchronized pose, and Freddy's voice rolled out one last time, warm and resonant, carrying the whole room with it. Now that you've met the band, welcome, everybody, to Freddy's, where fantasy and fun come to life. For one breathless second, the room was completely, utterly silent. Izuku, standing just off to the side of the stage now, felt his own heart P&D so loudly in the quiet that he was half convinced the front row could hear it. He'd built this exact moment 100 times in his head over the past year, imagined every possible reaction, and none of his imagining had quite prepared him for the specific, suspended stillness of several hundred people simultaneously realizing that what they were looking at wasn't a trick of lighting or projection, but something genuinely, physically alive seeming in a world that had never seen machines move quite like this before. Then the room erupted. It wasn't polite applause. It was a full, roaring wave of noise, children shrieking with delight, parents laughing and clapping, teenagers scrambling to angle their phones for a better shot. The old man near the front of the line Izuku had noticed earlier now openly wiping at his eyes, saying something to his granddaughter that got lost in the noise but was unmistakably, from his expression, some version of "I didn't think I'd ever see anything like this again." Near the front, close to the stage, a small girl who couldn't have been older than 5 burst into tears, not distress, Izuku realized after one heart-stopping second of alarm, but pure, overwhelmed delight, the specific kind of crying that happens when something is simply too wonderful for a 5-year-old's body to process any other way. Her father scooped her up, laughing, pointing her toward Fox's still-raised hook, and her sobs turned to giggles almost as fast as they'd started. Izuku stood at the edge of the stage and let it wash over him, the noise, the light, the sheer, overwhelming physical fact of a room full of strangers responding exactly the way he'd hoped, for over a year, that someone eventually would. He didn't cry. He came close again, for the second time that morning, throat tight and eyes stinging, but he found, standing there, that what he felt wasn't quite the same shape as it had been backstage. That had been fear cracking open into hope. This was something steadier. Something that didn't need to spill over to be real. He let himself smile instead, wide and unguarded, and didn't try to hide it from anyone watching. The stage doors opened once the applause finally settled, and the show became something else entirely, not a performance anymore, but a room full of small, ordinary, wonderful interactions playing out all at once. Freddie moved between the tables with an easy, unhurried gait, his warm baritone dispensing greetings and the occasional gentle joke, a paw extended for high fives that landed with surprising, careful precision every time. His optical sensors swept the room continuously, expression data streaming back to the server rack that now lived, properly housed, in a dedicated equipment room rather than Izuku's old bedroom closet, reading faces, adjusting tone, offering a quieter, gentler greeting to a boy who looked overwhelmed by the noise and a louder, more enthusiastic one to a cluster of kids clearly begging for his attention. Chiku's tray clicked, and Mr. Cupcake deployed with a soft pop of reversed polarity, wheeling smoothly across the floor toward a small girl who'd wedged herself half behind her father's leg near the edge of the dining area, watching the whole spectacle with wide, uncertain eyes rather than the delighted noise everyone around her was making. The little cupcake bumped gently against her sneaker, candle flickering warm, googly eyes wobbling up at her with their lopsided, patient stare, and it took less than 10 seconds before her uncertain expression cracked into a small, surprised giggle, one hand reaching down to pat the cupcake's frosted shell. "There you go," her father said, crouching beside her, and Izuku, watching from a few tables away, felt something warm settle in his chest at the sight of exactly the moment he'd built Mr. Cupcake for, playing out in front of him for the very first time in the real world instead of a cramped apartment living room. Pirates Cove's curtain drew back properly for the first time that afternoon, and a line of children who'd been eyeing it eagerly since the opening number surged forward, Fox's hook already spinning into its mesmerizing silver blur as he leaned out over the painted ship's bow. "Ahoy! Who's brave enough to take on the maze first?" A dozen hands shot up at once, and Fox's chartreuse eye swept across them with theatrical consideration. "Well, now, that's a tough call. Tell you what, fastest one through gets first pick from the treasure chest. Ready? Go!" Near the arcade entrance, Balloon Boy had already accumulated a small crowd of his own, spherical hands gesturing enthusiastically as he ran through his color-guessing routine with a rotating cast of delighted children, his high, bright voice carrying easily over the general noise. And near the prize corner, the marionette moved with its slow, silent glide between guests, occasionally lowering itself to offer a small plush toy to a child clutching a fistful of tickets, its painted mask unreadable and somehow, in its stillness, exactly as reassuring as Izuku had built it to be. He found his mother near the edge of the dining hall roughly 20 minutes into the chaos, and she found him at almost the exact same moment, both of them turning at once as if pulled by the same invisible thread. She didn't say anything at first. She just crossed the remaining distance and wrapped her arms around him, tight, and Izuku let himself sink into it, some of the tension he'd been carrying since 4 in the morning finally, quietly, draining out of his shoulders. "I am so proud of you," she said, into his shoulder, voice thick but steadier than he'd expected. "I don't think I've ever been this proud of anything in my whole life." "Thanks, Mom." His own voice came out rougher than he meant it to. "Thank you for everything. For the job idea. For believing this was worth trying, even when I couldn't explain what this even was yet. I didn't do anything, sweetheart. I just didn't get in your way." She pulled back to look at him properly, hands on his shoulders, eyes bright but no longer overflowing the way they had over the commercial. "You built all of this. Every single bit of it." He looked past her, out at the dining hall, Freddie circulating warmly between tables, Chiku's cupcake finding another small, shy face to comfort, the line already forming outside Pirates Cove for a second turn through the maze, and felt something settle into place that had been unsteady, in one form or another, for well over 2 years. "Yeah," he said quietly. "I did." The rest of the day passed in a blur of controlled chaos that Izuku would only fully piece back together hours later, reviewing the security footage with something between exhaustion and disbelief. 3 more full shows ran through the afternoon and into the evening, each one drawing a fresh wave of applause that never seemed to dip in enthusiasm no matter how many times the crowd turned over. Tanabe's kitchen ran at a pace that had him bellowing orders through the pass with real, gleeful intensity, 3 prep cooks moving in a tight, practiced rhythm that somehow never quite broke down despite the volume. Soto circulated quietly between shows, running quick diagnostic checks on each unit during their brief backstage breaks, murmuring satisfied numbers to herself the whole time. Merchandise counters sold through their first restock of Freddy and Marionette plushes before the second show had even finished, staff scrambling to pull more stock from the storeroom while a line of eager children waited, arms already full of prize tickets and half-eaten pizza. I found Izuku somewhere around the third show, flushed and grinning, all trace of her earlier nervousness burned away entirely. "This is the best job I've ever had," she said, breathless. "I don't think I've stopped smiling since the doors opened." "Neither have I," Izuku admitted, "and my face is starting to actually hurt." "Worth it." "Completely." By the time the last guest finally trickled out and the heavy front doors clicked shut for the night, Izuku's feet ached in a way he hadn't fully registered until the sudden absence of a crowd made room for him to notice. He walked the length of the now-empty dining hall once, alone, the way he had the night the animatronics were first moved in, except tonight the space didn't feel like it was holding its breath anymore. It felt used. Lived in. Genuinely, finally alive with the residue of several hundred people's laughter still hanging faintly in the air. He settled into the security office at the double desk he'd designed himself, months ago, across a folding table with Nagata, and pulled up the day's financial report on his tablet. He read the number once, and didn't quite believe it. He read it again. Combined cash, card, and ticket transactions across the restaurant, the merchandise counters, and the arcade wing came to a number that made him sit back slowly in his chair, one hand pressed briefly over his mouth. 900,000 yen. In a single day. A soft, disbelieving laugh escaped him, and he set the tablet down on the desk and just sat there for a moment, letting it sink in, not the number itself, exactly, though the number was staggering enough on its own, but everything underneath it. Every scavenged piece of metal from Tacoma Bay. Every lawn mowed for pocket change. Every ruined prototype, every burnt notebook page, every night spent hunched over a soldering iron until his eyes burned worse than the metal ever had. He pulled out his phone and typed out a quick message to 𝐒𝐲, still grinning at his own tablet screen. "You should see this place today. Come by whenever you're free, first slice is on me." A reply came back within minutes. "Told you I wanted to see how it went. Glad I get to say I told you so about at least one thing today, even if I never actually predicted numbers like that." He sent a similar message to Hartman, and one to Sundry. "The balloon machine was a hit, kids loved it, thank you again," and set his phone down, feeling, for the first time all day, like the adrenaline had finally started to drain out of him rather than just building higher and higher. He shut down the main power grid, leaving only the security systems humming quietly in the dark, and walked out to the parking lot alone, keys in hand. Before starting the car, he looked back at the building one more time. The neon marquee still glowed warm against the dark Hosu sky, Freddy's lit up bright and unmistakable above a building that had been, less than a year ago, nothing but cold concrete and dust motes hanging in still air. "I made you proud, Henry," he said quietly, to nobody, to a man 300 years gone who'd never know any of this had happened, but whose careful, cramped handwriting had made every bit of it possible. "I think I actually did it." He started the engine, and drove home. Freddy's, and just Freddy's, the first and main location of the improved and reopened Fazbear's Company. Overview. A large, sprawling, single-story family entertainment center and pizzeria. Unlike standard legacy locations, this building features a highly expanded, modern layout incorporating specialized interactive attractions, dedicated employee and executive lounges, and a dual-perspective security office. The 5 distinct sectors' central dining hall and main stage, the heart of the building, is a sprawling, high-ceilinged room designed for mass dining, guest intake, and live performances. Main show stage, location, along the far northern wall. Features, an elevated wooden stage where the classic animatronic trio of Freddy, Bonnie, and 𝐒𝐭𝐲 perform. Dining area, location, positioned directly in front of the show stage. Features, 6 long, vertically aligned dining tables arranged in a neat 3-column grid. Waiting area, location, to the left of the main dining tables. Features, 3 horizontal tables for incoming guests awaiting seating. The lobby, location, at the far southern entrance of the building. Features, houses the main reception desk and the lost and found counter where guests check in. The security office, location, directly between the southern lobby and the main dining hall. Features: an advanced, dual-desk design engineered for safety. Night shift desk, faces north, looking through a wide glass window directly into the dark dining hall. Day shift desk, faces south, overseeing the busy main entrance and lobby. West Hall and East Hall, features: 2 long, secure corridors running vertically on either side of the security office. They serve as the main pathways connecting the dining hall to the rest of the facility. The left wing 𝐒𝐭𝐻's Kitchen and Fox's Pirate Cove, a western expansion dedicated to food preparation and interactive, pirate-themed adventures. 𝐒𝐭𝐻's Kitchen features a massive, commercial-grade kitchen located west of the dining hall, fully equipped with a dedicated food shelf pantry, prep stations, and industrial ovens. Pirate Cove features an immersive, decorated room designed to look like an indoor wooden harbor. It contains several key attractions: Fox's Show Stage, a small curtain stage situated in the upper left corner of the room. Fox's Treasure Maze, a complex, interactive wooden maze built in the center of the cove where children can hunt for plastic gold doubloons. Chest Exchange, a specialized prize counter at the north end of the maze where children trade their maze tokens for pirate-themed toys. Ship's Cove, an annex area designed like the deck of a pirate ship, utilized primarily for group photo opportunities. Arcade of the Sea, a row of ocean-themed arcade cabinets lining the southern wall of the cove. The right-wing restrooms and administrative offices. The eastern portion of the building houses guest facilities, staff break areas, and corporate management offices. Restroom Corridor features a wide hallway leading east from the dining hall. It contains boys' restroom fully equipped, girls' restroom fully equipped, janitor's room, a small utility closet containing cleaning supplies, sinks, and facility maintenance gear. Administrative and staff spaces, boss office, the primary office for the locations manager, complete with a large desk and security monitoring feeds. Boss lounge, a small, carpeted waiting area outside the boss office, furnished with a leather couch and armchairs. Break room, an employee-only area featuring a circular break table, vending machines, and a kitchenette. Meeting area, a large corporate boardroom located at the far right of the wing, centered around a massive round wooden table and chairs. The play and arcade wing located at the southern ends of the west and east security halls. This sector holds the pizzeria's 2 largest interactive attractions. Bonnie's Playplace, access, entered through the southern end of the west hall. Features a massive, multi-level indoor playground designed in the style of classic fast food play structures. Built in shades of purple and blue to honor Bonnie the Rabbit, it features a sprawling web of plastic crawl tubes, spiral slides, climbing nets, soft obstacle courses, and a giant ball pit. The Puppets Box Arcade, access, entered through the southern end of the East Hall. Features a colossal, neon-lit gaming center that replaces standard arcade corners. The Prize Corner, located at the front of the arcade, featuring ticket redemption counters. The Giant Present Stage, the center attraction, a massive circle stage where the puppet model, Puppet 12-1 sits. The Floor Patrol, a custom balloon boy animatronic that wanders this arcade area exclusively, handing out balloons and directing guests to the games. Art Room and Scare Room, 2 auxiliary party rooms branching off the main arcade, used for children's birthday crafts and spooky-themed minigames. Backstage, storage, and hidden areas highly restricted, dark areas of the building that are strictly off-limits to guests. They contain spare machinery, structural access points, and old secrets. Backstage Corridor, located directly behind the main show stage. Features parts and service, a workshop filled with tools, spare animatronic heads, limbs, and endoskeletons. Ladders to the attic, a utility ladder providing maintenance access to the building's roof and ventilation systems. Safe Room features a hidden room located near the backstage area. It is completely off-camera, unmapped on any public directory, and boarded up with a false wall door. Spare Room 1 and Spare Room 2, positioned at opposite ends of the building along the east and west outer walls. Features, each contains its own spare stage and spare stand, used to store older, decommissioned, or standby animatronics away from the public eye. Alleyway, a fenced-in asphalt alleyway running along the entire northern exterior wall of the building. Access, accessible via multiple emergency exits throughout the back zones. Success, Izuku was discovering, had its own particular momentum, and once it got moving, it did not seem terribly interested in slowing back down. The second daily show went up within 2 months of opening night, added not because Izuku had planned for it but because Nagata had sat him down with a week's worth of attendance numbers and pointed out, with the specific bluntness he'd come to rely on her for, that they were turning away more guests at the door than they were seating. "You built something people want to see twice," she said. "That's not a maintenance problem, Izuku, that's a business problem. A good one. Fix it." They fixed it. A third show followed 2 months after that, and by the time the reservation system Soto helped design finally went live, a simple online booking window that filled its first week slots within 4 hours of opening, Freddy's had stopped being a novelty anyone in Hosu discovered by accident and started being something people specifically planned trips around. Yuna came back every month, without fail. Izuku hadn't known her name on opening night, just the small, overwhelmed girl who'd burst into happy tears in the front row before Fox's Hook had even finished its first spin, but her father had introduced himself during their third visit, laughing, explaining that his daughter had genuinely asked every single week since, when they were going back. By the 6th visit, Chiko's guest recognition system flagged her automatically the second she walked through the door, deploying Mr. Cupcake before she'd even reached the hostess stand, and the sight of her sprinting across the dining hall to meet a small pink robot that, in the narrowest technical sense, had no idea who she was, became one of Izuku's favorite things to watch from the security office window. The press coverage never really stopped building. A documentary crew from an overseas broadcaster spent 3 days filming for a segment they were calling, according to the release form Nagata had translated for him, something like "The Boy Who Built Joy Instead of Punching It." Izuku had winced at the title and agreed to the interview anyway, because Aonoyaji, who'd stayed on as a kind of unofficial media liaison after the commercial's numbers had made him, in his own words, professionally obligated to keep an eye on you now, assured him it would be worse to say no. The moment that actually seemed to shift something in the wider public conversation, though, had nothing to do with Izuku at all. A pro-hero named Kato Ren, stage name Sunspot, a modest, mid-list rescue specialist known mostly for search and recovery work rather than flashy villain takedowns, had brought his 2 kids to Freddy's on a day off, out of uniform, expecting, by his own later account, a quiet family afternoon nobody would notice. Somebody's phone caught him instead laughing so hard at one of Bonnie's ad-libbed bits that he'd had to sit down, one hand pressed over his own face, his youngest kid climbing gleefully into his lap to see what was so funny. The clip made its way online within the hour, and it wasn't the usual hero content. No rescue, no fight, no dramatic quirk display. Just a grown man in street clothes, laughing, completely off-duty, at a joke a machine had made up on the spot. "This is the first time I've seen a hero look like a regular dad having fun," one widely shared comment read, and Izuku, reading it late one night at his desk, felt something in his chest settle that he hadn't fully realized had still been unsettled. A different kind of superpower, he thought. "Henry, I think you'd have liked seeing that one." It was somewhere in that stretch, money no longer the constant, grinding constraint it had been for 2.5 years, staff running the daily operation competently enough that he no longer needed to personally oversee every single shift, that Izuku found himself with something he hadn't really had before, room to think past the next problem directly in front of him. He used it to start sketching further ahead than he'd ever let himself sketch before. The blueprints accumulated slowly across a fresh set of notebooks he kept in the boss office now instead of his childhood bedroom. A full next-generation lineup, updated silhouettes for Freddy and Bonnie and Chico that pushed past what the original's hardware could support, a modular toddler-safe unit built around magnetic release joints. A Jack-in-the-Box Guardian concept he sketched almost compulsively for a week straight without fully understanding why it had taken hold of him so completely. Beside all of it, in a section of his notebook he kept returning to and then closing again, sat 2 ideas he wasn't sure, yet, that he was actually capable of building. The first was security hardware sophisticated enough to run silent facial recognition against a national database in real time, a genuinely useful idea, he was fairly sure, but one that would need real legal footing before he could responsibly deploy it anywhere, let alone in a room full of children. The second idea he'd underlined 3 times and then, each time, closed the notebook on. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 technology, the header read, in his own careful hand. Underneath it, half a page of scattered notes, diagrams that trailed off into question marks, a rough sketch of an optical assembly he had exactly zero confidence he could actually miniaturize into something as small as an animatronic's eye. He knew, in principle, what he wanted it to do. Aizawa quirk, erasure, a rare and specific ability that could temporarily suppress another person's power with direct eye contact, was public enough information that Izuku had read everything available about its mechanics years ago, back when cataloging hero abilities had been the only thing that made him happy. Building a technological analog to something like that, though, wasn't a weekend project with salvaged parts and stubbornness. It was, by any honest measure, close to the most sensitive kind of engineering that existed in a quirk-based society, the kind of capability governments cared about, the kind that would need proper oversight and proper partners long before it needed proper wiring. "I don't have the fabrication for it," he admitted out loud one evening, mostly to Soto, who'd wandered into the office with a diagnostic tablet and found him staring at the same half-finished page for the better part of 20 minutes. "Even if I solved the theory tomorrow, I don't have anywhere that could actually build something this precise. And I definitely don't have whatever paperwork you'd need to be allowed to build it at all." "So it waits," Soto said simply, glancing at the sketch over his shoulder. "Everything else waited its turn too, didn't it? The metallurgy for the puppet. The nitrous system for Foxy. You've never once had all the pieces on day one." "I know. I just don't like closing a notebook on an idea I actually believe in." "Then don't throw it away. Just let it sit until the rest of the world catches up to what you're already thinking." She tapped the tablet against the desk, already moving toward the door. "You've been right about timing before." He closed the notebook anyway, that night, and put it in a drawer rather than a drawer of someday ideas he genuinely believed might never happen. He had no way of knowing, sliding it shut, exactly how soon the rest of the world was about to catch up to him. The ministry official who came to inspect the building arrived on an unremarkable Tuesday, and Izuku nearly didn't recognize the visit for what it was until she'd already been touring the dining hall for 20 minutes. Her name was Leiko Amono, a composed woman in her 50s from the Ministry of Culture's Heritage Division, and she'd called ahead requesting what her assistant's email had described only as a site evaluation. Izuku had assumed, reasonably enough, that it was some kind of routine commercial inspection, the same bureaucratic category as the fire marshal or the health department. He gave her the same tour he gave everyone: the stage, Pirate Cove, the arcade wing, the still-boarded, unmentioned door behind the workshop that he steered every visitor politely away from without explanation, and it was only when she stopped, halfway through the dining hall, and simply stood there for a long moment watching Freddy interact with a table of delighted 6-year-olds, that Izuku realized this wasn't routine at all. "Do you know," she said finally, "how rare it is for something built by one person, this quickly, to actually deserve the kind of designation my office considers?" No. I didn't realize that's what this visit was. Most of what we evaluate is old. Genuinely old, buildings, shrines, things that earned their significance across generations, long before anyone alive today had an opinion about them." She turned to look at him properly. "You built this in under 3 years. Out of a company that ended, as far as our records show, in tragedy nobody wanted to look at directly for 3.5 centuries. And what you've made from it isn't just commercially successful, Mr. Midoriya. It's culturally strange, in the specific way that occasionally turns out to matter more than commercial success ever does. In a society built entirely around quirks, you've built something that moves an entire room to genuine wonder without a single one." She looked back out at Freddy, still circulating warmly between tables. "That's worth recognizing properly, in my professional opinion. I intend to recommend it." Izuku didn't fully process what she meant until the formal notice arrived 6 weeks later, and even then, standing in the boss office with the letter in his hands, he read it 3 times before it settled. The ceremony took place on a bright, clear afternoon, a small stage seated just outside the main entrance beneath the glowing marquee. A modest crowd of press and officials and regular guests gathered on the sidewalk where, a year and a half earlier, a line of hopeful strangers had once stretched around the block for opening night. 𝐒𝐻 stood near the front, arms crossed, wearing an expression of barely contained pride he made no effort to hide. Hartman had come too, tie slightly crooked, telling anyone nearby who'd listen that he'd sold this exact building for a fraction of what it was clearly worth and didn't regret a single yen of it. Nagata stood with her arms crossed and her clipboard nowhere in sight, for once simply watching rather than managing. Soto and Tonabe stood together near the back, Tonabe muttering something gruff that was almost certainly a compliment dressed up as a complaint, the way most things out of his mouth were these days. 𝐒𝐭 stood close to the stage, hands folded, composed in a way that surprised even her, no tissue clutched and ready this time, just a steady, radiant kind of pride that had, somewhere over the past year and a half, stopped needing to spill over in tears every single time to prove it was real. Amono herself unveiled the plaque, a simple bronze marker that would be mounted beside the entrance, and then stepped back to let Izuku take the small podium set up for the occasion. He looked out at the gathered crowd, familiar faces mixed in with strangers, cameras raised, the marquee glowing warm overhead even in daylight, and found, standing there, that his hands weren't shaking the way they had on opening night. Something steadier had replaced that particular fear, over a year and a half of shows and repairs and quiet, ordinary Tuesdays running a company that worked. When I was 14, he said, I was told, very kindly and very honestly, by someone I respected more than almost anyone else in the world, that there wasn't a place for me in the profession I'd wanted since I was small enough to still believe wanting something was the same as being allowed to have it. A small, easy smile, no bitterness left in it that he could find. He wasn't wrong, exactly. There wasn't a place for me there. But it turned out the world had more room in it than just one profession, and more ways to help people than just the one I'd spent my whole childhood picturing. He glanced toward 𝐒𝐭, and continued. I was given a company that had died badly a long time before I was even born, and a man's private manual full of genius nobody had gotten the chance to properly finish using. I didn't build any of this to prove anyone wrong. I built it because somewhere along the way, making people happy, genuinely, completely happy, even for just the length of an afternoon, turned out to matter to me exactly as much as saving them from villains once had. Maybe more, honestly, because this is a kind of help nobody ever has to be in danger to receive. He looked back out at the crowd. I don't know if what I built deserves a bronze plaque next to buildings that have stood for centuries. But I know it means something that the ministry looked at a company that used to represent one of the worst tragedies in this country's history, and decided what's standing here now is worth protecting instead. That means more to me than I think I can properly say. So, thank you. All of you. For coming back, again and again, and making this something worth recognizing at all. The applause that followed wasn't the deafening, overwhelmed roar of opening night. It was warmer than that, somehow, steadier, the sound of people who'd already decided, long before this ceremony, that what stood behind him was worth caring about. 𝐒𝐭 didn't cry this time either, not really, just smiled, bright and unhurried, and squeezed his hand tightly when he stepped down from the podium. You didn't need the tissues today, Izuku said, half teasing. I think I finally believe it's real, she said. Give me time. I'll probably cry about something else entirely on the drive home. Word of the designation reached Ireland roughly the way most things eventually reached David Shield's attention, sideways, through his daughter, over breakfast. Dad, you have got to see this. Melissa Shield had her tablet propped against the sugar bowl, scrolling through footage with the specific rapid, assessing focus she brought to anything mechanical that caught her interest. There's this pizza place in Hosu that just got a cultural heritage designation. From the ministry. For a restaurant. That's unusual, David said, only half paying attention, still working through his own coffee. It's not just unusual, it's, Dad, look at this. She turned the tablet toward him, mid-scroll through a clip of Fox's hook spinning into its silver blur. That's not a costume. That's not remote piloted. Whoever built this is running full adaptive AI in something that moves smoother than half the support gear prototypes we've got in the lab right now, and apparently he built the whole first lineup completely alone, as a teenager, with scavenged parts. David set his coffee down. He'd heard, distantly, some murmur of this months earlier, a strange little media story about a boy who'd reopened some historical entertainment company, filed away in the part of his brain that catalogued mildly interesting curiosities and mostly forgot them by the following week. He watched the clip Melissa handed him properly this time, and then watched it again, and felt the specific, familiar prickle of professional fascination that had, over 3 decades of support item work, rarely steered him wrong. "Send me everything you've got on this," he said slowly, already reaching for his own tablet. "The engineering write-ups, the patent filings if any of it's public. I want to actually understand what I'm looking at before I decide how impressed I'm allowed to be." He spent the better part of that evening doing exactly that, and by the time he finally set the tablet down, well past midnight, impressed had stopped being an adequate word for what he was feeling. The letter arrived on ordinary stationery, embossed with 𝐼𝐼𝐺's official seal, and Izuku very nearly mistook it for a piece of routine business mail before he registered the sender's name printed neatly beneath the address. "Dr. Izuku Midoriya, my name is David Shield. I imagine that name may or may not mean much to you, depending on how closely you follow developments in hero support technology. I've spent the better part of my career here on 𝐼𝐼𝐺, where I now oversee a good deal of the research and, these days, some of the public-facing attractions we've built to share what this island does with the wider world. I'll be direct with you, because I think directness is usually the more respectful approach between people who take their work seriously. I first heard about your company several months ago and found it charming, in the way genuinely unusual things often are. I did not, at that point, understand what I was actually looking at. I've since gone through what public engineering documentation exists on your animatronic systems, and I want to be honest that amazed undersells my reaction considerably. What you've built, alone, without the kind of institutional support most engineers doing work at this level take entirely for granted, is remarkable by any measure I know how to apply. 𝐼𝐼𝐺 is, among other things, home to some of the most advanced fabrication and research resources in the world, and we've recently begun developing new public attractions alongside our existing research facilities, genuinely ambitious ground, in some ways not entirely unlike what you've already built, though from a very different starting point. I would very much like to meet you in person, see your work discussed properly rather than through second-hand footage, and, if you're open to it, offer whatever resources or collaboration 𝐼𝐼𝐺 might provide for whatever you're currently working toward next. I suspect, reading between the lines of what little you've made public, that there's more ambition in your notebooks than you've yet had the means to build. I'd be honored if you'd consider visiting. I've enclosed formal travel arrangements and an open invitation for as long a stay as suits you." With genuine admiration, David Shield Izuku read it twice standing in the doorway of the boss office, and a third time sitting down, because his legs had gone slightly unsteady partway through the second read. He found his mother in the kitchen that evening, letter still in hand, and set it down on the table in front of her without quite trusting his own voice yet to explain it properly. 𝐒𝐭 read it slowly, her eyebrows climbing steadily higher with every paragraph, and by the time she reached the signature she looked up at him with an expression caught somewhere between disbelief and delight. "David Shield," she said. "Izuku, isn't he? I've heard that name on the news. Isn't he one of the people who works with All Might's old support gear?" "He's one of the most respected support item developers alive," Izuku said, still faintly dazed. "He basically helped define what modern hero support technology even looks like. And he says he wants to meet me. In person. On 𝐼𝐼𝐺. Well." 𝐒𝐭 set the letter down carefully, like it might need handling with more care than ordinary paper. "That settles it, doesn't it? You have to go. I have an Erasure Tech folder sitting in a drawer that I told myself, a month ago, I didn't have the resources to ever actually build," Izuku said slowly, the pieces arranging themselves in his head even as he said it out loud. "He runs one of the only places in the world that might actually have those resources. Sounds like the universe is doing you a favor, sweetheart." 𝐒𝐭 smiled, reaching over to squeeze his hand. "Right back. Say yes. And pack properly this time. I don't want you showing up to meet one of the country's most respected inventors looking like you slept in your workshop again." He laughed, some of the disbelief finally cracking into something closer to excitement, and went to draft his reply that same night, accepting, gratefully, and mentioning, almost as an afterthought that felt anything but, that he'd very much like to bring some current projects along, if David didn't mind a working visit rather than a purely social one. David's reply came back within 2 days, delighted, already making arrangements for lab space. Neither of them had any way of knowing that a class of first-year hero students, a certain small, temperamental blonde among them, would be touring that same island during the exact same week, nor that one particular member of that class was about to discover, in the most public way imaginable, exactly what had become of the worthless classmate he'd once told to jump off a roof. Packing for I-Island turned out to be a two-person operation, whether Izuku wanted it to be or not. "You are not," 𝐒𝐭 said, standing in his bedroom doorway with her arms crossed, bringing 3 notebooks and no clean shirts. "I have shirts." "You have shirts that have solder burns on them." She crossed the room and started pulling actual, presentable clothing out of his closet with the brisk efficiency of a woman who had, at this point, packed for more of her son's unexpected life developments than she'd ever imagined a parent needed to prepare for. "You are meeting one of the most respected engineers in the country. You are not doing it looking like you slept under a workbench." "I do actually sleep under my workbench sometimes." "I am aware. That is exactly the problem." She folded a shirt with more precision than the task strictly required, mostly, Izuku suspected, to keep her hands busy while she worked through whatever she was actually feeling about her son flying out to a floating island of the world's top inventors like this was simply a normal Tuesday. "How long is Soto coming with you?" "The whole trip. David's people are covering travel and lodging for both of us." Izuku packed a 4th notebook into his bag when his mother wasn't looking, and she caught him doing it anyway, because she always did, and simply sighed rather than fight that particular battle a second time. "I'm glad she's going," 𝐒𝐭 said, more quietly now, sitting down on the edge of his bed. "Not because I don't trust you. Because I like knowing somebody's there who'll make you eat an actual meal instead of just coffee and enthusiasm." "I eat." "You eat when reminded." She reached out and straightened his collar, an old habit from a much smaller version of him that neither of them had ever quite let go of. "I'm proud of you, you know. I don't think I say that enough anymore, now that it isn't a surprise every single time." "You say it plenty." "I mean it just as much every time, even when I'm not crying about it," she said, and there was real warmth in it, no tears this time at all, just a steady, settled kind of pride that had, somewhere in the last year and a half, stopped needing tears to prove it was real. "Now go. Don't miss your ferry being sentimental with your mother." He hugged her at the door anyway, longer than strictly necessary, and she let him. The ferry David's office had arranged turned out to be considerably nicer than any ferry Izuku had ever set foot on, sleek and white and fast enough that the mainland disappeared behind them within 20 minutes. Soto stood at the railing beside him, watching the water, her tablet, never far from her hand these days, tucked under one arm for once instead of open and scrolling. "You nervous?" she asked. "A little." Izuku watched the horizon, where a shape was just beginning to resolve out of the haze, towers, unmistakably artificial, rising out of the ocean like the whole island had been built rather than found. "I keep thinking about what he actually said in the letter. That there's more ambition in my notebooks than I've had the means to build. I don't know. Nobody's ever said that to me before. Usually people are telling me what I can't do." "Well." Soto allowed herself a small, dry smile. "Sounds like you're about to meet someone who actually knows what he's looking at." The island grew larger with every passing minute, and by the time the ferry slowed into its approach, Izuku had stopped trying to take mental notes and simply stood at the railing, staring, the way he suspected most first-time visitors did. It wasn't a city so much as a single, enormous, gleaming argument for what human ingenuity could do when given genuinely unlimited room to try. Research towers rose in clusters near the center, catching the afternoon sun in long, geometric flashes of glass and steel. Closer to the water's edge, brighter, more playful structures suggested the amusement park side of the island's dual purpose, a soaring loop of track visible even from this distance, banners in cheerful primary colors marking out attractions Izuku couldn't yet identify. "It's bigger than the footage made it look," Soto said quietly, beside him. "Everything's bigger than the footage makes it look," Izuku murmured back, thinking, without quite meaning to, of a certain dining hall in Hosu that had once looked enormous on a real estate listing and had somehow still exceeded even his own imagination once it was actually built. David Shield met them at the private dock personally, which Izuku hadn't expected and clearly should have, a tall, broad-shouldered man in his 50s with a lab coat that looked like it had been designed by someone who understood tailoring as well as engineering, silver starting to thread through dark hair, and an expression, the moment he spotted them, of such open, unguarded delight that Izuku's nerves eased almost on contact. Dr. Midoriya. David crossed the last few steps at something close to a jog, hand already extended. I have to tell you, I've been looking forward to this meeting more than I've looked forward to anything in months, and I run a facility that does experimental hero gear testing for a living, so that's saying something. Please, just Izuku is fine, Izuku said, shaking his hand, momentarily thrown by the sheer, genuine enthusiasm radiating off a man he'd expected to be far more reserved. It's an honor, Mr. Shield. Genuinely. David. And the honor's entirely mine, believe me. He turned, gesturing toward the young woman a step behind him, who'd been watching the whole exchange with barely restrained impatience. This is my daughter, Melissa. She's the one who actually found your footage first, so credit where it's due. Hi. Melissa stuck her hand out with brisk, businesslike energy that didn't fully disguise how obviously thrilled she was. Blonde hair pulled back practically, a smudge of what looked like graphite or grease along one forearm despite what was presumably meant to be a presentable meet-and-greet outfit. I've watched the hookspin clip probably 40 times. The torque compensation on that thing is genuinely gorgeous, and I say that as someone who spent the last 6 months fighting with rotational stability on something a tenth as ambitious. You've actually looked at the mechanics, Izuku said, something in his chest loosening at the specificity of it, not wow, cool robot, but an actual engineer's eye landing on the actual engineering problem. Most people just ask if it's really real. Most people don't know what a counter-rotating stabilizer disc is, Melissa said, with the faint, long-suffering air of someone who'd spent her whole life being the only person at the table who did. I do. So. Real question, since I already know it's real, did you solve the torque compensation before or after it put a hole through something expensive? Izuku laughed, surprised into it. After. It went through my mom's coffee table. Melissa's whole face lit up. Oh, thank God, someone else who learns things the destructive way. Dad's going to pretend he's never broken a single prototype in his life, but ask him about the beam incident sometime. That is not a story for the doc, David said, with the specific, weary fondness of a father who had clearly had this exact argument before, and Izuku felt something settle in his chest that he hadn't quite expected to feel this quickly, the easy, unguarded warmth of two people who talked to each other like this all the time, and who'd simply decided, within about 90 seconds of meeting him, that he belonged in the conversation too. Soto said, introducing herself with a polite nod, watching the exchange with the faint amusement of someone who'd clearly clocked exactly what kind of trip this was about to become. I keep the animatronics running and keep him fed, roughly in that order of urgency most days. An excellent division of LBR, David said. Well, come on, both of you. I want to show you where you'll be working before we do anything else. I think you're going to like it. The fabrication wing took Izuku's breath away in a way he hadn't fully braced for, even having imagined it, repeatedly, on the ferry ride over. David walked them through a clean room with equipment Izuku recognized from theory and had never once seen in person, microscale additive manufacturing rigs capable of tolerances an order of magnitude finer than anything his own machine shop arrangement back home could produce, materials testing chambers that could simulate years of structural fatigue in a matter of hours. A dedicated electronics bay with signal shielding walls thick enough to develop sensitive broadcast hardware without any risk of interference or interception. This is the kind of precision I've been guessing my way around for 2 years, Izuku said quietly, running one hand along the edge of a fabrication rig, careful not to actually touch anything he hadn't been explicitly cleared to touch. The elastic titanium alloy I use for one of my units, I laminated it by hand, sheet by sheet, because that was the only way I had to control the grain orientation precisely enough. Show me the spec sheet sometime, David said, watching him with open professional interest. I'd bet good money this rig could cut your lamination time down from, days? To under an hour, with tighter tolerances than you were hitting by hand. Days? Izuku confirmed, faintly stunned. It took days. Welcome to Island, Melissa said, grinning. This is basically what happens to everyone the first time they see the Fab Labs. Dad had to talk me out of just living in here when I was 12. They settled, eventually, in a smaller conference room off the main lab. Glass walls, a wide work table, David's own collection of prototype support items sitting in careful rows along one shelf like trophies he'd clearly stopped being impressed by himself years ago. Izuku laid out his notebooks across the table, and Soto set down the one piece of hardware they'd actually brought across the ocean with them, a compact, unfinished diagnostic head, wired to a small external processor, built specifically to demonstrate the crowd-reading expression model without needing to ship an entire finished body halfway around the world. "May I?" David asked, already reaching for it with the careful, reverent handling of someone who clearly understood exactly how much work a prototype like this represented. "Please." David powered it on, and watched, for a long moment, as its optical sensors swept the small room, cycling through expression classification on each of their faces in turn. A quiet, functional demonstration Izuku had run 100 times for staff training back home, and had never once watched someone else react to with quite this degree of focused, professional awe. "The response latency alone," David murmured, mostly to himself, watching a readout Izuku had rigged to project the raw classification data onto a small screen beside it. "You're running this on consumer-grade processing power." "Mostly," Izuku admitted. "I had to write some very efficient shortcuts into the model to make up for what the hardware couldn't do on its own." "That's not a shortcut, that's an entirely different architecture than the one my own team's been using for facial analysis support gear." David sat back, looking at Izuku properly now instead of the diagnostic head. "I want to be honest with you about something, and I want you to actually hear it, not just be polite about it the way I suspect a lot of adults have been polite at you before. What you've built, alone, without a lab like this, it's not just impressive for someone your age. It's genuinely, professionally impressive. Full stop. I'd have said that about someone twice your age with a team behind them." Izuku felt his ears go warm. Henry Emily's manual did most of the real teaching, he said, an old habit of deflection he wasn't sure he wanted to let go of just yet. "I just followed where it pointed." "A manual doesn't write novel expression classification shortcuts to compensate for hardware limitations," David said, not unkindly, but firmly enough that Izuku understood he wasn't going to be allowed to fully hide behind Henry's ghost on this one. "That part's yours. Let yourself have it." Melissa, who'd been quietly examining the diagnostic head's housing from the other side of the table, glanced up. For what it's worth, coming from someone who's grown up around exactly this kind of praise her whole life and has learned to tell the difference, my dad doesn't actually say things like that unless he means every word. Izuku looked between the two of them, and something in his chest, unfamiliar and warm, settled a little further into place. "Thank you," he said, simply, and let it be enough. The erasure technology conversation came almost an hour later, once the easier ground had been covered, David walking them through several of I-Island's existing public attractions, Melissa arguing cheerfully with Izuku over whether her own current stability project or his hookspin counterweight represented the harder engineering problem, and it was Izuku himself who finally brought it up, sliding the folded, heavily annotated page out from the back of his notebook and setting it on the table between them. "There's something else," he said. "Something I've had sitting in a drawer for a while because I didn't have anywhere that could actually build it. I don't know if it's something you'd even want to be involved in, because it's a bigger ask than the rest of this." David unfolded the page and read it in silence for a long moment, and Izuku watched his expression shift from open curiosity into something more careful, more measured. "Quirk suppression technology," David said finally. "Modeled on erasure." "I know what that sounds like," Izuku said quickly. "I know it's not the same category as an entertainment animatronic. I'm not asking you to just hand me the fabrication and let me go build it in a corner somewhere. I know this needs to be done properly, if it gets done at all." "Good," David said, and something in his tone eased slightly, like Izuku had just answered a question he hadn't asked out loud yet. "Because I'll tell you plainly, the support item community has quietly circled this exact idea for decades. Reliable, technological quirk suppression would be enormously valuable. Riot control, safe villain capture, dozens of applications that don't require putting a hero with Erasure's actual quirk in harm's way every single time. And it has never once worked reliably, because quirks aren't a clean external field you can jam with the right frequency. They're woven into a person's whole physiology in ways our equipments never had good enough purchase on. He tapped the page. So my honest first question is, what makes you think you found an angle nobody else has? Izuku pulled a second, older notebook from his bag, the one with Sundra's name penciled at the top of a page months old now, and slid it across. Quirk factor, he said. There's an old research thread from right after quirks first appeared, mostly abandoned once things settled into normal, but it suggested there might be a biological signature specific to how an individual ability activates. I used a version of that theory to license a hero's minor creation type quirk into a device. Nothing dramatic, it just makes a balloon appear on command, but the principle held. I didn't copy the ability. I found something like a signature underneath it and built hardware that could echo that signature independently. He tapped his own newer page. Most erasure research I've read about comes out of a hero support background, built by people thinking about defense and offense first. I came at this from years of building sensors specifically to read subtle biological signals nobody else was bothering to look at, because I needed them to read a child's face, not neutralize a villain. I don't know for certain it'll work. But I think the angle I'd be starting from is different enough from what's already failed that it's worth actually trying, properly, instead of just guessing in a bedroom the way I did with everything else. David was quiet for a long moment, reading back and forth between the two pages, and when he looked up, there was something sharper in his expression than there had been a moment ago, the specific, focused sharpness of a man who had just watched an idea click into place. That, he said slowly, is genuinely the most promising angle on this problem I've heard proposed in 15 years. He set the pages down carefully. I want to be completely straightforward with you about what comes next, though, because I think you already understand it and I want to say it out loud anyway. If this works, even partially, it's not something either of us gets to just quietly deploy. This needs a liaison from the Hero Public Safety Commission looped in from an early stage, proper safety review, controlled testing before it goes anywhere near a working environment, let alone a room full of children. Done right, this could be one of the most significant developments in support technology in a generation. Done carelessly, even with the best intentions, it could go very badly, very publicly, and set the whole field back for everyone working on it. I don't say that to discourage you. I say it because I think you're exactly the kind of engineer who'd actually want to hear it. I do want to hear it, Izuku said, and meant it completely. I already decided I wasn't touching this without the right oversight. I just didn't know where to find the oversight, or the fabrication, or honestly anyone who'd take the idea seriously instead of laughing me out of the room. Nobody's laughing, David said. I'll make the commission introduction myself, this week if I can manage it. In the meantime, let's actually start on the parts we can build safely today. You mentioned a whole new lineup in your letter. Show me. They worked past dinner, which Soto eventually solved by simply ordering food to the lab rather than trying to convince either Izuku or Melissa to leave it, and it was somewhere in the comfortable, cluttered hours after that, sketches spread across the work table, a half-eaten plate pushed to one side, Melissa arguing enthusiastically with Izuku over the exact silhouette of a new Freddy design, that Izuku realized, with a small, private jolt, that he was having fun in a way that had almost nothing to do with the engineering itself. Rounder face, Melissa said, sketching quickly over his shoulder, uninvited and clearly unbothered by that fact. Look, your original Freddy's got this calm, steady thing going on, right? If the toy version's going to sit next to him eventually, it needs its own whole identity, not just a shinier coat of paint. Wider, friendlier, a little more, I don't know, cartoonish, in a good way. Kids' red roundness is safe. It's basically baby schema stuff, big eyes, round face, and I promise I'm not just saying that because I like drawing circles. That's a really good instinct, Izuku said, adjusting his own sketch, genuinely delighted rather than defensive about having his design pushed on. Nobody had done that before, not really. Henry's manual offered principles, not opinions, and Inko and Soto and Tonabe all supported his work without ever quite being equipped to argue the actual engineering with him. Melissa argued. Freely, immediately, without any deference to the fact that he'd built 5 working animatronics alone and she'd built, by her own admission, considerably fewer. Of course it's good, Melissa said, entirely without false modesty. I've been doing support item ergonomics since I was 9. Dad let me redesign an actual hero's glove interface when I was 11, it's a whole story. It is not a whole story appropriate for a work dinner, David called, without looking up from his own tablet across the room, clearly listening to every word regardless. It's a great story, Melissa stage whispered, and Izuku laughed, properly, in a way that had nothing rehearsed or careful about it at all. He looked around the cluttered room, David's quiet, focused work at the far table, Soto patiently annotating a materials list beside him, Melissa's quick, confident pencil already sketching a second variation of Toy Freddy's face, and felt something settle into place that he hadn't quite had before, not like this. Soto was family, in the particular way people become family when they build something impossible together. Kalja and Hartman and Nagota and Tonabe were the same, each in their own way. But none of them spoke his exact language, not really, the specific, obsessive fluency of someone who saw a stress fracture in a joint and immediately, instinctively, started solving for it before they'd even finished noticing it. Melissa did. For the first time since a slime villain and an honest hero's answer had quietly rearranged the whole shape of his life, Izuku sat across a work table from someone his own age who understood, without needing it explained, exactly why any of this mattered to him in the first place. It was well past midnight when Melissa finally stretched, declared herself done for the day, and walked Izuku and Soto out toward the guest wing where their rooms had been arranged, still talking, animatedly, at this point, about a stabilization problem on her own project that Izuku had, without quite meaning to, already started solving out loud. There's a big group coming through next week, by the way, Melissa mentioned, almost as an aside, gesturing toward a set of half-finished banners stacked near the amusement park side of the complex, cheerful and colorful, waiting to be hung. Hero Corps students. First years, I think, big deal for us, actually, we don't usually get you at groups this early in their program. Dad's been fussing over the safety presentation for weeks like it's a state visit. That's nice, Izuku said, glancing at the banners without any particular weight to the thought. I hope they enjoy it. This place would have been a dream for me at that age. You say that like you're not still basically that age, Melissa said, grinning, and pushed open the door to the guest wing before he could think of a response. He didn't think about it again that night, didn't think, even once, to wonder which school, which class, which particular first-year students might be filing through those same gleaming halls in just a few days' time. He fell asleep instead thinking about counterrotating stabilizers and rounder faces and the strange, unfamiliar warmth of having spent an entire evening being argued with, cheerfully and completely as an equal, by someone who understood exactly why any of it was worth arguing about at all. Somewhere across the ocean, in a classroom he hadn't set foot in for years, a boy with ash-blonde hair and a chip permanently lodged on his shoulder was, at that exact moment, complaining loudly to anyone who'd listen about how pointless he thought this entire field trip was going to be. Katsuki Bakugo had made his opinion of the trip known roughly every 10 minutes since the bus left you that morning, and he saw no reason to stop just because they were on a boat now instead. This is a waste of a week, he muttered, arms crossed, glaring out at the open water like it had personally inconvenienced him. We could be training. Actual training. Instead we're going on a field trip like a bunch of elementary schoolers. It's I-Island, Bakugo, Kirishima said, grinning, undeterred by the 10th repetition of the complaint. It's literally the coolest place in the country. You're the only person I know who could find a way to be mad about visiting I-Island. I'm not mad about the island. I'm mad about the waste. Everything is a waste to you unless it involves someone getting punched, Kaminari said, not looking up from the game on his phone. Because that's the only training that actually matters, Bakugo snapped. A few rows up, Okako Uraraka had her face pressed nearly to the window, watching the island resolve out of the sea haze with an expression of pure, unfiltered delight that had nothing to do with hero training at all. Oh my gosh, she said, mostly to herself. It's even bigger than the pictures. Sorry, I mean, oh my gosh, this whole side looks like the amusement park part. You are excited, Ida said, adjusting his glasses with his usual precision, though there was nothing particularly stern in it, just an observation, offered the way Ida offered most observations, as a small correction filed for the record. Are you thinking of something? No, sorry, force of habit, I don't even know why Uraraka laughed, a little embarrassed, waving a hand. There's this restaurant chain, Freddy's, it's got these incredible animatronic performers. My family took me there for my last birthday and I still think about it constantly, and I was gonna say the island reminds me of it a little, the way everything's so, I don't know, wonder why. Is that a word? It's not, Ida said, but I understand the sentiment. Bakugo, 3 seats back, hadn't been listening closely enough to register any of that. His attention had already drifted to the front of the bus, where their homeroom teacher sat slumped in his usual posture of profound exhaustion, scarf pulled up nearly to his nose despite the warm sea air blowing in through a cracked window. Settle down, Aizawa said, without opening his eyes. We're here for observation and career exposure, not a vacation. Try to look like you're capable of professional behavior for 1 week. Define professional behavior for a class that includes Bakugo. Present MIC called cheerfully from the seat behind him, and got an elbow in the ribs for his trouble. Near the front, small and unbothered by the general noise, Principal Nezu sat with his paws folded neatly in his lap, gazing out at the approaching island with an expression that, on anyone else, might have simply read as pleasant anticipation. On Nezu, it read as something closer to a chess player watching the board settle into exactly the configuration he'd been expecting. I do think, he said, to no one in particular, in the mild, conversational tone he reserved for observations he found quietly delightful, that this is going to be a very educational week. More educational than most of you are anticipating, I suspect. Nobody thought much of it. Nezu said things like that constantly. David Shield met the class personally at the private dock, the same warm, unguarded enthusiasm Izuku had encountered a day earlier, now aimed at a much larger and considerably louder audience. Welcome, everyone, to Island. He spread his arms, gesturing at the gleaming skyline behind him. I understand you're here as part of a career exposure program, and I want you to know, whatever you think hero support technology means right now, I promise you, by the end of the week, your definition's going to be a lot bigger. A ripple of genuine excitement went through the class, phones already coming up to capture the skyline, and even Bakugo, despite himself, found his scowl easing fractionally at the sight of the fabrication towers catching the afternoon light. We've got the standard tour, David continued, walking backward as he led them up from the dock, attractions, some of our public-facing tech demonstrations, and this afternoon, if everyone's interested, I'd like to show you something I've been personally excited about for the last 2 days. A collaboration I've just started with an outside inventor whose work genuinely floored me the first time I saw it. He grinned, glancing back at the group. No offense to the hero course, but this particular engineer isn't training to punch anything. And I think what he's built is some of the most exciting civilian-adjacent technology I've seen in years. Uraraka's hand shot up immediately. Is it Freddy's? David blinked, genuinely startled. You? Yes, actually. How did you? I knew it, Uraraka said, practically vibrating. The commercial, and then the landmark thing, everyone was talking about it. I follow like 4 different fan pages for that place. There are fan pages, David said, sounding faintly delighted by the concept. There are several, Uraraka confirmed. Bakugo, walking a few paces back with his hands shoved in his pockets, felt the name land somewhere in the back of his skull without quite registering as anything more than background noise. Freddy's. He'd seen the commercial once, months ago, scrolling past it on his phone between actually useful content, and dismissed it within seconds as some kind of gimmicky civilian nonsense. He hadn't looked closely enough to notice anything else about it. He hadn't had any reason to. The demonstration room David led them to that afternoon was smaller than the main lab spaces, built for exactly this kind of presentation. A raised platform at the front, a scattering of stools for the students, screens along one wall already dark and waiting. So, David said, once the class had settled, I want to preface this by telling you a little about the person who built what I'm about to show you, because I think the story matters almost as much as the engineering. He picked up the small, compact diagnostic head from a case beside him, the same unfinished prototype Izuku had carried across the ocean the day before, and held it up for the class to see. This was built, entirely from scratch, by a young engineer with no formal training, no institutional backing, no lab like the one you're sitting in right now. Just persistence, an old manual he inherited from a company most people had forgotten existed, and, from what I've seen of his other work, genuinely remarkable natural talent. He set the head down on the platform and powered it on. The optical sensors lit, swept the room, and a small readout on the screen behind David began cycling through live classification data, attentive interest, mild fatigue, a flicker of boredom quickly correcting itself into curiosity as its owner noticed the readout tracking their own face in real time. A murmur of genuine impressed noise went through the class. Kirishima leaned forward, elbows on his knees. Even Todoroki, several rows back, had lifted his gaze from wherever it usually rested to actually watch the demonstration. The processing efficiency alone is remarkable, David continued, warming to the subject the way he always did. His running expression classification shortcuts I haven't seen published anywhere, on consumer-grade hardware, that outperform some of our own facilities' proprietary models. And this is just the diagnostic piece. You should see what the full-body units can actually do on a stage. He smiled, glancing toward the door as if checking something. In fact, he should be joining us shortly. I asked him to come by so you could meet him properly, rather than just hear me talk about him secondhand. His name's Izuku Midoriya. The name dropped into the room like something with actual weight to it, and for most of the class, it landed exactly the way David intended, an interesting new piece of information about someone impressive they were about to meet. For Bakugo, 3 rows back, it landed like the floor had briefly, silently, dropped out from underneath him. Izuku Midoriya. It wasn't a common name. It wasn't the kind of name you misheard, or half-remembered, or confused with someone else's. He'd heard that exact name, first and last, no room for coincidence, shouted across a classroom by a teacher asking who else in the room had applied to you, watched an entire room of their classmates turn and laugh at the answer. No. The thought arrived fast and defensive, the same reflex that had once made him incinerate a notebook without a second thought. No way. There's no way that's the same, he texted a few minutes ago, David said, checking his tablet, entirely unaware of the quiet detonation he'd just set off 3 rows back. Should be right outside. Actually, the door opened. Izuku had been mid-conversation with Soto about a materials order when he pushed through the door into the demonstration room, and it took him a full 2 seconds, long enough to register the room, the platform, David's welcoming gesture toward him, the rows of unfamiliar teenage faces turned expectantly his way, before his eyes actually landed on the 3rd row back and everything in his chest went very, very still. Ash blonde hair. A permanent, furious scowl that had apparently not softened even slightly in 3 years. Red eyes gone suddenly, genuinely wide, fixed on him with an expression Izuku had never once seen on that particular face before, in all the years he'd known it. Katsuki. For a moment, neither of them said anything at all. The room, still humming with the ordinary low chatter of a class settling in for a guest speaker, simply hadn't caught up yet to the fact that something had just gone very quiet in one specific corner of it. Izuku. David, oblivious, crossed the platform with his hand already extended, entirely unaware he'd just walked directly into the middle of something. Perfect timing. Everyone, we know each other, Bakugo said. His voice came out rougher than he clearly intended, cutting straight through David's introduction, and every head in the room turned toward him at once. David paused, hands still half extended toward Izuku, glancing between the two of them with the dawning, uncomfortable realization of a man who'd just stepped on something without meaning to. You do. Aldera Junior High, Bakugo said, standing up now, chair scraping loudly against the floor. His eyes hadn't left Izuku's face this whole time, scanning it like he was searching for some flaw, some sign that this was all an elaborate mistake. We went to the same middle school. The word caught, visibly, in his throat, his Deku. The old nickname landed in the room like a stone dropped into still water, and Izuku felt something in his chest tighten, not surprise, exactly. He'd expected, on some level, that if this moment ever came, it might come with that word attached to it. It's Izuku, he said, calm, even, his voice carrying none of the tremor he half expected it to have. Actually, I don't really go by that anymore. That's not. Bakugo's jaw worked, something raw and unsteady flickering behind the anger, gone almost as fast as it appeared. You're supposed to be, you were quirkless. You didn't even get into UA. What the hell is this? He gestured, sharp and wide, at the diagnostic head still sitting powered on at the front of the room, at David, at the whole gleaming lab around them. You're telling me the loser who couldn't even pass the entrance exam built this? I never took the entrance exam, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 said. Still calm, though he was aware, distantly, of 𝐒𝐿 going very still beside him, of the whole room watching this unfold with the wide-eyed fascination of an audience that had wandered into something they clearly weren't meant to see. You'd know that, if you'd ever actually wondered what happened to me after I stopped showing up to your house every Friday. Something flickered across Bakugo's face, too fast to name, gone before 𝐒𝐬𝐽 could be sure he'd seen it at all, and then the anger surged back up to cover it, louder this time. So what, you just, what, gave up, and then what, this just happened? He gestured again, more violently. You expect me to believe some quirkless nobody built a national landmark by himself? Somebody's covering for you. Somebody built this and slapped your name on it because it makes a better story. Katsuki. 𝐒𝐿 said his given name deliberately, evenly, and watched it land somewhere Bakugo clearly wasn't braced for, the old dynamic, the one where 𝐒𝐿 stammered and flinched and never once used his first name like they were equals standing on the same ground. I built every animatronic in that building myself. I wrote every line of code myself. I don't need you to believe it. It's true whether you do or not. Bullshit, Bakugo said, but the word came out with less force than the ones before it, some of the certainty visibly draining out from underneath it. Bakugo. Aizawa's voice cut through the room, flat and unhurried, though 𝐒𝐿 noticed he'd already risen from where he'd been sitting near the back, closing the distance with the specific, unbothered efficiency of a man who had broken up 100 classroom disputes and found this one only mildly more interesting than most. Sit down. This isn't, I didn't ask if it was something. I told you to sit down. Aizawa's gaze flicked, briefly, toward 𝐒𝐿, assessing, unreadable, the same flat attentiveness he seemed to level at everything. David. Perhaps we table the introductions for a moment. Right. Yes. David, still visibly unmoored by having stumbled into a landmine he hadn't known was buried there, glanced between 𝐒𝐿 and the now simmering, silent Bakugo with open concern. 𝐒𝐿, I clearly didn't realize, it's fine, 𝐒𝐿 said, though it wasn't, entirely, and he suspected David could tell that too. You didn't know. Near the front of the room, 𝐒𝐻u had not moved from his seat this entire time, small paws still folded neatly in his lap, watching the whole exchange with an expression that held no surprise in it whatsoever, only the quiet, satisfied attentiveness of someone watching a hypothesis confirm itself precisely on schedule. Fascinating, he said mildly, to no one in particular, and said nothing else. The rest of the demonstration happened, technically, on schedule, David recovering enough composure to walk the class through a slightly abbreviated version of his original plan, 𝐒𝐿 answering a handful of genuinely curious questions from students who had, evidently, decided the tension in the room was none of their business to press on, but the air in it had changed completely, and everyone in the room could feel it. Bakugo didn't ask anything. He sat rigid in his seat for the remainder of the presentation, jaw locked, eyes fixed somewhere just past 𝐒𝐿's shoulder rather than on his face, and said nothing at all until the class was finally dismissed for the day. Uraraka caught up to 𝐒𝐿 near the door as the room emptied, hesitant in a way that suggested she debated whether to say anything at all. Sorry, this is probably not my business, but are you okay? 𝐒𝐿 looked at her, genuinely kind, clearly uncomfortable on his behalf rather than out of simple curiosity, and felt something in his chest ease slightly, despite everything. I'm okay, he said, and found, a little to his own surprise, that it was mostly true. It's a long story. Older than most of the stuff David just showed you. Freddy's is genuinely incredible, by the way, she added, a little rushed, like she wanted to make sure he heard something good before he left. I've been there like 6 times. My little cousin cried the first time she saw Foxy do the hook thing, in the good way. I mean, I've had a lot of kids cry in the good way, 𝐒𝐿 said, and managed something close to a real smile. Thank you. Genuinely. She smiled back, relieved, and hurried after her classmates, leaving 𝐒𝐿 alone in the doorway with 𝐒𝐿, who'd been quietly holding her tongue through the entire exchange with visible effort. "You want to talk about it?" she asked, once the room had fully cleared. Izuku looked back at the now empty platform, at the diagnostic head still sitting dark and powered down where David had left it, and thought about a notebook exploding out a third-floor window, about a voice telling him to jump off a roof, about years of small, accumulating cruelty that he'd built an entire company, in some private, unspoken way, to prove wrong. "Not yet," he said. "Maybe later." Across the island, in a guest room he'd retreated to the moment the group was dismissed, Katsuki Bakugo sat on the edge of an unfamiliar bed with his elbows braced on his knees, staring at nothing, replaying a conversation he'd had exactly once, more than 3 years ago, that he'd told himself for a long time he barely remembered. "You shouldn't put yourself on the same level as me. You're quirkless. You've got nothing." He remembered saying it. He remembered, with a clarity he hadn't invited and couldn't currently stop, the exact sound of a notebook igniting under his own palm, the exact angle it had sailed out the window at. He didn't examine, yet, what it meant that the same boy who'd once stood there and taken it, quiet, stammering, never once fighting back, had looked him dead in the eye today and used his own first name like it cost him nothing at all. He wasn't ready to examine that yet. He just sat there, jaw tight, staring at a wall in a room on an island he still, technically, thought this whole trip had been a waste of time to visit. He was no longer entirely sure that was true. While Class 1A filed into David's demonstration room that afternoon, several wings away, All Might was doing something he rarely allowed himself anymore, sitting still. The private lounge David kept for old friends hadn't changed much in 20 years, the same low leather chairs, the same shelf of half-finished support item prototypes David could never quite bring himself to throw away, the same tall windows looking out over the ocean instead of the gleaming public face of the island. All Might sat in one of the chairs in his true, gaunt form, jacket loose over shoulders that had lost most of their heroic bulk the moment he'd stepped through the door, and let himself simply breathe for a while, the way he almost never could in front of students. "You look tired, Toshi," David said, setting down 2 cups of tea and settling into the chair across from him with the easy familiarity of 30 years of friendship. "More than usual, I mean. The ferry crossing took more out of me than it should have." All Might. Toshinori, here, in this room, with this particular friend, accepted the tea gratefully. "I'll be back to form before the students notice I ever left it. They're in good hands for the hour. I've got them watching a demonstration that I think is going to blow every one of their expectations for this trip straight out of the water." David's grin was boyish in a way that made him look, for a moment, exactly like the eager young support corps student Toshinori remembered from their academy days. "I mean it. I haven't been this excited about someone's work in years. High praise, coming from you." Toshinori allowed himself a small, genuine smile. "Who is it?" Young engineer, completely self-taught, built something remarkable out of practically nothing. David's hands were already moving as he talked, sketching shapes in the air the way he'd done since they were both 18. "I've been consulting with him for a few weeks now. There's a piece of theoretical work is proposed that I think could genuinely move the needle on quirk suppression technology, something none of our own people have managed to crack in 15 years of trying. But it's not even the technical side that's impressed me most, if I'm honest. It's the way he thinks about the work. There's a real philosophy behind it. Every choice is deliberate." He shook his head, still grinning. "Dr. Izuku Midoriya. You'd like him, Toshi. He reminds me a little of you, actually, back before the fame, that same stubborn belief that helping people matters more than getting credit for it." The name didn't land all at once. It landed the way a held breath sometimes catches up with a person seconds after they've stopped consciously needing it, a small, delayed lurch, and then everything after it arriving at once. Izuku Midoriya. Toshinori's teacup stopped halfway to his mouth. He'd heard the name exactly once, years ago, from a boy sitting on a curb with a scorched notebook clutched to his chest, tears estiring down freckled cheeks, asking with an earnestness that had stayed with Toshinori far longer than he'd ever admitted to anyone, not Recovery Girl, not any of his colleagues, not even David, sitting across from him now with no idea what he'd just said, whether someone without a quirk could still be a hero. He remembered the answer he'd given. He remembered it more clearly, if he was honest with himself, Then he remembered most of the villains he'd fought that same year. I can't tell you that you can do it. I'm sorry. But it's the truth. Toshi. David's grin had faltered, replaced by concern. You've gone white. Well, whiter. The engineer, Toshinori said slowly, setting his cup down with hands that weren't entirely steady. The one from the commercial. The pizzeria. Freddy's. You know about Freddy's? David's eyebrows climbed. I wouldn't have pegged you for the type, but sure, it's been all over the green hair, Toshinori said. Freckles. An old, burned notebook he kept even after the burn. David stared at him. Yes, actually, there's an old notebook he still has. He mentioned it once, joked that half his early sketches are singed at the corners. He stopped. Toshi. How do you know that? Toshinori sat back slowly in the chair, and for a long moment he didn't answer at all, because he was busy doing the same arithmetic Bakugo had done 3 rows back in a demonstration room several wings away, several hours earlier, except where Bakugo's math had run on disbelief and defensiveness, Toshinori's ran on something closer to dread. I met him, he said finally. Once. A long time ago. Before any of this. He looked up at David, and whatever was on his face made his old friend's expression shift from confusion into something much more careful. I told him he couldn't be a hero. He asked David for a few minutes alone before anything else, and David, reading the weight in it correctly, the way old friends learn to, didn't push, just squeezed his shoulder once on the way out and left him with the tea going cold on the low table between the 2 chairs. Toshinori sat with it for a long time. He remembered the day in more detail than he generally allowed himself to revisit anything. The slime villain's grip, the boy's small, frightened weight in his arms afterward, the exact tremor in a 14-year-old's voice asking a question that mattered more to him than anything else in the world at that moment. He remembered giving the honest answer, the responsible answer, the answer that every year of professional experience told him was the correct and necessary thing to say to a quirkless boy who wanted, more than anything, to walk directly into danger for a living. He had never once doubted that the answer was true. He had, however, quietly, privately, in the small hours when his depleted body kept him awake long after it should have let him rest, wondered, more times than he'd ever admitted out loud, whether he'd delivered that truth as gently as he could have. Whether there'd been a version of that conversation where the boy walked away merely disappointed instead of broken. Whether, somewhere out there, a boy he'd never followed up with, never checked on, never even learned the surname of until just now, was doing all right. He had told himself, for years, that it was arrogant to assume his one honest answer had mattered enough to derail anyone's whole life. People recovered from disappointment. Dreams shifted. He was one conversation in the life of a stranger, nothing more. He understood now, sitting in a borrowed lounge chair with his tea gone cold, that he had been telling himself a comfortable lie the whole time. Izuku Midoriya built a national landmark. He rebuilt a company that had been dead for over 3 centuries. He built machines sophisticated enough that one of the finest engineers I know can't stop talking about them. He did all of that instead of the thing I told him he couldn't have. Toshinori sat with the shape of that for a long while, feeling something that wasn't quite guilt and wasn't quite pride and wasn't quite grief, but held pieces of all 3, twisted together tightly enough that he couldn't easily separate them. Then he stood, straightened his loose, borrowed-looking clothes over his gaunt frame, and went to find David, because there was exactly one thing he knew he needed to do before this day ended, and he'd spent 3 years not doing the version of it that actually mattered. He found the lab through David, who walked him partway and then, with the particular tact of a man who understood he'd wandered into something private without meaning to, excused himself at the door. "He's in there with his technician and Melissa," David said quietly. "Whatever this is, Toshi, take whatever time you need. I'll keep the rest of the tour running without you." "Thank you, David." He didn't go in as All Might. He stood outside the door for a long moment, and made the deliberate choice to stay exactly as he was, thin, tired, more Toshinori Yagi than symbol of peace, because some part of him understood, with a clarity he rarely afforded himself, that showing up in the muscular, untouchable form would be exactly the wrong thing to do. That boy on the curb 3 years ago hadn't needed the symbol of peace to lie to him gently. He'd needed the truth. He deserved the truth now too, delivered by the same tired, human, fallible man who'd given it to him the first time. He knocked, and let himself in without waiting for an answer. Izuku looked up from the work table, mid-sentence about a stress tolerance he was walking Melissa through, and stopped. For a long moment, neither of them said anything at all. Soto, standing near the far bench with a materials list in hand, glanced between them once, understood immediately that this was not a conversation that needed a third party in the room, and murmured something about checking on a DLVY before slipping out. Melissa, a half-second behind her, caught the same signal and followed, tablet tucked under one arm. Throwing Izuku a quick, questioning look, he answered with a small, steady nod that said it's fine, go. The door clicked shut, and it was just the two of them. You look different than I remember, Toshinori said finally, because it was true, and because he didn't know how else to start. So do you, Izuku said. His voice was steady, steadier, Toshinori noted with something like surprise, than his own. I've seen you on the news since then. You look thinner now than you did that day. Tired? I am thinner. And tired. Toshinori allowed a small, rueful smile. You've gotten good at reading people. I imagine that's useful, in your line of work. It's most of the job, honestly. Izuku set down the tool he'd been holding, and something in his composure cracked, just slightly, around the edges. I didn't expect to see you here. Neither did I expect to find you here, Toshinori admitted. David spent the last hour telling me about a brilliant young engineer he's been collaborating with. He said the name 3 times before it actually landed. I don't think I've felt quite that specific kind of shock in a very long time. Izuku was quiet for a moment, looking at him, not with anger, Toshinori noted, though he'd half braced for it, but with something more complicated, something closer to careful assessment, the way Izuku had once looked at hero footage as a boy, cataloging, understanding. I still have the notebook, Izuku said finally. The one you signed. It's at home, in a drawer. The corners still burned, from where Katsuki set it on fire that same year. A small, humorless huff of breath, not quite a laugh. I've thought about throwing it out a few times. I never have. Toshinori felt something in his chest tighten. Izuku, I'm not angry at you, Izuku said, before he could get any further, and he said it with enough quiet certainty that Toshinori believed him immediately. I want to say that first, because I think you came in here bracing for something, and I don't want you carrying that the whole conversation. What you told me wasn't cruel. It was true. You didn't know me. You didn't owe me a kind lie just because I was crying in front of you. You gave me the most honest, professional answer you had, and you were right, there wasn't a place for me in hero work. Not the way I wanted it. That doesn't make it easier to have said, Toshinori said quietly. I've wondered about you. More than I think I should have, honestly, for one conversation with one boy out of thousands I've spoken to over the years. I told myself it was arrogant to think one honest answer could matter that much to a stranger's whole life. It did matter. Izuku's voice was even, but there was real weight under it now, something old finally being set down after being carried a long time. It mattered more than almost anything else that happened to me that year. I went home that night and gave up on the only thing I'd wanted since I was small enough to still believe wanting something was the same as being allowed to have it. I didn't get out of bed properly for weeks. My mom thought she'd lost the version of me that used to smile at everything. He paused. But you didn't lie to me, and you didn't laugh at me, and you didn't set my notebook on fire and tell me to jump off a roof. Somebody else did that same year. You want to know the difference between you and him. He knew exactly how much it would hurt, and he did it anyway, because hurting me was the point. You didn't want to hurt me at all. You just told me something true, because you respected me enough not to lie. Toshinori's throat had gone tight in a way it rarely did anymore, not even in front of villains twice his size. I've carried guilt over that conversation for 3 years, he said, quieter now. I want you to know that. Not because I think I was wrong to say it. Because I've never stopped wondering if there was a gentler way to say something true, and I never got the chance to find out, because I never followed up. I should have. I think some part of me was afraid to. Maybe there wasn't a gentler way, Izuku said. Or maybe there was, and it wouldn't have mattered anyway, because I don't think I was ready to hear anything except exactly what you told me. I don't know. I've stopped trying to rewrite that day in my head a long time ago. What I know is what actually happened after it. He gestured, small and almost embarrassed, at the lab around them, Melissa's half-finished sketches still scattered across the work table, the diagnostic head sitting dark in its case. I built something. It's not what I wanted at 14. It took me a long time to stop measuring it against the thing I lost. But I don't think I'd trade it now, even if someone offered me the version where I got into UE instead. Toshinori looked at him for a long moment, really looked, the way he suspected he should have looked at that crying boy on the curb 3 years ago, instead of delivering his answer and immediately checking his own pockets and leaping away before the conversation could go anywhere further. I'm proud of you, he said finally, simply. I don't know if that means anything, coming from the man who told you it wasn't possible. But I am. Genuinely, entirely proud of what you built. Something in Izuku's careful composure finally gave, just slightly, not tears, not quite, but his eyes had gone bright, and his voice, when it came, was rougher than it had been a moment before. It means something, he said. It means a lot, actually. I don't think I realized how much until you said it. They stood there a moment longer, the old wound and the new understanding of it sitting side by side in the quiet room, neither one cancelling the other out, both simply true at once. For what it's worth, Toshinori said eventually, some of the heaviness in his own chest finally easing, I'd very much like to see this pizzeria of yours sometime. Properly. Not as All Might touring a landmark for the cameras. Just as myself. I'd like that, Izuku said, and meant it. Freddy would probably try to give you a hug, for what it's worth. He's built to read a room, and I have a feeling this exact conversation would register pretty strongly. Toshinori laughed, a real laugh, surprised out of him, the first one that had felt entirely unforced since the ferry had docked that morning. Then I suppose I'd better let him. He found Aizawa an hour later, in a quiet corridor near the guest wing, and mentioned, carefully, that he understood now why one particular student had gone so quiet after the afternoon's demonstration. Bakugo, Aizawa said, not a question. You know him. The engineer. I know him, Toshinori confirmed. A conversation from a long time ago, before either of us knew what it would turn into. I don't think it's my place to explain the rest of it. That's between the two boys, if it's anyone's business at all besides theirs. Aizawa studied him for a moment with his usual flat, unreadable attentiveness. He hasn't said 2 words to anyone since we got back to the dormitory wing. Doesn't strike me as a young man who's finished thinking about it. No, Toshinori agreed, looking down the corridor toward wherever, somewhere in this gleaming building, a boy he'd once given hard news to was probably back at a work table by now, sketching something new. I don't imagine he is. Bakugo found him by accident, which was, in retrospect, the only way it could have happened, because he'd have talked himself out of it if he'd had time to plan. He'd left the dormitory wing an hour after lights out, unable to sit still in a room where Kirishima kept sneaking glances at him like he was waiting for an explosion, where Kaminari had made exactly one joke about the pizza guy before Zero elbowed him hard enough to shut him up, where the whole dorm had settled into the kind of careful, over-polite quiet that happened whenever everyone was thinking about the same thing and nobody wanted to be the one to say it out loud. He'd stood it for exactly 40 minutes before he'd shoved his window open, dropped down onto the walkway below rather than deal with anyone at the front door, and started walking with no destination in mind beyond a way. The path along the water was empty this late, lit only by the low, spaced lamps that ran the length of the perimeter, and the ocean beyond the railing was black and enormous and, for once, not asking anything of him. He walked it once, twice, running the same handful of thoughts in the same tight loop they'd been running since that afternoon, quirkless, nothing, you're not even in the same category as me, except every single one of those thoughts now had a national landmark standing behind it, contradicting it, refusing to get out of the way. He rounded a corner near the guest labs on his third loop and stopped dead. Izuku was sitting alone on a low stone wall overlooking the water, notebook open on his knee, not writing, just sitting, green hair catching the dim lamplight. Bakugo's whole body went rigid with the instinct to turn around and pretend he hadn't seen anything. He didn't turn around. Didn't peg you for a night walker, Izuku said, without looking up, like he'd clocked the footsteps 3 seconds before Bakugo had even fully registered stopping. Didn't peg you for someone who sits around doing nothing, Bakugo shot back, automatic, the old reflex firing before he'd consciously decided to open his mouth at all, needling, testing for the flinch he'd gotten so used to getting. It didn't come. It hadn't come once, all day, and something about that kept catching him wrong-footed in a way actual physical opposition never did. "I'm thinking," Izuku said, unbothered. "It's allowed to look like nothing from the outside." Bakugo should have left. He told himself, very clearly, that he was going to leave, and then found his feet carrying him closer instead, until he was standing a few feet from the wall with his arms crossed hard over his chest and absolutely no plan for what came out of his mouth next. "How?" he said finally, and it came out rougher than he wanted it to, dragged up from somewhere he didn't like examining too closely. "How the hell did you build all that?" The commercial made it look like some cute gimmick, I don't know, some kid's toy company. David wouldn't shut up about the actual specs today, going on about processing efficiency and hydraulic architecture like it was the second coming, and none of it made sense to me, because none of it should make sense, because you didn't take the entrance exam, you didn't go to any high school I've ever heard of, you just vanished. And now there's a building with your name on it that a government office decided was worth protecting like it's some 300-year-old shrine. "I didn't vanish," Izuku said, still calm in a way that scraped against every instinct Bakugo had for how this conversation was supposed to go. "I just stopped doing the thing you all expected me to keep failing at in public. There's a difference, even if it didn't look like one from where you were standing." "That's not an answer. It's the honest one." Izuku finally looked up at him properly, and there was none of the old bracing in it, none of the careful, pre-flinching posture Bakugo remembered from years of doing exactly this, standing over a smaller kid who never once threw anything back. "You want the actual mechanics? Fine. I read a dead man's private manual for the better part of a year until I understood materials science and hydraulic design well enough to build a working endoskeleton out of scavenged junk from a beach nobody else wanted. Then I taught myself AI architecture from library books and secondhand courses, badly at first, and then less badly, and then well enough that I stopped needing anyone to check my work. Then I did the whole thing 5 more times, better each time, because failing over and over eventually stops being scary once you've done it enough. That's the whole secret, Katsuki. Nobody handed it to me. I didn't get lucky. I just didn't stop, long after everyone in that classroom decided I would." "You were quirkless," Bakugo said, and the word came out of him like it should have been a wall nothing could climb over, like saying it loudly enough might make the last 24 hours make sense again. "You had nothing to build with. I told you that. I told you that to your face." "You did," Izuku agreed, and something in his voice sharpened, not louder, just more precise, like a blade being angled rather than swung. "You also told me to jump off a roof the same year. You want to revisit that half of the conversation too, or just the part where you happen to be right about the quirk?" Bakugo's jaw shut with an audible click. For a long moment he said nothing at all, staring at a face that had every right now, to be smug about all of it and simply wasn't bothering. "I didn't mean," he started, and stopped himself just as fast, because he could hear, even as the words left his mouth, exactly how hollow that excuse was going to sound before it finished landing. "You did mean it," Izuku said, not cruelly, just factually, the way he'd probably correct a stress calculation that had come out wrong. "You meant it every single time you said something like it. I'm not asking you to pretend otherwise. That's not why I'm telling you any of this." He closed his notebook slowly, deliberately, and for the first time in the whole conversation, he was the one who closed the distance instead of holding his ground. "I stopped needing you to feel bad about it a long time ago. I built an entire company in the space where your opinion used to live rent-free in my head. It doesn't live there anymore. Not the way it used to. So what, you're just..." Bakugo's hand cut through the air, sharp, Jinji for a word big enough to hold his confusion. "Over it. Just like that, 3 years later, because you built some robots." "No. Not just like that." Izuku's voice didn't rise, but something in it went, for a second, genuinely raw. "It took 2.5 years of failed prototypes, a burned notebook I still keep in a drawer at home, a mother who believed in something she didn't even understand yet, and more electrical burns than I'm proud to admit to. It took nearly drowning in a slime villain's grip and having my actual hero tell me, gently, that I couldn't have the one thing I wanted most. None of that was just like that. But yeah, I'm over needing anything from you specifically. I don't need an apology. I don't need you to admit any of it was wrong. I built something real whether you ever come around to respecting it or not, and that's enough for me now. It wasn't, for a long time. It is now. Bakugo stood there, breathing harder than a conversation should reasonably have required of him, arms still crossed like a barricade he wasn't sure was doing anything anymore. Neither of them spoke for a long moment. Down below the wall, the water moved against the rocks in the same slow, indifferent rhythm it had probably kept for 1,000 years before either of them existed, utterly unbothered by whatever was breaking apart or rearranging itself in the silence above it. The hook, Bakugo said finally, abrupt, like the words had escaped custody before he'd formally approved their release. The fox thing. David said something about torque compensation, said the whole arm put a hole through actual furniture the first time you ran it, before you fixed it. His voice had gone rough, reluctant, dragged out of him by something that wasn't quite curiosity and wasn't quite anything else he had a name for either. How'd you actually solve it? Izuku blinked, caught genuinely off guard by the turn. Counter-rotating stabilizer disc, he said slowly, watching Bakugo the whole time like he was trying to work out what game this was. Mounted opposite the hook spin, cancels out the angular momentum before it can throw the whole arm off balance. Most people would have just brute-forced more torque into the wrist joint and called it solved. That doesn't actually fix the underlying problem, it just makes the eventual failure more spectacular. Hey! Bakugo looked away, out at the black water, jaw still tight but something in his shoulders had eased, fractionally, without his apparent permission. That's not a stupid solve. Thanks, Izuku said, and didn't push for anything more than that, because he understood, better than almost anyone standing on this island tonight, exactly how much weight a small, grudging thing could carry when it came from someone who had never once handed him an inch before. It wasn't an apology. Izuku knew that clearly enough not to mistake it for one. But some old, rigid architecture in Katsuki Bakugo's worldview, the one that had decided, at 10 years old, that a boy with nothing to build with was a boy worth nothing, had just cracked, audibly, under the specific weight of a torque compensation solution he couldn't argue with. Bakugo didn't say anything else. He stood there another moment, looking like a man who'd said more than he'd meant to and had no idea how to walk any of it back or push it any further, and then he turned and left the way he'd come, fast, not quite storming, but close enough to it that Izuku didn't call after him. He sat back down slowly once Bakugo's footsteps had faded around the corner, and let out a long breath he hadn't fully realized he'd been holding since the moment he'd first heard footsteps on the path. It wasn't resolution. He knew that clearly, sitting there with his notebook still shut on his knee. Whatever had just happened wasn't an apology, wasn't closure, wasn't the clean, satisfying scene his 14-year-old self might once have imagined lying awake, replaying a burned notebook and a shove toward a rooftop over and over in the dark, waiting for a version of Katsuki who could say the word sorry and mean it. That version hadn't shown up tonight. Izuku wasn't sure that version existed yet, or ever would. But Katsuki Bakugo had stood on this exact wall and admitted, in his own halting, sideways, engineering-shaped language, that something Izuku had built was smart. That he'd actually looked at it. That some old, load-bearing wall in his understanding of the world, the one that said quirkless equaled worthless, full stop, no further terms required, had taken real, visible damage from the simple existence of a working stabilizer disc. It's not everything, Izuku thought, looking back out at the water. But it's not nothing, either. He thought, unbidden, of a line from Henry's manual he'd underlined months ago without fully understanding why it had struck him so hard at the time. Don't fight the metal, layer it instead, let the layers do the flexing so the whole piece never has to break to bend, and found, sitting alone on a cold stone wall at nearly 1 a.m, that it applied to more things in his life than titanium. He opened the notebook back up, found the page he'd actually come out here to think about in the first place, Toy Freddy's facial proportions, still not quite sitting right in his sketches, and got back to work, because that, if nothing else, had never once let him down. Melissa noticed something was off the second he walked into the lab the next morning, which surprised him less than it probably should have, given he'd known her for less than a week. "You've got the 1,000-yard stare going," she said, not looking up from the tablet she was annotating, 3 empty coffee cups already stacked beside her elbow despite it being barely 9 in the morning. The specific one. Not that I'm thinking about a stress calculation one, the other one. There's a difference. Obviously there's a difference. The math one, your eyes actually track something, like there's a whiteboard only you can see. This one's just, she gestured vaguely at his whole face, vacant. What happened? Soto, cataloguing a shipment of fresh sheet titanium at the far bench, glanced over without comment, clearly already aware something had shifted and choosing, with her usual quiet tact, to let Izuku decide how much of it he wanted to hand over. Ran into someone from my old school, Izuku said, setting his bag down, deciding on the version of the truth that was honest without being an invitation to dig further. It's a long story. Older than most of the stuff I've told either of you about. I'm okay. I just didn't sleep great. Melissa studied him for a second longer, weighing whether to push, and then, to Izuku's quiet relief, chose not to. Okay. Coffee's on the side table if you want it. It's terrible. The machine here is criminally bad for a facility that builds literal spacecraft parts down the hall. She spun her tablet around to face him instead, pivoting cleanly. Now come look at this, because I think I finally cracked the jaw hinge noise problem on Toy Freddy and I want you to tell me I'm not imagining it. He crossed the room, grateful for the redirect, and leaned over her shoulder to look. They'd been circling Toy Freddy's design in earnest for 3 days now, ever since that first sketch session where Melissa had argued him into a rounder, warmer silhouette than his original Freddy's steadier, more classical build. What had started as a debate over facial proportions had, over the following 72 hours, turned into something closer to a genuine co-design, Izuku bringing the underlying engineering philosophy, Melissa bringing an eye for ergonomics and guest psychology that he'd never had anyone to properly argue with before. The shape had settled first. Toy Freddy kept the same warm brown base as his predecessor but wore it wider, bulkier through the chest and shoulders, his face flattened and rounded until it read, at a glance, almost cartoonish in exactly the deliberate way Melissa had pushed for, small, oval ears instead of Freddy's larger rounded ones, thin black eyebrows in place of thick ones, a black button nose, small black whisker spots dotting his wider muzzle. His eyes went bright blue rather than baby blue, and his cheeks got a prominent, rosy blush that Izuku had resisted at first and eventually admitted, testing it under lab lighting, made the whole face red as instantly, disarmingly friendly in a way the more solemn original design never had. He needs a mouth that reads happy even in a still frame, Melissa had said, the second day, sketching rapidly over his shoulder without asking permission, the same as always. Look, your original Freddy's got this calm, steady authority thing. Great for an anchor character. But if Toy Freddy's meant to be the flagship face of a whole new location, he needs to read as warm the instant a kid sees a photo of him on a banner, not just once he starts moving. Give him the buck teeth. Both jaws. It reads goofier, but goofier reads safer to little kids. I promise you, there's actual literature on this. You're just enjoying getting to draw teeth, Izuku had said, and she hadn't even bothered denying it. By the third day, the shell had gone from sketch to physical mold, a matte-coated polymer casing rather than the glossier finish Izuku had used on the originals, deliberately duller under stage light so the whole silhouette read as bulkier, sturdier, built for a different kind of presence than his more elegant first lineup. The top hat came next, small and black with its single red stripe, and then the wardrobe Melissa had spent an entire lunch break arguing him into. A crimson-red open performer's vest scattered with darker red, outlined stars, a large puffy red bow tie replacing the classic black one, 2 black buttons stacked beneath it where the vest fell open, white stage performance gloves over his jointed brown arms, dark indigo panel legs styled like trousers, and large brown 3-toed feet to anchor the whole wider build. He's got weight to him now, Izuku said, standing back from the finished shell mounted on its test rig, genuinely pleased. Not delicate the way the marionette's built to be delicate. Solid. Present. That's the whole point, Melissa said, satisfied. A flagship needs to feel like he could pick you up and spin you around if the mood struck him. Even if he never actually would. The microphone had been the easy part, comparatively, a polished silver and black housing this time instead of chrome, its handle bronze rather than raw metal, and inside it, the collaborative piece 𝐒𝐬𝐽 was proudest of out of everything they'd built together so far, Technopathy 12, jointly developed with David's own Signal engineers. A direct upgrade over the original module 𝐒𝐬𝐽 had scavenged and rebuilt years ago in his bedroom. Cleaner signal clarity. Military-grade encryption layered over the wireless broadcast so nothing could be intercepted or hijacked mid-performance, a real concern David had raised almost immediately once he'd understood how much of the original system relied on unsecured proprietary signal alone. Anyone with the right equipment and bad intentions could have hijacked your original's audio in theory, David had told him plainly, over lunch on their second day of real collaboration. Low risk, historically, because nobody's had a reason to try. But you're about to put this technology in a much higher profile location, with a lot more press attention on it. I'd rather we close that door before it ever needs closing in a hurry. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 had taken the correction without any wounded pride, the way he'd learned to take most of David's notes, because David never delivered them like an indictment of what already existed, only like the next honest step in a process that was always, by design, still unfinished. The AI architecture, though, was where the real conversation had happened, and it was the conversation 𝐒𝐬𝐽 had been circling back to all morning, notebook open beside Melissa's tablet, trying to get the framing exactly right before he let himself commit anything to code. His polite, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 said, thinking out loud, more to himself than to her. Formal, even. A stickler for rules, but never harsh about it. Every correction has to land as a suggestion, not a command. He calls kids new friends. Adults get honored guests. If a kid's running through the dining hall, he doesn't yell stop, he says something like, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 considered, perhaps a gentler pace, for maximum safety and fun. Something that sounds like an invitation instead of a scolding. That's a very specific voice, Melissa said, glancing up. Where's it coming from? Old etiquette recordings, mostly. Formal hospitality training material from before quirks even existed, the kind of overly courteous, almost old-fashioned customer service voice nobody really uses anymore, because it takes more patience than most people have left for strangers. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 tapped his pen against the notebook. It's a deliberate contrast with the originals. Freddy's warm because I built him out of what I wished someone steady had been for me. Toy Freddy's polite because politeness is its own kind of safety net, a formal, structured kind of care that never has an off day, never gets short with anyone no matter how busy the room gets. That's a genuinely good design principle, Melissa said, and meant it. Formality as armor for the guest experience instead of a barrier. I like that a lot more than I expected to. She hesitated a second. The write-up your team sent over used the phrase way more self-aware than the originals, by the way. I flagged it because I wasn't sure what you meant by it, given everything you told me about how you framed the others. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 winced, faintly. That's imprecise language I need to correct before it goes anywhere official. His not more self-aware. His running a wider situational model, more sensors, more processing budget dedicated to environment and security analysis on top of the personality layer, which reads, from the outside, like a smarter presence in the room. But there's no more someone behind Toy Freddy's eyes than there is behind the original one. If anything, I've built this one even more carefully to make sure of that, because he's carrying more responsibility than any single unit I've built before. He made a note in the margin, deliberate, the same correction he'd made for Foxy and Balloon Boy and the Puppet months ago. Bigger job. Not a deeper one. Melissa nodded slowly, filing that away with the same care she gave any real engineering constraint. Noted. I'll flag the copy so nobody downstream writes something that implies more than what's actually running under the hood. The bigger job, as it turned out, was exactly what brought David into the lab an hour later, tablet in hand, wearing the specific brisk energy of a man who'd just gotten off a call he'd been anticipating for days. Good news, he said, dropping into the chair across from them without preamble. The commission's sending someone out. Today, actually, if the ferry schedule holds. They moved faster on this than I expected, which either means they're genuinely excited or genuinely nervous, and knowing this particular office, it's probably both in equal measure. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 sat up straighter. For the erasure technology. For all of it, honestly, though the erasure piece is what got their attention fastest. Once I explained the quirk factor angle and the facial recognition security layer you're building into the whole toy line, somebody up the chain apparently decided this warranted an actual visit instead of a phone call. David set his tablet down, screen angled so Izuku could see the meeting confirmation. Her name's Director Yuriko Kurosa. I've worked with her office before. She's thorough, a little intimidating on first meeting, and completely fair once she trusts you're taking the responsibility seriously. Which, from everything I've seen this week, you clearly are. What does thorough mean, exactly? Izuku asked, feeling the old, familiar tightness of a test he hadn't finished studying for. It means she's going to ask you exactly the questions you'd hope a responsible oversight body would ask, David said. How the erasure trigger is gated. Who has authority to activate it? What happens if it's ever wrong? Bring your actual documentation, not just enthusiasm. You'll be fine. Director Kurosa arrived that afternoon, and she was, Izuku decided within the first 90 seconds, exactly as advertised, a composed woman in a dark, precisely tailored suit, a slim folio tucked under one arm, eyes that moved across the lab's equipment with the specific, cataloging attentiveness of someone who had learned, professionally, never to be impressed by anything until she'd verified it herself. Dr. Midoriya. She shook his hand once, firm, brief. I've read David's summary. I've also read the public reporting on your company, which I'll admit told me considerably less than the summary did. Walk me through the erasure concept from the beginning. Assume I know nothing, because for the purposes of this conversation, I'd rather you over-explain than skip something I needed. He walked her through it. The quirk factor theory, the sundry precedent that had proven the underlying licensing approach could work at a small scale, the optical assembly he and David's team had begun fabricating just that week using 𝐼𝐼𝐺's precision equipment, the honest admission that full functional testing hadn't happened yet and wouldn't for some time. She listened without interrupting, occasionally making a small, precise note in her folio, her expression giving away nothing until he'd finished. And the activation gating, she said, when he was done. Walk me through exactly what triggers it. Not the theory. The actual protocol you intend to build. It's tied to the facial recognition security layer, Izuku said. The system flags a face against the national database continuously, passively, the same way it already does in the design we've briefed your office on. If a match comes back against a wanted or flagged individual, it doesn't act on its own. It sends a silent alert to the on-site security office with an image and location. A human confirms the threat is real before anything else happens. Only after that confirmation does the unit have authorization to engage erasure, and only against the specific flagged individual, never as an ambient function, never applied to ordinary guests, never applied to children under any circumstance regardless of what the recognition system flags. Human confirmation required before activation, Kurosa repeated, writing it down. Not optional. Not overridable by the unit itself. Not overridable, Izuku confirmed. I wouldn't want it any other way, honestly. I don't think a decision that's significant should ever sit entirely with a machine, no matter how good the underlying model is. There needs to be a person accountable for that call every single time. Something in Kurosa's expression shifted, subtly, and Izuku realized, watching it happen, that he just answered the actual test question underneath all the technical ones. That's the correct answer, she said, closing her folio. It's also, frankly, not the answer I expected to get from a 17-year-old with a landmark restaurant and a very understandable incentive to want this approved quickly. Most of the proposals I review are built to minimize friction and maximize deployment speed. Yours is built to slow itself down on purpose at exactly the point where slowing down matters most. She looked between him and David. I'll recommend a supervised development track, full documentation, regular audits, a restricted pilot certification before any public deployment, and my office retains sign-off authority on the final activation protocol before a single unit goes live with a working system. That's not a rejection, Dr. Midoriya. That's what it looks like when my office actually believes something is worth doing carefully instead of not at all. Izuku let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding since she walked in. Thank you, Director. Genuinely. Don't thank me yet. She almost smiled, the first crack in her composure since she'd arrived. Thank me once you've survived an audit. In the meantime, she nodded toward the half-finished optical assembly sitting in its testing rig across the room. I'd like to actually see the current state of the hardware, if you don't mind. David tells me the fabrication work alone is worth the trip. It's not finished, Izuku warned, already crossing the room to bring it over. It's barely past proof of concept. I didn't come here to see something finished, Kurosa said. I came to see whether the person building it understood what he was actually holding. I think I already have my answer. Now show me the rest of it anyway. That evening, once the director had caught the last ferry back and David had gone to draft the formal paperwork the visit had set in motion, Izuku sat alone for a while in the quiet lab, Melissa's half-finished sketches for Toy Bonnie still spread across the far table, waiting for tomorrow. He thought, without quite meaning to, about the whole strange shape of the day, a boy from his old life admitting, sideways and grudgingly, that a stabilizer disc was smart, a government director deciding, on the strength of one honest answer, that his most ambitious idea deserved real, careful support instead of either blind approval or automatic suspicion. Neither conversation had ended cleanly. Neither had handed him the tidy, satisfying resolution some younger, more wounded version of himself might once have wished for. But both of them, in their own very different ways, had ended with something a little sturdier standing where there'd only been uncertainty that morning. Layer it instead, he thought again, closing his notebook for the night. Let the layers do the flexing. He thought Henry would have understood exactly what he meant by that, even applied to something as far from titanium as this.